Yo, 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 people! What is good? That intro felt a lot shorter for some reason. Maybe it's because I was busy doing bits and bobs, but what is good, people? How are we doing? Every time I set my camera up, I feel like that's better. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. How are we doing, Rich?
One little touch, just you going.
No, dude,
It's good.
the camera. So I want to get myself like a proper camera that I don't have to move, one that I can just turn on and it's already ready. But this, because it's a DJI and it's a vlogging camera, you got to turn it on and then it flips around. Then you got to zoom it in. I'd love one that I can control from my PC, so I can literally just open up my camera.
Opspot, OBSBOT, Opspot.
Can I do that on this?
No, it's a camera.
Oh, is it? Oh, fair. Oh,
Yeah.
then yeah. No, exactly that, mate. It's
Opspot
literally
2, I think, or it could be Opspot 3. Search for it quickly. It's a really good camera. Yeah. It's really good. It's got stuff like autofocus, like it tracks you as well if you're moving around, which you can switch on and off. But the cool thing is that it has a panel, an application on your PC that you can use, and it's literally just switch on and there it goes. It's done and dusted.
Dude, that's sick. I may have to buy this.
And I think it's a 4K camera as well.
No shit, dude.
It's a bit pricey though. It's a bit pricey.
It's not cheap.
Yeah, it's not cheap, but it is pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Well, and that's the thing. I don't, because this is this is what I use for the Funded Freedom, for the vlogs, for stuff like that. I don't want to burn it out, or I don't want to overuse it, or I want to keep it for vlogging.
I'm getting myself an Opspot as well. So
dude, I'm gonna look into this.
It's really good. Very good.
Like you said as well, if it's got
it's got like an app that you can use to manage everything. Yeah.
At least then you don't have to see me like trying to fix it. I can literally just like click a couple of buttons.
And it's also got presets, which is pretty cool. So if you have, for argument's sake, this view that you currently have, but you also want to have it look down at your keyboard, you can have presets. So preset 1 can be this current scene. Preset 2 can literally be looking down at your keyboard when you're writing stuff or whatever. And it's with one click. You just one click of a keyboard shortcut, and it just goes scene 2, scene 1, scene 2, scene 1 seamlessly. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I like that. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, like I said, it's pricey, but I think that it is.
It's not like we don't stream much though. We stream every single day, so
yeah, pretty much.
It's worth it, you know.
It's Maybelline.
I'm sorry, what?
It's Maybelline. What was that ad? Maybe she was born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Oh, dude,
it's kind of like you're worth it. It's the worth it. Like I don't know. Like I don't know where I was going.
Is it okay? Is it like the makeup brand?
Yeah, it's like the ads where they do the do
where
it.
Like, is it Nicole Scherzinger or Cheryl Cole? I think it is, and it's because you're worth it or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Right, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's why I said it's like the Maybelline stuff. Like maybe she's born with it, maybe it's Maybelline. It's that idea. I can't remember what the brand though was. Anyway, let's say hello to everybody in chat this morning. MGN first this morning. Greetings. We've got Henry.
Yo.
Good evening from Henry. Willike is saying 8 minutes to live. Yes, that was 14 minutes ago.
We are now live.
Back me. Oh. As Real Trades, good morning, guys. Good morning to you.
What's good, brother?
We've got Bablu Kumar saying hi. Good morning to you. We've got Kavish saying morning, London boy, and Protea boy. Morning
what is good? Kavish, how you doing?
We've got Asif Khan saying hello from India. Well, hello.
Yo,
We've got Giovanni.
Is it Giovanni? Buongiorno, Giovanni.
No.
He's going to get sick of us doing this.
I'm
going to get sick of us doing this.
Or companions? Campioni.
Campion.
Is that
champions?
Is it champions or is it companions?
I'm sure there's champions.
Oh well, Giovanni will tell us. Giovanni, do you want to
Only
teach us?
Giovanni will tell us.
Do you want to teach us how to speak Italian, please?
Ciao,
We've
ciao
got.
bella.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Assassin's Creed, where it plays off in Renaissance Italy.
Oh, I was going to say which one. Yeah.
Two Brotherhood and I can't remember the last one's name. Anyway, Usam, good morning all. Morning to you, Yusuf.
Yeah, Brotherhood is ancient Italy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Renaissance Italy.
Yeah.
Italy.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Good morning to you, sir. Giovanni is saying, did you see Crazy Gold? What did this early morning? Or what it did this early morning? Check low time frame until 1 hour. Huge gap visible on chart. We'll have a little gander for you in a moment. Asif Khan saying, hello, Rich and Will. And then we've got Engineer. Khan saying, hi, Master Wills and Butler. Yes.
Hello.
And Flex is saying, gold sell. Sell gold right now.
I'm already in the gold cell. I am 0.5% up.
Nice. We've got Root X86, which is away Master Kunders. Kunders is children.
Blue.
So,
Away, blue.
away Mazakund.
Away, Mazakund. What's good?
Hello, Kumar. Again, hello.
Yeah.
Actually saying love from Bangladesh.
Yes.
We also have Amit Kumar saying hello from India, sir. It's champions. Cool. Okay, so it's champions. All right. Cool. Thanks, Kavish.
Champions. I thought so. Yeah.
Yeah.
My Italian is crap.
So campione means champions. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate. Babu saying summer plan is the best. Yes, it is. It is a pretty damn freaking good account. Not going.
Also, have you heard?
Have I heard? What have I heard?
If you go onto the new, if you go into the 5ers hub, go onto your profiles, go all the way down to the bottom, you'll find achievements.
And then?
Pretty cool. What do you mean then? No, nothing then. Just
my name's Richard. I have 0 achievements, mate.
I mean, fair. Yeah, everyone other than us clearly unprofitable traders on stream, go over to your hub, find out, go to your profile, and you will find achievements. So go check that out.
Elvis in this morning. Zalele saying, hi guys, good morning to you.
Good morning, brother.
Kavish says, me equals your polyglot friend. You missed the L, my friend. Ohm saying, hello, Ka. We've got Lazio Barnett saying, hello, Rich and Will. Hello to Lazio. Something tells me Root X86 is in IT. Yeah. We've got Beerus saying, hello, Cello. What's up? Randall Paul Trader saying, Italian grammatics is a killer. I would still love to learn just another language other than the 2 that I already know. I know little bits of other languages, but not enough. Just never enough. I need more. Ty Keith, good morning, Rich and Will. Trade with Travel X. Hey, Blakely, show your tattoo. Who's Blakely?
Oh, right, Blakely. I was thinking,
oh, you.
Yeah.
Shirt.
Blakely shit.
Show us your tattoo. We're both of quite tattooed people.
Yeah, which tattoo do you want? I got this one, which gets a lot of hate on social media, but it also goes all the way down to as far as your imagination can go. I got this one. What else have I got? I got one on my ankle.
One on the hand.
Well, I got one on my hand. Yeah, I got one.
Yeah.
Got one on my hand. I got one on my ankle. Oh, I could just done that. There you go.
Yeah. Let me do this one. Oh, look, it's over there.
Let me just do some Chinese acrobats real quick so you can see.
Kavish is saying, I am looking for long NQ with caution. It can do a reversal as well as eating liquidity. Yes, we are very, very close to yesterday's highs. We'll have a little gander at that, but I can see that Will is already looking at gold. So we'll go ahead and have a little gander at gold first. Engineer Connor saying Nas in bulls finally, Richard. We'll have like I said, we'll have a look at that one. And then Giovanni also saying the gap is meant before on future. So the gap that he was talking about on gold was on the futures account. I'll go and have a look because I do have my futures account open. We have my wifey in this morning with a blue heart. Morning, wifey.
That's me. Sorry, mate.
Is that for you?
I love you too, Alex. Thank you for coming and supporting me.
It's how the partners do, mate. It's how the partners do. All right, dude, let's get into gold immediately. Let's have a little gander at gold.
Yeah. Let's do it. Right, okay, so gold. Guys, again, this is also on the indicator. So Bosch got this sell signal today with the guys. So in fact, actually, I'm pretty sure most of us took this trade, which was pretty cool. Most of us saw it anyway. We also had this on the higher time frame where price moved up into this really nice area up here. It just wicked above this, failed to close above, and then it just created all this. Ooh, what the hell was that? Oh, TP2 from yesterday. I was thinking, what was going on there? It also created all this this massive imbalance from last night and over Asia session. So we had a lot of bull pressure coming in. I want to see if we can pull back to this area down here, being around about the 40-30 level. If we can come around about the 40-30 level, I think that's going to be really nice because I hit a full TP2, which would give me 3R. But not only that, it also rebalances the markets. It's a potential pullback after this really nice bullish momentum to the upside. I am bearish for the bullish for the day, but I'm bearish intraday right now, or immediately. Like I said, I'd love to come back to the 40-30 level. If I put a fib on as well, try and be a little bit more specific. If I put a fib on as well, you can see the 40-30 level is it's bang on. It's bang on the entrance into the golden zone for me, which is really nice also. So it's a double stack confluence. As well as the fact that we've got the break and close above. So a nice little pullback before continuation higher would be really nice. But as we drop down to the 15-minute, we can see that price has a couple of different areas. We've also got this little lull period, which I've marked up, a nice little consolidation. If price does want to pull back, but doesn't want to pull back the full distance, I think we could pull back into this nice little area here. But ideally, I'd like to see it come down into my golden zone. So they're the two areas I'm looking at. I am selling it right now, as well as on the 5-minute. You can see it's struggling a little bit, but this break and close under this bearish candle here, which created the break, was really nice, and that gave me a little bit more confidence. As we came under, pulled back, and then just dropped in volume, I thought, I'm going to sell from here. I like this. Not only that, the indicator showed me that there's a sell opportunity, and then I was umming and ahhing over it a little bit, and then we got, like I said, we got this bearish close candle, this break and close underneath this level, and I thought, what, I like this. I like this now. So hopefully, we can just chill out in this zone for a little bit longer before at least hitting my bare minimum area, which would be around about the 40.59. If we can hit 40.59, I'm gonna be a very happy guy, because that then becomes a risk-free trade. So if we can hit 40.59, then I don't care what it does after that, but preferably head down to 40.30.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Also just having a little gander here at gold as well. We broke past
Giovanni,
Wednesday's high.
You know how to make perfect carbonara, then your wife will love you even more. Love that.
You know what is that show with that that guy, the Italian guy that was teaching this guy and this woman on like this two radio show talk hosts how to make a carbonara.
Oh my god! Oh, so it's a bit like a Spanish an English carbonara, or a Spanish carbonara.
Something like that.
It's like,
And the
oh
guy was
no.
like hyper offended.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
like,
remember
oh,
the
what's the
guy's name,
name?
but he looked at him and was like, if my mother had wheels,
Gino?
she'd be
Is
a
it Gino?
bicycle.
I'm sure his
Gino,
name's
I think
Gino.
it might be.
Yeah.
Might be.
Well, no, because if my mother had wheels, she'd be a bike. It's like, what?
And then they lost it. Um
Oh,
I
dude,
think that
that's
they
so
I can't
funny.
remember.
Isn't that Good Morning Britain? I'm sure the show's
I'm not
called Good
sure.
Morning Britain.
I'm not sure.
Dude, I'm gonna have to Google it.
Go and Google it. But that immediately reminded of that. Like whenever somebody says carbonara, that image plays in my mind. And the guy going absolutely apeshit over the fact that that they were desecrating carbonara like that. Anyway, I was marking up this area over here. To me, on gold, this was a interesting area because it acted as an area of resistance, broke through, became an area of support back in July 2nd. Acted as an area of resistance again, broke through it here, becoming an area of acted as resistance, broke through, became an area of support. Sorry, other way around. Acted as support, broke through, became an area of resistance. Broke through yet again, acted as an area of support, kind of lulled through here, created the gap. We eventually started pushing lower, retested it as an area of resistance, continued pushing lower, eventually sweeping these lows. And now it seems as though it wants to come back up here. The only thing is that we've recently swept, what was this, Wednesday last week's highs, which is a good thing. We're pulling back ever so slightly. I don't know how deep this pullback can be before we potentially continue higher up, but I would love to see this area up over here, which is on CFD 4092 to 4110 be tested. Yesterday, we had this bearish order block, which we reacted off just after the news, and then we had this breakpoint, which also acted as a bit of support. So this is now an established zone. So this area, but I think I can make it a little bit more concise. Let's do this. So yeah, we'll do that. So this area is an established zone. We really struggled to break through here and start pushing up. So this order block that we had previously co-aligns with this little area over here. So this is a base. So we have a nice little base area to potentially react off of as well. So we might be trying to push a little bit lower. Here's another base as well. I almost missed this one. Another base on the 15-minute, which we are at right now. We'll see how we're going to react here. I do think there's a potential for us to try and break through to potentially come and test this area over here. It aligns a little bit more with this order block as well as the highs of yesterday, and it aligns with this base as well as it potentially aligns with the 50 EMA. So I like your sell short term with the potential of pushing down here, and then once it reaches that point over there, there is a strong possibility that it's going to potentially pick up and come and test this area up over here. If we have a look at the 4-hourly on gold as well, it was very nicely bullish from rollover. So low of the last 2 days, a nice little push up, a little bit of consolidation, and then a continuous push up from there. So I do like the idea of potentially testing this area over here. It looks good. So I like your sell, mate. I really do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it is nice. It was on Good Morning Britain. Good Morning Britain, the famous British carbonara moment, actually happened on the daytime TV show not Good Morning Britain, This Morning in 2010 when Chef Gino DeCampo reacted to the co-host Holly Willoughby. Yeah, the reaction was, if my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike.
Oh, dude, I love that. That is so good.
Every time. So yeah, that's what it was. Basically, what did Holly say? If the pasta dish had ham in it, it would be closer to a British carbonara. Oh dear.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? No.
Yeah, he was so offended by that. Oh, I found that
If my
so
grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bike.
But it was the nonchalanceness of his reply,
Yeah, no, literally.
where it was the most natural thing to say.
A pure disbelief.
But when you think about the context of it, when you refer to someone as a bike, like the village bicycle kind of like stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That like more, let's say, off, I don't know, like off the cuff kind of like sexualization
Yeah,
idea of it.
yeah.
I laughed so much for that. Anyway, going to have a look at NASDAQ now quickly. So we had this established zone yesterday that didn't quite get tested. What we did have was this segment over here, which acted as an area of support, which really was respected. So this was on Friday. Monday we had rollover. We were consolidating the first segments of Monday yesterday. We pushed up, creating a new high. We didn't quite reach Friday's highs with yesterday's initial movement. But when we had a little bit of a pullback, we eventually came back into this area of interest down here, which is an established zone. This ended up just staying a breakpoint, and then price reacted this morning with rollover, tried to push up, came back down into it, and then volumetrically picked up. Now we're looking at potentially testing yesterday's highs first and foremost, and if we can break through that, then we still have this 1 hour base, which is still in play, which I think we can hit today, definitely. But I remember what I said yesterday is I don't know if it's going to hit it yesterday, but maybe today. And then this base also coincides with a little bit of an area of support over here, which was eventually tapped again and then broken through. So this could be that retest time now. So for anybody who was wondering, this area is still at 29,124 and 29,306 on CFD. So I'm waiting for this area to be tested. I do think that we can potentially push through sooner rather than later. So it does look definitely more bullish. We had very nice swing points. If I just zoom out a little bit, we had a bit of consolidation here with a very nice break. We eventually consolidate a little bit with a bit of a pullback, nothing too serious, respecting this 50 EMA. We reached the high of Tokyo. We pulled back with the London Open, made a very slight W, and it seems as though it wants to potentially push up higher. So I like this. I just want to see how we're going to react round about yesterday's highs. If I go down to the 1 minute, which I rarely do, I want to see if there's any sort of like outside. No, not really. Not really a particularly strong reaction in that area. But I like it. I like it for a potential test where we are right now. I ideally would like to see us break through, retest, and continue up to try and reach this point up over here. How far are we currently from there? We are about 140 points. So not bad, I think. Not a bad potential push. So myself, I am a little bit more bearish on NASDAQ for the intraday so far. We've had a very nice push across Tokyo session. Let's see, what is the exact... Tokyo session was 434 points. That is quite a nice session when you compare it to what we had yesterday. Yesterday, I think we had a total of like just over 200. It was about 200. So about double yesterday's volatility. Very, very much the same as what we had on Friday. So I'm expecting a continuation of price to push up higher. I'm actually considering getting in on this sooner rather than later. So we've just made a base. We've swept that recent high. I'm going to take this.
Beauty. Watch the concentrate. Watch everything. Watch the streamer enrich just drop and the trader come out, and just watch him go super quiet while he places the trade.
Yeah, I need to concentrate.
I've got about $800 for the downside before I hit TP1. I'm up about $1,200 at the moment, so I'm up just over $1,000. So if this can hit TP1, I'll be a very happy chappy. It'd be very nice, but again, we'll see how it goes. Also, if I actually, I want to show this off real quick. So I'm going to drop my screen. I'm going to bring this screen up. I want to show you this. Guys, check this out. Look how cool that looks. I just downloaded one of the one of the certificate things. You get like little certificates now, so you don't just get a funded certificate anymore. You get a trade quality certificate, you get a funded certificate, you get all sorts. But I couldn't be able to download them all. So there you go. Dude, that is so cool. Also, I just kind of wanted to brag that I had a 90+ score at one point. That's now 50. But again, that's going to change because of my streaming. But there we go. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Back to hopefully hitting TP1. So let's go. We're breaking under the 50 EMA now, which is quite nice. So if we can break under that 50 EMA, that'll be pretty cool, I think. That'll be pretty cool. Go on, just keep dropping. Just keep dropping. Half an hour, or just under half an hour to go. Lol, CC is gonna kill me. No, it's fine. She's always calling Rich handsome. Hello, Rich and Will. Good morning. Cheers. What is good, KDX? How you doing, broski? Brochacho.
Okay, so this is the current trade. I am just going to mark everything up.
Cowish, welcome, Babi. Did I say that right? Bahabi in chat, Rich's wife. So Babi is Hindi or Urdu word for brother's wife or friend's wife. Dude, that's sick. That's super cool that you got a word for like your brother's wife. That's pretty cool.
It's the off limits wife.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, it's the off limits wife. It's you know,
it's the off limits one.
Like, I don't care about his wife. Yeah, his wife's his wife. I don't care. But Babi, that's brother's wife. That's like this is the wife that we
that's the no.
Yeah.
No go.
Dude, I love that. That's sick.
Okay, I'm in this trade as we speak. My entry point for this one didn't get slipped, which is kind of good. So it's in at 28,987.15. TP1 right now, where's my mouse, is at 29,027.15. TP2, 29,067.15. TP3 is at 29,107.15. And then TP4 is at 29,147.15. I just kicked the cat.
Yeah, beauty, man.
And then my stop loss is all the way down here at 28,947.15. So just going to wait for this one to play out. If it hits stop loss, that is fine. It is all according to plan.
Dude, I like that. We haven't broken above enough for me, I don't think. But dude, I like that. You got your rally-based rally as well there, which is nice.
Yeah. This little one right over here.
This little base.
That's a wee little base. So we had this little bit of consolidation over here, which acted as an area of support. So I like that as well. Pushed up, reacted. Secondary reaction to try and push price even lower, continued up. I like this. I definitely like this. 4 hour, we have 1.5 hours before this one closes. It was very strongly 4 hourly bullish. 1 hour so far, half an hour left, looks good as well. 15-minute, the last hour and a half also looked decent. We'll see. There might be a bit of a pullback and then a continuation up. I don't mind. This is all good. This is all gravy, baby.
All gravy, baby. We're in this area at the moment on gold, and it's not worrying me, but it's holding. It's holding, and I'm like, I need to see it drop. It's holding at a place that I don't want it to hold at. I'd like to see it move a little bit further down. I mean, it's only a 5-minute area, but it still seems to be respecting this 5-minute area. It's actually also a 15-minute base on gold, which is a little bit worrying.
On gold.
Yes. That exactly. There you go. That area that
Hmm.
you've just marked out there. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how this one is going to react. If you look at the 4-hour, it was so nice that I do feel as if there may be a potential for a bit of a pullback, which
Dude,
is
I think so.
why I really like your gold sell, potentially down to here. I would potentially not hold it much longer than this
No,
15-minute
I
close.
think my TP2 is at the top of that range. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, keep an eye on it. We'll see how it goes.
I just saw. There we go. I saw KDX saying, "Just realised Will's TP is my stop loss." Laugh my ass off.
Oh, don't you just love it when we're hedging each other?
I just love it when you hedge chat.
Good morning, Pratik. How are you, sir?
I think let's go on. Dude, I quite like this. I was a little bit nervous at the start. I felt almost a little bit counter trend. I was like, ooh, this feels a bit brave. But then I did a top down, and the top down kind of correlated with the indicator, and the indicator was like that sort of nail in the coffin. That made me think, you know what? Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna take this. Gave me the confidence to say, let's do it.
Henry's also on the same boat as you are. He's also saying I'm shorting gold on 15-minute time frame from 4047.72. And then
Nice.
Elvis is saying, looking at the 4-hour gold chart, I expect a reversal towards yesterday's lows.
Yeah. Yes, lows maybe.
You would be very happy for that.
You know what? I'd be very happy for that. I'm just trying to look for yes.
Henry's saying, I just went to go get pizza and just got back. And then you realize he's in the same trade as you.
Yeah, nice. Dude,
Pratik is also saying, same entry as mine. Dude, like, are you guys like, I don't know, in a signals group or something? What's going on?
Yeah. We've got a massive signals group. It's called 5ers Signals with Will.
5ers Signals with Will.
.org.profitable.uk.profits.bank .scam
.bank. .not scam.
Totally not scam / maybe is, maybe not.
Hashtag not pyramid scheme. Jurgen van Vliet saying, morning, you madmen. Good morning to you, sir.
Morning, Jurgen. How you doing, brother? Speaking of...
Yeah?
So speaking of indicator, the developer himself is in the house.
In the house.
I know for a fact he's in this trade.
Ravi is asking, hey, how are you guys getting 3 time frames on a single chart? Very easy. You use this thing called TLMHTF candles. TLMHTF candles. You can use this to get multiple time frames, up to 6 different time frames on your chart. It's quite nice. I do enjoy it.
Indeed.
KDX saying, please do look at the 4-hour time frame trend line. It seems like gold just broke the trend line, and the last LQ zone seems to be 4220. Would you analyze this if possible? Okay. So 4-hour. Okay, let me first remove that, and
guys,
that, so we can get clear for it.
I need to get myself a fidget spinner. Do you know what a fidget spinner is?
Yep.
Ah, sweet. So I've just cut myself.
No, I live in a cave, mate. I have no idea what a fidget spinner is.
I don't know. Dude, you're from pretty much the other side of the world to me. I don't know. Dude, I just bloody cut myself on my cigar cutter because I put my finger in it and I start spinning it like a fidget spinner, and then it kind of half closed and I've just sliced my finger. Fucking it.
And this, guys, is why Will is a Muppet.
Oh, it's like, because it's so sharp, it's like a clean cut as well, so it's stinging now.
Oh, what an idiot.
I know.
Idiot.
It's my TP placing finger as well. How am I gonna? How am I gonna trade? No.
You'll never be able to take TP again. Oh no.
Bloody hell, mate. Good job I've set and forget.
Yeah, on the 4-hour, yes, we had this downward channel. It's not exactly lined up, but we did have a nice little break here, which does signify the potential of a continuation pushing bullish again. However, usually when you have a break of sorts, there is a potential tendency to come pull back again, retest the zone where it broke through, and then decide if it wants to continue up or just get back into this downward channel. So we'll see. We'll see. We did break on the 4-hour this last swing point, but we haven't closed yet. We still have 23 minutes according to TradingView before we close on this 4-hourly candle. So, and I don't think we're going to close above it because we need to push about 20 points up before we actually close above it. So this might be a rejection. This might be a rejection. We'll see. We will see.
We will ask the questions.
All right, German Will. Wilhelm.
Wilhelm II.
Wilhelm the third.
Oh, dude, come on. We're fractional from my TP1 now, which is nice.
Shane, walk it off.
Walk it off. Yeah, I lit that one.
Safety? Never heard of it.
It's health and what?
He's using his one brain cell for charging.
that dems be the fact. That is, yeah. All right, Alex. Bloody hell, girl. Come out and troll me like that.
Henry's 2 brain cells. He's got to tilt his head to connect them.
Ooh, what am I doing with this? What am I doing with this in my hand?
Spin, spin, spin. Ah. I can't get hurt by these. So financially I can, but like not physically. So
dude, I got a boo boo.
You got a boo boo. Oh.
CC.
Shame.
Come kiss my hand. Come kiss my finger better.
Noveni is saying Tokyo session had volume today. Also, a lot of good moves happened. Yes, it looks decent.
True, yeah,
it does look
Tokyo
decent.
Move,
however, I can see a potential, even on NASDAQ, to potentially pull back a little bit. Ooh, this does not look bad so far.
nice.
Hopefully, we can get the continuation. I'm not very happy about the fact that we had this bearish candle there, though.
Dude, if you can close above that candle wick high, I think you're golden.
1 minute, I doubt it. I think this might be a bit of a pullback, and then maybe we'll see it. It might cut out somewhere over here and potentially push lower. This might be a losing trade for me, but that is okay. Not the end of the world.
Okay, indeed. That is okay, indeed. Why will you not hurry up? Ooh, in fact, actually, I need to set my...
.scam / not scam.
.scam / haha, totally not got you. 1291.
Florian saying, I've been reaching out to support due to an issues during the news server crash last week, Wednesday. So far, no answer after about 4 days. Do you guys experience the same problem? So the support team is absolutely swamped at the moment. That crash that we had last week, they've been on that for a whole while. So you're in the queue. Just be patient. Do reach out to them again if after, let's say, tomorrow it hasn't been what's the word that I'm looking for? You haven't been contacted back by them. Just reach out to them again. Just
whatever you do though, for your own sake, don't spam them. If you spam them, you may find it they won't put you in, but it may automatically put you in the spam folder. So don't spam them, even though it's tempting. I'm sure it will be.
I haven't checked, but I think some of the NASDAQ companies might have had an earnings report, which explains the Tokyo moves. It is possible. Okay. I haven't checked that either.
That may make sense. Gold, just bloody move down.
Hey, Wills, can you explain why sometimes NAS and gold moves parallel and sometimes it moves opposite?
Because it's stupid, that's why.
Silly. It's just dumb. It's just dumb.
uh, honestly, I have no idea. It's so obviously look, there are different reasons behind moving, so different, obviously the NASDAQ being the companies, and then gold being very much fundamentally driven, as well as what happens when it comes to wars, when it comes to safety assets, when it comes to actually fear of what's happening in the markets. A lot of people like to take their money out of certain countries, certain currencies, certain assets, and then a lot of the time they'll actually put their money in gold. So different reasons. It's like saying, why does NASDAQ run differently to GBP USD? There's different reasons why they trade those assets. That's the best answer I can give you. I'm not a fundamentalist. LJ will probably give you a better
They're
answer.
just not the same.
Yeah,
They're just not the same asset
literally
at all.
that. There can be a correlation, like I said, if there's fear in the markets and people are taking the money out of the NASDAQ because of fear of what's happening with US tech companies, then perhaps they may want to put their money in gold because it's more of a safer asset or more of a safe haven. Then I suppose they'd move with unalignment. They'd move separately to each other. But other than that, the best answer I can give you is they're different. They're different assets.
Yeah, but like you can also look at it as in the sense of being a risk on risk off asset. The idea that NASDAQ, when trading NASDAQ, it's usually people buy and hold it over a long period of time. So it's an investment medium. Gold also being an investment medium, but gold being a non-interest bearing asset. So
Yeah.
if there's changes in the interest rate on the dollar, it becomes more expensive for gold to be held relative to you holding, for argument's sake, a NASDAQ idea. Because if interest picks up, NASDAQ is going to appreciate. So
Yes.
people will take out of gold and add to NASDAQ as an example. I'm just using this as a simple, stupid example, but the idea just being that gold can become expensive to hold, and then sometimes people will get out of it and sell it, where NASDAQ would be held. But also, NASDAQ has a bunch of companies that are looked at and then evaluated to see whether or not the NASDAQ, the index itself, is worth investing in. So if a lot of companies are not doing well, a lot of people might be pulling out their investments out of it and then potentially push it into gold to try and push it up. So two vastly different assets, completely different in its way that it's evaluated, its value and stuff like that. So there is some correlation sometimes, but it's because of the dollar compounding, or not compounding, the dollar effect. NASDAQ being the the largest 100 tech companies in the US, and then gold being a large portion of where the US kind of like invests a lot of its like reserve. So there is some level of correlation, but it's the same idea of like saying, oh, okay, EU and GU is correlated. Completely different, but they rely on the same quote currency.
Yeah, exactly. They have the same driven currency being the dollar, but again, they're complete different assets, complete different currencies, complete different countries. So yeah, look, there is correlation, or sorry, there can be correlation, but don't base your analysis on a correlation between NAS and gold, because you'll probably find you're going to be either disappointed or you're going to get confused every now and then when it doesn't play out how you want it to play out.
Yeah. So it's exactly as like Kavish is saying, if DXY, which is the dollar index, drops, gold and NAS can rise, and vice versa. And then Jurgen is just following that by saying, when oil is dropping or doing big moves, usually both gold and indices go together in the opposite direction. Once again, operative word here is usually. And then Usam saying, yes, you can argue about oil, DXY influences both. However, individual tech firms with NASDAQ also weighs heavily on NASDAQ. That's why I was saying like how they're evaluated. The evaluation of both is done differently.
Yes, exactly. Sam, because it's stupid. Bang.
Wilhelm Davidsbauer.
Yes, exactly that. Because it's stupid. Henry, Will is just mental. No fund, no IST. I am, to be fair, mate. I'm literally just mental. Yeah. Oh dear me, oh dear me. That was good. Ooh,
Henry's saying it's really about what is more lucrative for institutions to invest. Sometimes they move together, or inversely, sometimes they don't correlate. Yeah, exactly. Many factors interacting on the price at the same time. Randall Paul is saying gold rising plus bonds rising equals flight to safety. This is somewhat negative for the NASDAQ. Yeah, a lot of factors to be taken into account, but also, like I said, how they're evaluated. It's the same idea with, like, you could have seen gold be flat, but the NASDAQ is rising, or you can see the inverse.
Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite common actually, because hence why I can comfortably trade NAS and gold simultaneously, because they do have that sort of ability to run either correlated or completely independently from each other.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, if you look at correlation, inversely correlated is more prevalent, or is at least like the norm, than direct correlation running together. So the best way to look at that is like looking at the DXY and an asset pair, like for argument's sake, GU. So you know that if DXY is going to go up, GU is going to go down. So it's inversely correlated, because the dollar aspect, the US aspect of the asset, is directly linked to how the DXY is moving, or at least inversely. It's like exactly a one-to-one to a degree. Like, let's say 98% correlated. So that is always something to take into consideration. So I find that asset pairs that are inversely correlated is more prevalent. It's more of a norm, where it's less likely, or at least the band upon which they are correlated is larger for the ones that run together, like EU and GU. They are semi-correlated because they carry the same quote currency, but they're not going to move exactly the same. Sometimes one is going to move a little bit more than the other, so they're not 100% correlated. Let's go gold. Dump it.
Dump it. I'm about $200 away from TP1.
Yeah, I like this. We've pushed lower than that base with a little bit more conviction. We have about a minute and so, minute 15 seconds before this candle closes. There is a good potential that we can continue pushing lower. So, where is your TP point again? You've just taken TP1. That's great. That's great.
Yes.
TP2?
TP2 is
40.67.
Spread. I haven't actually closed.
46.
TP2 is 40.46. TP1 is 40.58.
Yeah, you've already taken TP1, I'm assuming.
Not on my MetaTrader, I haven't yet. But yes, on my trading view, I have indeed hit TP1.
My apologies.
Dumpete. Yeah, exactly. Let's go gold gump. Let's go gold dump.
What did you just say?
Let's go dold gump.
Dole gump.
Yes, gump dold gump. Keep gumping.
Oh, mate, it's a bally race bally, and a brop. Oh, dude, I have to write this down. My brain just went, rally base, rally drop, base drop. Brop, dace, brop.
Instead of a consolidation break, it's a bonsolidation crake.
Oh, mate.
Well, that took a lot of energy to try and...
You minions. Yeah. Telling you, absolute muppets.
Man, you don't find it anywhere else.
Liza Lees is asking, what are those two lines for? Which lines are you referring to on the chart, Liza? Because there's a stop loss line, a TP line 1 and a TP line 2, and then there's 3 horizontal lines. Which ones are you referring to? Pratika saying, just imagine Trump came and gold dumped more aggressively. Me and my imagination.
Oh,
Well, we all need dreams. We all need dreams to hold on to.
yeah. We all need something to get us out of bed in the morning, I suppose.
The shiny yellow metal asking about GU. Come on, mate. You should be asking about gold. Hi, gents. Can you share your opinion on pound as a bullish or bearish asset looking into this week? Oh, we can have a look at that. Bichard, Lutler, and Dill Wavies. Bichard. Rutler. Let's have a little look at which one pound. Ooh. Did we just have DXY pick up a little bit?
Damn.
Pound dropped off ever so slightly. Oh, dude, we didn't even have a look at what was today's news.
Fair one.
Maybe
that's why.
We had Claimant Count. That makes sense. All right. Claimant Count was better than expected. Average earnings was worse than expected, but only slightly worse than previously. And then public sector borrowing came out a little bit less than the forecast and also less than previously. So overall, not horrible for the pound. And we're about to have the ZEW economic sentiment for euro as well as the German ZEW. So also, what other news do we have for later in the week? For pound, tomorrow we have CPI. Ooh, that's going to be an interesting one.
Dude, we're actually reversing on gold. I haven't hit my TP1 yet either. That's so annoying.
Sucks to be you, mate. Sucks to be you.
I fractionally hit TP1, and it hasn't. I was $50 away from TP1 being hit, and it hasn't actually broken through it, and it's reversing. How bloody annoying is that?
So, because we have shiny yellow metal, because we have so many high impact news events this week, so we already had Claimant Count, which came out a little bit positive, but we do have CPI tomorrow on gold, not on gold, on pound, which is going to definitely have an impact on pound. So we'll have to see whether or not this is going to come out as expected. If it comes out slightly lower, then we might see pound move a little bit more convictively. We also have the main refinancing rate for euro on Thursday. Now, it sometimes has an impact on pound, but not always. So we'll have to see with that one. But this is the actual one that I think, apart from CPI on Friday, which is the retail sales along with flash manufacturing PMIs for pound. So it's a little bit difficult for me to say where I think it's going to go. As of right now, if we go over to the weekly, you can see that we've had this little bit of a lull period recently. So just kind of like hopping between 2 points. So it's actually quite flat on the weekly. This week has opened up slightly bearish. If I go down to the daily, you'll see we had a very strong day on Wednesday last week. And then we've taken that back and we're basically back to this slight area of consolidation already. So I think that there's a potential for us to maybe push back up again to try and test these highs, but it's really going to depend on CPI and then that PMIs as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think in this case, we did have this slight little channel here that we've eventually broken, and it looks like we want to continue pushing bullishly, but we still have these upper ends over here to test as well. So if we're going to push bullishly, it is with the intention of trying to break last week's highs, my apologies. If we can rebound off of this area of consolidation here, that would be great. Try and push up higher. However, if that does not play out, we can potentially start pushing lower to test the bottom end of this consolidation, and then we'll see from there. So as of right now, I'm flat on pound, really waiting to see whether or not, like even if you look at price action here, we had that base area which we've reacted. So yeah, basically these two areas from last week Wednesday already, we're still keeping these two areas right now. We need a break. So we need to break bearishly, retest and continue lower, sweep these lows on our way down. If that doesn't happen, we need to respect this area where we are right now, start picking up, break this area over here, and then potentially start sweeping these highs over here. So I am right now a bit flat on pound. To me, it looks a little bit more like there's a potential for a pullback down to that area that I marked out on the daily. This area of consolidation that we had here. A little bit more, and then a pickup. We'll see. I hope that helps. My NASDAQ trade, I think, is a little bit in drawdown. Oh, no, it's stuck. It is stuck.
Flat in a consolidation.
That is not a good thing. That is not a good thing. I can tell you that much.
So is gold right now, man. It's
What is gold doing?
Gold's just meh. It hit my TP1, didn't hit it on my MetaTrader, and then it's just meh.
This isn't horrible, mate. This isn't horrible, to be dead honest.
It's not horrible, but it's...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You had 7 bearish candles. It slowed down ever so slightly. You've got 2 bullish candles right now. 3 minutes before this 15-minute candle closes. 3 minutes before the hourly closes. That's probably the bigger one, is the hourly candle. And then 4 hour also is going to be closing. So like I said, I can see this as a potential continuation lower from here. Because of this potential rejection on the 4 hour. I still think that this is safe. I still like this.
Yeah, I reckon so. We're under the 50 EMA now as well, which is quite nice.
Yeah, I still like this. I still think that there's a potential. Even now, if we have a bit of a pull back up there, the top end of this base, and then continue lower. Yeah, I like this. I still like this.
It is nice.
I would hold it. Yeah, if I were you, I would hold.
Yes.
Elvis is asking, Richard, how confident are you in your trade? I'm in a short and I don't like the consolidation. Well, the consolidation is definitely putting a little bit more of a, I'm not sure. However, me being confident and me not being confident in this trade has no impact on whether or not the trade is going to play out. So I try not to bring that idea into it. The idea of, oh, I'm not confident, maybe I should close. I don't bring any of my confidence into it. I'm confident that I know in the long run my strategy works. So that's where I try and keep my confidence. If it doesn't go in my direction, so be it. It's just one of those, okay, this was a loss. I realized the loss. That's fine. It's going to add on to my expectancy in the long run in any way. No problem. Confidence in my mind really has nothing to do with whether or not this trade is going to play out. Because I'm not a like how do you always put it, Will? I'm a set and forget kind of guy. I put my trade in, I have my profit points, I leave it, I let it do its discretion. There we go. I'm not a discretional trader. So discretion is going to be like, I'm not sure, maybe I should close. Where I'm like, I'm in the trade, let's just go with it. Done.
Yeah, dude, I rate that. I rate that a lot. 15-minute candle going to close in about a minute.
Yes. Wassam saying, yo, bro, we don't know each other. I just came across your YouTube channel and it turns out we took the exact same trade, same entry, same stop loss, and the same take profit.
Dude, that's sick.
Who's?
Wait, who?
Mine
I was going to say, wait, who? Yeah. I mean, it's sick anyway, dude. That's still really cool. But yeah, who's
Usam is the one asking the questions here. We will ask the questions. You mean you took the same trade on gold like Will or NQ like Richard? Welcome, brother.
Yeah, welcome in, man. Make sure you smash the like button as well and subscribe to the channel. Welcome to the madhouse. Welcome.
Shadow Moore saying, any giveaways? Lost my TPT. Trade the pool. I'm assuming TTP, TPT. No. What is TPT?
The prof. I don't know.
I don't know what's TPT. I know what TTP is. TTP is trade the pool, account to the freaking CPI rule. Not entirely sure if you're referring to that one. But okay, so first and foremost, we don't have any giveaways today. However, we will have a 1v1 battle next week, Tuesday, where if you're in chat, you will have the opportunity. Take profit trader. Oh, I have no idea what take profit trader is. Anyway. Yeah. Next week, Tuesday, we will have a 1v1 battle where you as a participant in chat can potentially come and join us on stream to battle one of the pros. And next week, it's going to be up against Pedro. When Pedro joins us, I'm gonna reveal the news to him.
Pedro, you're competing. Oh,
Yeah, you're competing next
okay.
week, and Griff. I'm also gonna tell Griff.
Oh, that's gonna be savage.
Yeah, because he did say the next time we're gonna have a 1v1, he wants to compete. So
What's Griff calling sick?
I was like, there we go. The two of you will, will compete the next week, and then we will also have a 110k sub giveaway, which we still need to plan. So yeah.
Indeed.
Shadow Moore saying, yeah, they have a rule on the funded pro accounts. If you trade during the CPI news, you lose the entire funded. Wow. I took one trade on M2K a minute before the news release, not knowing, and got the account gone. Oof. That sucks. I'm sorry, mate.
Yeah,
We do have rules. I don't know if you've ever traded with the 5ers, Shadow Moore, but some of our accounts has news restrictions, like the high stakes accounts, where there's a 2-minute window before the the high impact news and 2 minutes after, where you're not allowed to open up a new trade. But most of our accounts, you can trade news freely with no issues. When is the draw to choose the contestants for the 1v1 battle? That will happen on Tuesday. So on the day we will do the draw. So everybody that's in chat on the day on Tuesday will have an opportunity to be selected to join us for the 1v1. So what then happens is, if you get selected, you send me an email, I get you in on the stream, I provide you with a account to trade on the day, you battle the pro, you beat the pro, you win an account. Simple.
Tis indeed.
Oh, that's cool. You just saw us on Facebook. Awesome. Well, welcome in.
Wait, what? Man,
Yeah, we're live Mondays through to Thursdays every day for 6 hours. We start at 8 GMT in the morning, so 1 hour after the London Open, and we trade for 6 hours right into the New York session, give or take half an hour into the New York session, and then we hand over to the futures team, and then they take over. Yeah.
Indeed.
Oh, and also, Shadowmore, we do have a special running right now. We have the summer plan. You'll see at the top. So in the bio box below, you can see the 5ers.com link. Go there, and you can get yourself literally the cheapest 100k account in the industry right now, which is a 2-step, 10%, 5%. So the first step, you need to make 10%. The second step, you need to make 5%. Once you've passed that, you will have a funded account. And then there is, just go and read all of the information about it, but there is a payout cap of $2,000 per payout every 14 days. It sounds crazy, but it's really good. It's actually really, really, really good. We're trying to get people to be really consistent with this kind of trading, but it's only $149. So go have a look. And after your third payout, $149 is refunded back to you. So go have a look, my friend. Yeah, I didn't see the email. I sent a freaking email at 4:30 a.m. The CPI news was at 7:30 my time. I had 3 hours to see the email. Oh, that sucks, mate. Ziggy Zag is saying, hi guys, waiting on payout so I can get them summer plan accounts. Yeah, dude.
I love that as well. I love that you're using your payouts to pay for more accounts. That's the smartest way to do it.
I honestly think that the summer payout, the summer accounts are really, really good. The 1-step and the 2-step programs are really good.
By the way, guys, I've closed my gold. We had too much of a reaction from it, so I've actually now closed out. If I just bring my chart up real quick, I'll show you now. So this is the account. This is me journaling it. You can see me journaling it. Entry, stop loss, and then obviously, like you can see up here, we just got that reaction. I was like, nah, I'm not having that. So I banked out for 1.1, just under 1.2%. It was like 1.15%. So as you can see here, where is it? I haven't filled out any of this, so ignore that. There it is, 1.152.41. So there you go. Taken out of the trade. Now, again, this may hit a full TP. This may actually go ahead and hit TP2, being actually making it a 3-hour day. But because I'm going to go away now and chill, and I've got a pile of other stuff to do, I can't be asked to monitor the trade. Yes, it is set and forget, but I took out just because I'd rather banks than profits. Again, I've had some fantastic trading recently, so I'm not going to be greedy.
No greed whatsoever. Primal
No.
Light is saying the 2K payout cap on a 100K account sucks. Actually, it doesn't. If you go and run the math about it, it's very good. Because consider this, if you buy any other account, it's costing you, what, $400, $500 for a 100K account? Yes, you can scale it, and then you will have, for argument's sake, 80% of a 10K payout, which is $8,000 as an example, all right? You get the same stuff with the 2K payout as well. You need to make $2,500 to get a 2K payout, but you can still make the same amount and it will get paid out to you the same way. All right. So, but it costs you 4 times less and you can have 6 of them, which means that if you're a good enough trader, you can have 6 accounts that you can have run either simultaneously, or you can have them 2 run now, wait for payout, 2 run for, wait for the second payout, and then you can get $24,000 of payout across the 6. And the best thing of all is it's with much lower risk. So each trade that you take, you know that you can trade, or you're going to be doing a payout once every 14 days, once every 2 weeks, which means that you need to make 2.5K in 14 days, which is 10 days of trading, Monday to Friday, Monday to Friday, all right? So in 10 days, you need to make $2,500 to, register a max payout, all right? So the idea is to have consistency. And I can guarantee you that it is less likely for you to get hit with any sort of like, oh, you're over leveraging or you're over risking with trades when you're doing much smaller risk with a 100K account. That account is going to last you much longer than any other account is, because the moment you have 100K, you're going to want to try and full send it so you can get a 10K payout. So I honestly think that this is a really good account. What you're paying and what you're getting for it, there's no profitable days requirement across any of them. You can pass the 1 step in 1 day. The 2 steps, obviously, you have 2 steps, so you need to pass the one and then you pass the other one. But you get a consistency rule after you are funded on the 2 step. The 1 step, you get a consistency while on the evaluation. Dude, I honestly think it's really good. The idea of trading is to make money, yes, but it's not for you to be like, oh, I'm going to full send it and make $10,000, $200,000, $100,000 every month. The idea is you're going into a contract with the company and you're saying, look, I'm going to trade your capital and I'm going to use it as if it is a job.
Mm-hmm. It's like I said, it's the social media lifestyle, the social media sort of, brain rot that has made people think that they need 10K days. It's 2K every 2 weeks, 4K a month. Dude, that's fantastic. It doesn't matter where you live now.
I really do like it.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna love you and leave you. I shall see you all in 2 hours' time. Like I said, I've taken out this TP1 was hit, but it wasn't hit on my MetaTrader, so I did take out here. Again, risking 2%. I should have taken out 1% here. It got to about 1% just over here, and I thought, you know what, I'm happy. I'm taking the whole position off, so I have banked 1%. So, guys, I'm done now. Don't know if I'm done for the day, but I'm certainly done for the morning. I shall see you a little bit later on. So, guys, thank you very much. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel and smash that like button. But anyway, thank you very much, guys. Peace.
Yo, Pedro.
Just right timing.
Yeah, like it's just the one out, one in.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. What's up, Pedro?
Oh, good, man. How are you doing?
Not too shabby, man. Not too shabby. Primal Light saying, yesterday I made 6K on my other prop firm account and another 2K today, and both trades took a total of 3 hours. Congratulations to you, my friend. I honestly think that for the price that you're paying and the account that you're getting, even with the 2K limitation, it's well worth it. It really is. Even if you just attach it to a copier. So I honestly like the summer plan quite a bit. I think it's really good, especially for somebody that wants constant, frequent payouts. And you can have 2 accounts run at a time, wait for payout, have the next one run, and so on and so forth. And you get your refund afterwards. I think it's awesome. I really think it's awesome.
I agree. I think it's a unique opportunity, one that is not going to last forever, most likely. So
yeah, until the end of August.
While it was, yeah, till the end of August. So we do need to take advantage of it because this is definitely this is kind of future prices for a 100k account, which on CFDs is quite unique. It's a great opportunity. And honestly, another thing that 2k cap is going to be a big issue. It's just more. We just need to request it more frequently. And go.
Yeah, I don't think it's
the other
an
account.
issue.
Yeah.
This one that Shane is saying, I'm totally okay with the 2K payout. What I'm less keen on is having at least one trade every 30 days. I mean, that's just to prove that you are still active. So you can literally have a 0.01 lot size trade just to keep the account active while you're waiting for a payout, as an example. And then you can just revert back to regular trading. So it's not a problem.
Yeah, and I think that rule is because there is a cost of keeping this MT5 running, and just to make sure that no one disappears for 6 months, and kind of then the prop firm needs to be carry on those costs while we are not active at all. So that's the main reason, because there is a cost of keeping those accounts alive, running on the back end. But just like you said, we can just open the smallest trade ever, and then it just renews for another 30 days and just keep on going.
Yeah.
Just like that. All right. What are we looking at? What are you aiming? Anything that you are looking for?
I am currently in a NASDAQ long. It started to consolidate right after I entered the trade, so that's a little bit of a oof. But we were quite bullish the whole Tokyo session. We did come close to breaking above yesterday's highs, which I would love to see, and then continue up to about 29,124. But it's the last half an hour, it's been very flat. So I don't know if I am probably going to be in this trade for all that much longer. It's probably going to start pushing a little bit lower because we're really struggling to push up from here. It's probably going to kind of like wick its way down, sweep me out, and then we'll see what happens from there. We have about 47 minutes before this 4-hourly candle closes. The 1-hour candle had opened up about 12 minutes ago. This might be a rejection from here, trying to push a little bit lower. I am not sure, but the 15-minute it's not looking super great. So
yeah, I just got TP on gold. To be honest,
did you take a sell?
It was a trade I had since yesterday. Where is my chart in here? I had since yesterday. Where is gold? Yeah, we were talking, not this one. It was the opposite. It was a wonk. We were talking, I think on Thursday, even with you and LJ. We were trying to see what gold would do, and if gold would kind of still be trading around these levels. It made that spike to the downside. Actually, on Friday, it survived, broke this top, and then I just placed a buy limit after breaking these highs in here. I just placed a buy limit and I got in actually somewhere around that level. It was not my usual time of getting in, but I just placed a buy limit either way. Because I was expecting then to see if price would regain the 4K mark, and it did. It actually just did TP right now a few minutes ago. Just to try to regain again, because it came down. It came quite aggressively. It took these levels, but then it kind of broke above this level again. That's kind of the trigger for me to then just place a buy limit. Usually, if I was about to be peaky, I would place it kind of way further down, next to this demand zone, next to these lows, kind of left shoulder, becoming, there you go, a Quasimodo pattern. But this time, actually, I just place it a little bit higher. It's still kind of a Quasimodo, just not at the line of these left shoulders, and just literally try to regain again the 4K, and then price yesterday just bounced in between again 4K, and there you go again. You can even see that the last touch is literally 4K before price just moving to the upside, and that was already midnight. So there you go, gold moving up, and then we'll see what will happen around that structure. Maybe now it can actually carry on. We'll see. We now just broke also this massive trend line, which price has been respecting it, now broke it. So we'll see. Maybe we can have some kind of retracement. We also may have taken this high as well. Yep, we also took that one. So maybe try to retest back into this trend line, use it and try to go higher into potentially the next one. And who knows, then you start moving into this upper move on gold after respecting these lows one more time around here. So that can be, this may be the bottom for now. We'll see what type of a move we are going to have now on gold. Are you starting to see potential to go higher? Are you still looking maybe just for price to be ranging? You can guys also on the chat if I would like to know your opinions as well, if you are looking more for longs now after this rally that you had or not. What type of moves are you expecting at least on gold?
Yeah, the break that we had earlier of that trend line that you had there from the tops of, I think it was the fourth or so, I like the break, but I was looking more towards the idea of us coming back down again to retest that break before then deciding if it wants to continue pushing up. And then I see there's another line above, another downward channel just above that one. Yeah. Yes, that one. That obviously is going to be that next follow-up point. So I was looking at a potential pullback, which I liked. I think Will was in a sell. I liked the sell, potentially pulling a little bit back and then continuing up. So I'll show you here on gold. We had this base area over here. He was in a sell trying to push price lower. I thought that we could potentially come back down to this area over here. This is on the 5 minute. If I go to the 15, it's in line with the 50 EMA. We had this bearish order block over here that was tested yesterday, which we broke through eventually over here and basically retested. So I wanted to see if price could continue down, maybe come and retest this before we started pushing up again. But it did not have that. I mean, it just swept below this base area over here. Didn't quite push that deeply down as I thought it would. It started pushing back into it, and I don't know if we're going to have a rounding here or whether or not we're going to now continue pushing up. So I think this is potential another push up higher. If I have a look at the 1 hour and the 4 hour, we did have quite a rejection on the 4 hour, but on the 1 hour, it's just a bit of a pullback. So I feel like it wants to continue pushing up right now. Didn't quite go as deep down with the pullback as I thought it would, but it looks good for a potential continuation pushing price up.
Yeah, I think that's more or less the sentiment after this move, and after breaking the trend line, right? So that's something that maybe many people are going to be looking at. We can see here the comment from KDX, Pedro and me moving together, same place where I bought. Gold aiming for 4,200. Yeah, 4,200, and you're looking for those highs, beginning of July. That would be kind of an interesting monthly candle if price actually ends up going all the way to retest there, especially if it is still in July, because price already retested that, came all the way down, and now maybe if it finishes like that, just take a look at the monthly candle, how that look like. Just hide my stuff. Yeah,
that NASDAQ trade is heading towards my TP1 point, just in case anybody is wondering.
Yeah, that's good move there. That's just a proof like we don't control when market moves, right? You're saying that it was a little bit boring, price was not going anywhere, and all of a sudden price just moves. So this is how it looks like at this point, the monthly candle. So if it does manage to go all the way back to 4,200, then it becomes a little bit more of a bullish one, even though then we still have our destruction here that can still hold price over test and maybe carry on moving to the downside. So that's at least something on the monthly time frame to pay attention to. Yeah, we'll see. I think there's going to be maybe more opportunities depending on the retracement to potentially look for a long on gold at this point. At least that's the more or less the bias that I'm looking for. However, I think one of the things that I'll be paying attention to is about the dollar index, and maybe here I would like to know also you guys your opinion, and everyone that is watching us on the chat, is if you are bullish or bearish on the dollar. because the dollar just also broke. Yeah, dollar also broke this walls and also this trend line that we have all the way since 6th of May. So we managed to break that quite aggressively. Since then, price regained back into this structure. At least kind of went back into this above these levels in here. I think it still kind of needs to break this top, which is, in my opinion, kind of the last top that created this last low, that created this break. So I think it kind of needs to find ways to break it. Otherwise, it can just be a retest to the structure. We also start having this downward trend line, and we are also retesting now the trend line that it broke as a retest in here to see if price actually managed to push lower or not. But you do have this demand zone in here, so I think which direction dollar index is going to move towards to, which zone actually is going to hold price either up or down, and then can have a consequence on gold, right? Because at this point the dollar and gold has been moving quite opposite. So if by any chance we are looking for gold to actually carry on moving to the upside, most likely that's going to push dollar down. In that sense, if you're looking for gold to go to those 4,200s, most likely then dollar needs to hold somewhere around here, or even the spike up and then somewhere around here, and carry on pushing to the downside, and this becomes basically a break of structure, and price will go lower and everything. Otherwise, this just becomes a kind of fake out, basically price collecting liquidity and now starting to push higher again, which is going to be an interesting one. I still don't have 100% of bias in here, but I think price is close to make up his mind to see where it's going to go next.
I'll have a little gander there in a moment. I just need to quickly send a message, if you don't
No problem.
mind.
Yeah, no problem. I'm going to try to see what our friends say here on the chat. Okay. B Cook, we're going to take a look at your question in a bit with Richard, which is a bit more technical about an account. Can you see the triangle pattern? Triangle pattern is a major role. So how did you think? Can you see the triangle pattern? Triangle pattern is a major role. So how did you think about it? In which asset are you talking about? Are you talking about the dollar?
I think he's talking about DXY right now.
Yeah. Okay. It's maybe this triangle, kind of what you have in here. Yeah, but
It's
basically
not really much of a triangle for me.
Yeah, not exactly, to be honest, but usually a triangle, it means that price is getting squeezed, right? It's like price it started with big waves and all of a sudden it's getting lower waves, kind of lower movements, which means it's getting compressed before potentially expands. Now the direction of the expansion, that's what we're trying actually to find out right now. Price is again back into this kind of getting really squeezed into the triangle, to the edge of the triangle, and now is going to break towards it, either upside or downside. At least that's the way I'm looking at. So yes, if you do want to gamble, if you want to kind of try to make your mind into one direction, most likely that can lead you into a good risk reward, but also maybe can be just a fake signal, and then price can just go to the opposite side. So yes, we'll see. Our friend here again, just a second, just see what he says. The XY seems bearish to me, okay? On a higher time frame, however, bullish on the lower time frame. Could be a slightly pushover, but maybe go down later. Yeah, I think maybe we're talking because of this break, right? So because of the break that we had in the year, it could be attracting more sellers. Just one thing that I would have liked to see is that when price when price eventually broke these lows, which is basically these lows in here, I would have liked to see price not just making one low and kind of squeeze back up, but actually making a low a little bit and make another low and then price go. Because at this point, price kind of made a really aggressive move to downside, and this low managed to hold price straight away and price find ways to push higher. I always prefer to see price breaking the structure, retracing a little bit, making another low. It can even be a smaller one, and then price can then retrace before moving to the downside again. When it's just a one quick squeeze move down, then price doesn't even manage to make a second low there. That always makes me a little bit more doubtful if that's actually kind of a break to the downside of just the liquidity before price continues to move higher until eventually comes back down again, which didn't really have that on the dollar index, unfortunately.
On the dollar, on the lower time frame, the whole of the New York session yesterday, the whole of the Tokyo session, and then as well as this morning hasn't been the most convictive in terms of its upward push. We also have these, there we go. We also have the high of Wednesday's New York session, Friday's high point as well, that we've basically broken above and come back down to retest. I would love to see us push up from here, just for the sake of the break and retest of Friday's high, so last week Friday's highs. And I would like for us to potentially make our way back up again to, what was this, yesterday's highs, and then that is basically there we go. It's basically a area of resistance, which is basically what I want to see. So right now we're hopping between Friday's highs and yesterday's highs effectively. So I want to see us break either one of the two. Either break above and continue up, or break below and continue lower. So that's what I'm looking for at the moment for DXY. Not entirely sure which one I'm rooting for most. I would like to see us just kind of continue this upward trend that we have here. Lower time frame, obviously, but just this little bit of a movement here. Just see if there's anything in it. But I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure if we're going to continue pushing up from here. We have a little bit of lower time frame consolidation right now. With a bit of an attempt of a downward push, I think it might have another leg to try and push down here. If it breaks through this, we're continuing lower. But other than that, I'm a little flat. On the 15-minute, doesn't look super bearish or super bullish. It's kind of sideways at the moment. It's a little bit stuck. And then the hourly as well. The hourly had a bit of a rejection, which is nice, but the follow-up is a bit slow. There could be a little bit more of a leg in here to try and retest up there. We can see. But right now, I'm waiting, lying in wait.
Yeah, I think if we pivot, then again we can carry on trying to solve the issue, or kind of to solve this puzzle, which is then maybe looking at euro dollar and so on. Let me just take a look again at these comments. So this was his comment about, I have a question. When you pass the first evaluation on 20k bootcamp account, usually how long does it take to get the next evaluation phase to start? It should be quite quickly, to be honest. But if it's taking a little bit of time, just maybe get in touch with the support team for them to maybe do it manually for you.
Yeah.
That would be my advice. Okay, but it should be like maybe 1 day, like maybe sometimes less than that. Sometimes maybe because of weekend, maybe can take maybe 48 hours. But if it's taking a few days, just definitely get in touch with the support team so they can accelerate your process to get started on the second phase of the bootcamp program.
Yeah, so usually with the phases, it's quite quick within 24 hours, unless there is unless your account has been sent over to the risk team to have a look. But generally, it is very quick. Once again, if they haven't reached out, like Pedro said, just reach out to help@the5ers.com and just ask them, look, it's been X amount of time. Just want to clarify how long would it take.
Yeah, we have kind of contradictory opinion in here. Zigzag. Much of the dollar strength depends on the Fed. That's true. In terms of their position regarding the interest rate, and is looking for a potentially continuation of to the upside on the dollar, which could be interesting. Okay, I don't totally disagree with you on that one. I wish LJ was here, because LJ is the one that actually tried to convince me to see a bearish move on the dollar for the next few weeks or months, because LJ is calling bluff that the Fed is going to hike rates. Actually doesn't really see that much of an upside in there. I think he's a bit more dovish than hawkish. But there you go. Like, so again, if the situation in the Middle East continues, which again a couple of weeks ago it looks like that we were close to a resolution, and now we are nowhere near close again to that stage. that most likely can create pressure, and you'll see. The reality is that the CPI that we had last week was quite good, really low, and the market was having the sensation or the feeling that maybe until the end of the year, maybe not even any kind of interest rate or any hike again. So we start moving a little bit more to the downside on the dollar. Now, basically, more stress in the Middle East. Dollar is moving up again. So I think we're going to need to see some kind of a resolution on that on the geopolitical situation in the Middle East to see eventually dollar moving downside. Otherwise we could go higher. Technically, I already mentioned kind of what I'm looking for, but I'm still totally okay if the dollar wants to continue to go higher, and if it wants to go above this high in here, I'm totally okay, because the dollar at this point is still holding the 100 mark. Okay, so the same way that it was holding that mark to the downside for a few months or even 1 year, now it could be working as a support level and price just holding this 100 mark and try to push higher, which I'm not totally against it. I'm definitely not totally against it, because then when you are looking at euro as well, so euro beginning of or end of June, I was not showing my chart. Damn it, sorry.
Okay.
I was just bouncing around here and zooming in, zooming out on my dollar index. But when looking at euro as well, euro broke this structure, right? So euro managed to break out these lows as well. Now, is this kind of same thing as the dollar? Is this just collecting liquidity to try to push higher, or there's actually eventually a follow through and the dollar actually is going to continue to push lower? Of course, if that happens, dollar is going to move higher. Again, I'm not totally against that idea. Okay, when I'm looking at this chart and looking at where the euro actually reacted at this top all the way back to this, if we are within this range, euro reacting exactly at the extreme of this structure in here and creating this type of price action, already breaking lows. This looks like to me more of a bearish turn, and potentially for price to continue to move lower on the euro, instead of just collecting liquidity from here and all of a sudden trying to go higher, or even if it goes higher, then eventually try to go lower again at the higher prices. So that would be a little bit more of my view. But on the lower time frame, I mean, like 4 hours or even daily, but looking at this last month or so, we are stuck within this range as well. I could still see maybe some buying pressure somewhere around here, and even buying pressure from at its lows as well. I wouldn't be surprised if price does that. But also I could see some selling pressure from here and even selling pressure from these highs again. So there is a few levels in here where price can still bounce and kind of continue within this range for a few more weeks or even days. So that's a little bit where I am, undecided, waiting for it. Looking at the euro index, goes a little bit more in alignment with euro dollar. We also managed to break this, retraced, come all the way back. Now we are close to this edge in here. Price is really struggling to go higher. There's a lot of compression here, but I think this could eventually lead into a big momentum to downside. And if that happens, then opens the door also for the euro index to go down, which most likely goes in alignment with the euro dollar to also move lower. And one of the reasons I'm looking for that is because price already managed to break this. We just retraced, fake out this level, react from there, and now has been holding price and eventually could do that. So that will go a little bit more in alignment of a potential bearish euro, could be strong dollar, but then the gold, it will be a little bit of a problem if you actually see gold moving to the upside or not. Yeah, that's more or less what I'm looking at this one. The pound is slightly different. There's more room in here. Pound went a little bit higher. Just fork out that high. I think there's maybe a zone above that price left behind. Eventually could go there. And I think now it's just curious to see how price may react from this demand zone that price created. So we'll see. You had already a little bit of reaction, but today already moving to downside. UK that yesterday basically confirmed England confirmed the new prime minister. So let's see if there's any kind of stability political wise in the UK. I think the new prime minister is quite enthusiastic and strategic. I think he wants to create a little bit of a better plan for the UK economy or for the English economy, so that can manifest some positivity into the markets. We'll see.
Yeah,
I think it could see a little bit more of a bearish move on the pound before potentially go higher.
Abradolf Linkler, welcome back. There's been a lot of work in the background. Rich, love it. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff behind me now. Pedro, how are you, my man? And how's Cookie doing?
Cookie, where is he? Sometimes he does sweep just behind me on the sofa, but I think maybe he's sweeping somewhere else now.
I have
yeah,
a cat shade over there. Usually my cat also sleeps there, but I haven't seen my kitty cat. I accidentally kicked her earlier. I think now she's annoyed at me.
Yeah, I think he may be around maybe in the next hour or so. I gave him just a little bit of food. To be honest, he's not thinking that much. So my partner is no longer here. She went to Greece already, and I think he's missing her. So he's kind of not eating as much. But I need to control because I have 2 cats. Otherwise, the other guy is just going to eat all his food.
Overeat.
So I need, So I just need to keep. When we have automatic food, like we have kind of at a certain time to move, the food just goes. But if he doesn't eat it, I need to kind of go there and control it and kind of hide the food. So the other guy then, when he's angry, he can eat it. But yeah, I think he's sleeping now. So
he's on a hunger strike. I will eat when my mistress is back. If the mistress is not here, I won't eat.
Yeah, but the problem is she's going to be away for another month or so. But I'm going to join her there, and only then we come back together.
Is somebody looking after the kitty cats while you're gone, or are you taking them
to we're going to bring someone to take care of them at least kind of 1 hour per day or whatever. It's just a full new expense that you need to have. But I'm glad that it's like pet sitters at least to do that job. Because one day we just kind of took him to kind of a hotel, whatever. It was a terrible experience. I swear to never do it again. It was a terrible experience for them.
Yeah, we used to have a service here where you could, if you're going on holiday or something, you could take your cat to a shelter of sorts.
Yeah,
and then they take care of the cat. But I've also heard like harrowing stories about people's pets, being mistreated or stuff like that. So I was just like, nah, I'll just get a family member if I'm going away. Shane,
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I bailed out of that NAS trade. Yeah, I can see why. That consolidation that we had, we missed my TP, and we're starting to pick up a little bit of it seems like an attempt to maybe push back down again, but I'm still in this trade. If it hits stop loss, then so be it. Tis what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, NAS, to be honest, what?
No, I was just looking at Abradolf Linkler's response here. Good to be watching you guys again. Please go on with the analysis before I get insulted. You won't be insulted, mate.
No problem. And everything is related to trading. Like I made a bad decision at the time, and then I changed it. I changed strategy straight away. There is no shelter anymore for them because it was not a good experience. But yeah, and NASDAQ, to be honest, when I'm looking at it, because it respected these lows again, I don't know if it wants to come back into this upper edge level. Yesterday, again, price respecting this structure, going back again, kind of this level that has been touched a few times, so it's going up again. I'm curious to see if eventual price comes back into this level. Many people may be looking at all these lows in here and maybe think about a lot of liquidity underneath. That's maybe going to be a potential target for the future. Again, I don't really have a bias at this point. I'm looking maybe for price maybe to get close to your target. Maybe, I don't know if your target was somewhere around here, 29,300 or whatever it may be.
29,150.
Yeah, so it's a little bit lower, but it's okay. It's somewhere around this next structure.
Yeah.
To see if price actually has the power to go there and then reassess. Because actually, once it's here, now it broke the structure as well. Maybe it just can retest this and continue, and maybe eventually going to try to target these levels again. Yeah, I don't really have a bias right now. If price maybe comes back into here, maybe there's opportunity to try to go long again, potentially. Something like this, maybe let it take the high first. Maybe that's an opportunity to try to aim to the upside, or not. At this point, I need more price action. I need more PI around here. Even on S&P, I'd like to see maybe breaking again these levels and then try to rejoin the move to the downside. If price just wants to go higher, because price hold this level as well, I'm going to be a little bit in doubt what to do what to do next, because I think eventually S&P could take the highs and maybe try to go short after taking the highs. And the Dow I'm a bit more bearish. I think Dow has more potential. So if I was about to maybe to make up my mind in one of these US indices, I think I'll try to squeeze Dow a little bit more to the downside. I think Dow could get a little bit closer to maybe to this 51,600. So maybe let it go higher a little bit, respect its structure, and just keep on doing exactly what it's been doing in these last few days. Break lows, retest the previous high, short again, break lows, retest previous high, short again, until eventually gets a little bit more into this next structure, somewhere around here. So I'm a bit more bearish on the Dow, and the Dow has been playing quite nicely, to be honest. I was just waiting for a quicker fake, a higher fake out in here, which never happened. Price kind of hold out these levels, looking just for a squeeze, and then move over. And never really happened this move up to this level. Sure.
Pedro, do you mind giving me just 5 minutes? I quickly need to address something, and then I will be back. Just
no problem. Back to the old school. Does the 5ers have a technical analysis team? Share charts ideas for the day. That's basically what you are doing on this live stream. Okay, that's exactly what you are doing. Basically, every single host is sharing their own analysis. You can ask questions as well. Then, of course, if you want to share your own analysis, we do have our Discord where you can also share your point of view, talk with other members. Maybe I think at this point you can also have your own journal where you can also share your performance analysis, maybe what you are looking for on a daily basis if you want to get into that accountability system of others seeing what you are doing and then for you to then just follow your plan. That can be a good process as well, but that's basically what you are doing. So I don't know if you're asking privately, if you are just sharing whatever secrets we have. No, we share our secrets with all of you guys here. There's no hidden secrets that are kept away from you guys. Whatever we are looking at during this live stream is basically what you are trying to trade. Yeah, Pedro, don't give your cat. No, that's just for me. No, that's not. To be honest, does he like banana though? I don't think so. I think he may have got close to it, smell it, but he didn't. He didn't go for it, and I'm glad because I'm not sharing that with anyone. That's just for me. And I challenge you guys. I'm telling you, I challenge you guys to properly try it and then give me your feedback. Okay, just don't judge me before you even try it. Hello from London, fantastic, guys. We are curious. I'm actually curious because we are starting to do many events. Okay, even for other across the 5ers with different communities. For example, this last Saturday for the Portuguese community, we just arranged our first football tournament. It was a great event that we did. Like 40, 50 people joined the event. Gladly, the 5ers team actually won the tournament. So congrats to our team. I guess the other guys. But in the UK, we haven't really done much. Okay, and I'm trying to persuade the team at the 5ers to see if we can do something in the UK, England specifically. It can be more of a seminar or it can be an activity. So let me know in the chat. I don't have the date, of course, so many of you are from the UK, but I believe there are many of us that are from the UK, and I would love to try to organize something as well for us in the UK, any kind of event. So let me know in the chat how many of you are around here. In the UK, England, whatever, and if you would be willing to join us for some kind of either activity or seminar, whatever it may be. Okay, because I'm going to try to persuade them. Okay, I don't feel that it's just fair for us to organize in Brazil or India or even in Japan and not really doing also in the UK. And I want to do that. So let us know in the chat. Trader Joe. NQ, futures NQ. If price confirms 2938, okay, let me just take a look at this. 2938, is that above 2938? Is this the previous high here or is it above somewhere around here? Because I believe that's different. It is different, the data. So we may be looking at different stuff. I don't know if I can have the futures in here. NQ futures. 39. 2938. 2938. Is this the level? Am I looking at the right chart? Basically the same thing. Is long. If breaks below 2992 is a short. Okay. So, all right, somewhere around here. So I'm looking if price kind of goes higher and breaks above, maybe you're looking for a long. If price goes below, unless you're looking at this level and I'm not looking at correctly, then you're looking for a short. All right, that could make sense. I would actually prefer to see properly the level itself that you're looking at. No, man, I'm Portuguese. I'm Portuguese. I'm not Moroccan. I'm Portuguese. Okay, from Lisbon. Oh, mango. I'm not a big fan of mango though. I'm not a big fan of mango for some reason. I love almost every single fruit. I'm not a big fan of pineapple either, but mango I think is the other one that I'm not a big fan. Aside from that, I think I eat every single fruit. You are from Malaysia. Yeah, that's going to be a difficult one for us to organize something. At least for me to organize something, it's going to be quite difficult for me to be able to do that. But welcome to the channel. I'm glad you are here with us. All right, other things that you guys are looking at. Okay, New Zealand. I think someone mentioned New Zealand. Okay, New Zealand is going to be an interesting one. Unfortunately, price hasn't really managed to break. Yesterday, someone brought this chart to me. I got into my radar. However, price hasn't really managed to break, and it keeps respecting the previous structure. Okay, so I would like eventually to see some of this structure being broken to the downside to start looking for a short. We do have all this liquidity, okay, basically 3 highs in here in a row, and price now just broke it. I think we had CPI in New Zealand overnight, and that's why we had this push higher. However, I still don't see the break to the downside, and that's a little bit of a red flag for me. We are back into a structure where price respected several times in the past. That was basically the support resistance structure. We do have the supply just above. It's basically where price almost touched it. So I could see the potential scenario where we have a little bit of a bearish move. We could have a little bit of a bigger retracement. That's basically what I'm trying to aim for on this move. Okay, let's just think like that. Okay, so the same way that price kind of started to make this move to downside and eventually found a little bit of structure and make this move up before trying to resume, that's more or less what I'm going to try to look for right now. Okay, this type of a move, but the opposite, which is price went up and eventually I'd like to see price making this move down and then eventually could resume to move to the downside. So I'm trying to catch this move right now. When I'm looking at New Zealand as well, and I'm looking at where price reacted really nicely from the extreme. Okay, so if I was looking for a target for this move to downside, in my opinion, price reached that target, and now it could go half the way and can even maybe aim to this highs from where it was. Okay, so eventually I wouldn't be surprised if I see New Zealand going all the way and trying to take these highs altogether from the move in here. However, as I mentioned, I'm not expecting just as a flat, kind of a straight move. I'm expecting eventually some kind of retracement before price resumes. And that's the type of opportunity I'm going to try to aim for right now. I'm still going to wait. At this point, I'm still not really aiming to short within this level unless there's something like this. Okay, unless there is something like this. All right, price is doing something like that. Yeah, unless there is maybe something like that and price breaks again, and there is a move. Price hold this level. Yeah, unless there is a little bit of a move like that to try to then short it. I'm going to actually set up an alert in here. In that way, okay, but I'm still going to be aware that if price goes a little bit higher, it can still squeeze a little bit this high, getting into that structure in here. There's a little bit of more of a room to the upside that price can still visit and then try to aim a little bit more to downside. But at this point, I could see price maybe trading at least towards this level. So one of my first targets at this point on this potential short on New Zealand, it will always be still within, 1 second, just remove this. It will always be still within this level. Okay, and then if you break that, then you could go higher. I'll come back, Richard. Yeah, then if you do break below this level, then I could aim for a little bit of a bigger target if you break below this. and you can maybe play with it and try to see until where price eventually can move towards to in here. But that's one of the players that is a little bit on my radar right now in New Zealand for potential shorts.
Right, I am back. Apologies for leaving you all by your lonesome, Pedro. Apologies, but I am back.
Yeah, welcome. All right. Next, Evo Pedro, next World Cup in Portugal. That's World Cup's going to be a mess, to be honest.
It's going to be a mess, you say? Why?
Yeah, because it's not going. So this one was in Mexico, United States,
US and Canada. Yeah.
Yeah. So the next one, because I think it celebrates the 100-year World Cup. I think it starts in Uruguay because that's where the first edition happened, and then I think there is also a match in Argentina for some reason. And then eventually everything moves towards Spain, Portugal, and Morocco. Okay, and I think at this point Morocco is almost about to win the final. Kind of like I think the final is about to happen in Morocco, which again doesn't make sense to me. I think it should be somewhere in Madrid, at Santiago Bernabeu or something like that. So because initially I think it was Portugal and Spain that applied for to host the World Cup, but meanwhile now it's like to be like 5 or 6 countries. Like imagine you start playing in Uruguay and then you need to travel over Atlantic just to play your second match somewhere else. Like FIFA needs to get a little bit of a grip of themselves and not overcomplicate so much all this because it starts making no sense whatsoever. Yeah, whatever.
You don't seem all that enthused about it, but I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be nice in Portugal. It's going to be nice. I don't know how many games they're going to have, but it's going to be just fine. And they want to increase again. I think from 48 now to 62 teams or national teams. I don't think that makes sense neither. I think there's going to be a big difference in between the quality of the games. I don't think people are interested on watching something like that. Who knows? It's just all about money. That's basically what they care about.
Yeah, it's usually how it goes.
Yeah. All right. Euro dollar. I don't have. We kind of cover already euro dollar. Azure trades. Let us know in the chat what you are looking at. Okay, so are you looking for long, shorts, time frame? Is it 5, 15 minutes, 1 hour? What time frames are you aiming for, and what is your bias on euro dollar? Because euro dollar, in my opinion, is quite similar to dollar index right now. Just a quick one. Yeah, can go all the way here. Close this gap, and then maybe find new selling pressure after taking that low. Could also happen. And if it wants to squeeze more a little bit, then you're going to be looking for 114.60, and that's basically the two zones I'll be aiming for. So one need to be somewhere around here, the other one to be somewhere around there, and then the other one need to be somewhere lower, and that's it. 3 levels that I'll be aiming for, and then the 4th level to be at this extreme. That's it.
1, 2, and 3. Boom. Gold looking like it wants to potentially start pushing up a little bit again after this bit of a pullback.
Yeah.
NASDAQ still very much flat, not really doing much. I mean, you can see here on the 15-minute, if I go over to the 15-minute, it is the most flat price action right now. We'll see. It's just this trade of mine might end up like sticking either. It's probably going to be just stuck here and never just hit either one. I'm just going to be in this trade until perpetuity, you know, until next week. I don't know. This is how flat this is. This is horrible.
So it missed your TP by a little bit. Was that the case?
Yeah. It missed it out by just a bit, and then just stuck here. I mean, it's stuck in profit, which is a good place to be stuck in. It's, you know, it sucks being stuck in drawdown, but it's currently just it's just, I don't know, in perpetuity. It's just going to sit here, and I can move to break even once we've hit TP2, but that is a long way away if we don't get some sort of push now. Like I said, this 15-minute candles that I have here is just indicates absolute flat. Just flat. 5 minutes before this hourly candle closes, and it does look like it may want to be some sort of rejection. And then even on the 4 hour, come on. Why won't you move? Here we go. we swept that high swing point that we had, which was this one over here. So we've taken yesterday's highs, but we haven't closed above, which is not good.
When did you add it? You added that kind of recently, right? Was it 1 month ago or something like that? Or
these candles, these extra high time frame ones. Last week. I added them last week, yeah. Started using them from last week, yeah.
Have you seen any kind of? Does it help you at all, or not? Kind of
like as a benefit.
Benefit.
You know me, Pedro. I like to see things very quickly. I want to be able to not have to guess. Let's put it like that. I want to have a look and see, okay, cool. The 4 hour closed here as an example. So I don't have to go back and be like, okay, the 4 hour was there. Okay, so that was the 4 hour low.
Yeah.
So it like speeds up that idea. And then the same with the hourly. It's like, oh, okay, cool. We closed bullishly, but what did we do over the last hour and a half with the 15 minutes? So I think it helps me see very quickly what it is that I'm potentially looking for without needing to go to the other screens. So without having to go to the hourly and be like, okay, so the hourly was doing this and so on. I still go and do 4 hour, 1 hour, 15-minute analysis. But if I have an idea, I don't want to have to go and hop back again.
Yeah.
Say, okay, if this gets broken. So it's like a visual reminder that, look, price is at this area right now. If we can break that one with conviction in this amount of time, then I can just take the trade. So it's these little tidbits of information. Okay, there's 3 minutes before the 4 hourly one closes. It just helps like take off some of the mental load that you're doing for other stuff.
Yeah, definitely. I understand. For me, yes, for those 4 hours, I just actually draw a line, so you don't really need to have the line because you actually have then the candle in front of you. And it's one of the more addiction things I do is which you just keep swapping time frames, like just in concept. Especially I have them on the MT5. I have them a hotkey on my mouse, so as I scroll, it's just 4 hour, 1 hour, 4 hour, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 1 hour. I just keep on moving that. I was just unconsciously. That's addictive, to be honest. It's my still.
So you're just sitting there with your button on your mouse.
It's a means of mouth. Just going like that. It's okay. I need to stop this. This is nonsense. Like I've been doing this for the last 5 minutes without any reasoning.
Yeah.
But it's interesting.
It's the same idea that you can do stuff that's addictive, but I'm trying to, because there's so much things that you have to pay attention to and you have to keep in your mind. And then on top of that, there's like stuff in the background where people are messaging you or you have to answer emails and stuff like that while you're on stream because people are asking for information. Then I can't be bothered to be like, okay, what is the 1 hourly doing? And I still want to take a trade based on a specific trade idea, have it play out. Yeah. So it's all about that simplicity, like trying to simplify it as much as I can without giving too much attention to things that could be a bit distracting. Let's put it like that.
Definitely Ronaldo, not Messi. But at this point, I just respect both of them. That's it, and both of them can. Yeah, I think both of them played the last World Cup. There's actually a comment, an interesting comment in here, and actually I saw something similar on the Portuguese community, which is from FX Hassan, right? And it's interesting the way perceive information or the scarcity that there is a little bit on the industry when they see all of a sudden some big discount, which is not exactly a discount, to be honest, because it's not we are not doing discounts. It's just a campaign that's going to last only the summer. There is a reason for us to do that. Okay, so just to quickly reply to your question, which is there any problem with the company? No, there's no problem with the company. We are well established. There's no issues with liquidity or whatsoever. Okay, we are okay. We are actually carry on investing so many other projects that you guys have no idea behind the scenes.
The 5ers is expanding like crazy.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, that's we are actually. I think in the last 2 years, in 1 year and a half, we kind of grew a lot.
And there's more in the pipeline as well. There's more stuff coming.
And maybe that's actually one of the things that we struggle with in terms of the growth as a company itself, because all of a sudden we start growing and more issues started to appear, and then we need to carry on solving them as we are growing. So no, there is no issues. Again, the problem, not the problem, like one of the reasons behind the summer plan is exactly what it says, summer plan. Like it's traditional that summertime, not just the market itself, but even maybe trading activity slows down a little bit because it's normal. It's summertime, especially in Europe and many other countries. So people have more tendency to travel, to either go enjoy the weather and maybe not spend as much time trading. And that's kind of what you're trying to persuade you guys to carry on trading during this period. Or if you do go on holiday, maybe just take your laptop with you and carry on being active trading. That's the reason behind it. Okay, so it's a win-win for everyone. So take advantage because, as you know, after the 31st of August, the opportunity is gone. So kind of don't complain while it's happening. Just take advantage while it's happening, and then don't ask for it after it finishes, right? So that's kind of what needs to be happening here.
There's also another aspect to it as well. It's the idea that the 5ers is testing out new approaches to create the best opportunity for traders. And we're talking like low entry traders to like high entry traders. Let's put it like that. For argument's sake, if you are a really good trader, you've been trading for many years, the idea of a summer account is not really going to be enticing to you. And you'll probably want to continue doing your high stakes or even your one pass pro growths or hyper growths as an example. But new people coming into the industry, you're trying to accommodate everybody so that you can find the best traders across all fields. So the idea is also, apart from what Pedro has alluded to, is that the 5ers is still trying its very best to be the best trading platform prop-wise, and also supply people with the best potential accounts. And then outside of that as well, also, you can't stagnate and just rely on old like ways of doing things. Mm-hmm. If you want to be the best, you need to do what others are either not doing, or you need to do something that is so far outside of the norm that it like becomes a revolutionary thing. So the summer account, along with the ideas of trading during summer times when people are going on, it's time to entice people to remain active, as an example. But it's also with that idea of trying to be trendsetters, to try and bring in a new type of account. Because if you go and have a look at the summer account, it's a blend. It's a blend account. It's like a CFD futures blended account. Where do you see CFDs that has consistency rules only in funded but not in evaluation, as an example? So they've tested this account. It came off quite favorably. And they were like, look, if we're going to do a summer session, let's do it with this account. So you never know. This might even become a flagship one in the future, and it remains at this level. So
yeah, there's that possibility as well. And even the one phase period, like it comes out, must become a hyper growth as well into high stakes. Like they test the different things. And of course the cap situation of the payout as well, it's to test how the traders react to it. Do they like it? Is there a big issue? Do they feel comfortable just carry on with maybe more quantity of payouts instead of just stacking into a bigger payout in the future? So those are a few things that definitely the 5ers is trying out. If you guys do pay attention to it, you could kind of realize that it's not just a complete black and white of the typical high stakes. There are a few things going on in there, and the consistency rule, as you mentioned as well, is quite similar to something that happens in the futures, and try to see how it works with the CFDs as well, which is nice.
I like this account. I really do. I think it's a really nice account.
Yeah. You were saying that it was a joke, but actually I heard a private comment. Actually, they didn't make the comment to me, but then someone shared it with me, because that's a perception. Okay, again, I don't want to say that it's a bad perception or kind of a good perception, but actually something that sometimes people think about it. Okay, these guys are maybe like so cheap. Are they having problems? Because that's exactly what we experienced 3 or 4 years ago. I don't even remember now how long was it, when there was that big issue with the prop firms and many disappearing. Like all of a sudden you're doing 90% discounts or even offering it, just trying to catch or kind of get as much liquidity as possible into their accounts to stay alive. But it's completely different what you're trying to do here. It's totally different.
Yeah. So the idea is it's evolution. It's the idea of moving forward. It's trying something new, and the best time to do that is when people typically, when trading, like the flow of trading kind of subsides a little bit during the summer times or whatnot, where the majority of the people are going on holidays and stuff like that. So it's a test. At the same time, it's a way to say, look, it's a cheaper barrier of entry. But on top of that, none of our other accounts are on discount at all. They're all still regular price. That's still available. You can go and pick any one of them. I have to say this as well, though. The summer sale, the summer accounts, it's not stopping here. There's more stuff coming on as well. There's more things that's coming. So keep an eye out on your social media posts and stuff like that for that. They're still working on it in the background, but it's still coming. I've already seen a portion of the information, and it's very interesting. I don't know how they came up with this idea, but it's kind of cool.
That's great. That's it. Just to clarify, because I haven't really understood. How many accounts can we have of each one of the accounts?
Two of each. Two of each. You can have 6 in total. Yo, what's up, Rich? That's
hey guys.
7.
How does it work? 12 each, and you can 6 in total. What do you mean?
There's 3 accounts. There's one phase, and then there's
got it. And then the 2 phases. Yeah. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah. So you can have 2 of each. You can have 6 in total.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, and you can copy trade between all of them.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Perfect.
No issues in terms of copy trading whatsoever. News trading, however, is the same as it is with the high stakes. Yeah, so it's a typical be careful with news trading. Yeah. Sorry, I think we both clicked on the exact same one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ahmed is saying, I hate consistency rules where you're not able to catch the big winners. You can. Like, since when does consistency prevent you from taking big winners? You can take big winners. You just have to take another big winner as well. You have to ensure that 50% of your profits on the account doesn't come from a single trade. So you can have a 50% trade, and then you can do 3 other ones that each have, let's say, 20%, which brings it up to 60% as an example. And then you have a 60-40 between the 4, and then it splits over, and then you will be under 50%. So it doesn't prevent you from getting big winners.
That's true. Yeah, I don't see that as an issue either, honestly. Like, on a 10K account, like, you can have a 5K profit target, and that's it. It's good enough. Like, that's 5% already. Just take another one. Just take a couple of other trades to pass it. You don't need to go all in just with one trade.
And I mean, we've literally just addressed this. It is a summer promotion. None of our other accounts are discounted whatsoever. And this account is only going to be available until the end of August. So this is a summer promotion when there's lower trading participation in general. So don't read too much into it. Like, don't let your imagination get ahead of you, my friend.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're different accounts as well, aren't they? They're not exactly the same account. They're something that is, the old accounts, they don't have consistency rules. The old accounts have got a bigger daily loss, for an example. So it's sort of apples with oranges. When I looked at them, I was like, this is a great deal. And I was like, hold on, there's 3 major differences. And then I looked at the consistency rule. I'm a low risk to reward trader. So when we see the comment of, isn't it a problem for big winners? Absolutely. If a trader trades high risk to reward, then the trader just has to trade a larger sample size to be able to average out their profitable days from unprofitable days, which means the trader just typically has to wait slightly longer for a payout. But the rule of thumb is the lower the consistency number, the harder it is for the trader. So a 50% consistency rule is a very soft rule, in my honest opinion. If you're able to catch a big winner and you have a plan and you trade it well, you should be able to catch 2 big winners or 3 big winners over a bigger sample. So it's just... And plus, what have we got? 14 days on the payout cycles anyway. So, it shouldn't change the way. I should imagine a 50% consistency rule shouldn't change the way traders change. So when I look at an account, for an example, I look at how I trade and I look at, can I execute my edge here? Do I have enough leverage? Yes. Is the consistency rule a problem? Not at all, because typically anything under 1 to 3 risk reward, you you wouldn't even notice the difference. Probably 1 to 5. Outside of that, same leverage. You can't trade news, which is pretty much the same anyway, as not used to trading news events. And and I looked at it and I'm like, well, this is just a lower bar to entry and pretty much the same kind of target. So it's a different tool. And what I love about it is it's going to encourage traders to actually trade. When traders come at this from the consistency rules suck, it actually tells you what the trader's trying to do. They're trying to hit a big run and lock in. Wow, that's a big slip, and lock in profit, right? So when you're thinking about that'll probably take a while for that to come out. When you're thinking about what does a long-term relationship look like between, say, a funding allocation and a trader, it's building a track record. And it's harder to do when a trader just hits like a 1 to 10 risk to reward trade and passes in a single trade. This is why we see like a 3 trading day rule when it comes to actually passing and getting the accounts funded. Cool story, actually. I was literally same as you, but not in the NASDAQ. And I was watching price just tease around the TP. And I was like, this sucks. This really sucks. And like, even as a performance coach, I still feel, and we were talking about this on Friday, I still feel the physical effects of the trade. I still feel the emotions around it. And 3 times I'm sitting there saying, right, okay, maybe I should just cut this. And you still get these ideas of, and I heard you say, like, when you've got a lot of stuff to manage, you don't have a calm mind to trade all the time. So it takes like Abe would always say maybe we get 5 spoons a day, and sometimes you just run out of spoons throughout the day, and that's your lot spent. Trading literally absorbs probably 3 of those spoons just watching price action, waiting for setups, managing your expectations, and stuff like that. The trade I was just in at the moment was the DAX, just looking for the DAX to push above the wicks on the high, and I think we'll probably see something come out on the news calendar.
I'm
shortly.
also just kind of like waiting for it to kind of like show, because it was a sudden movement, but not a crazy movement whatsoever.
This happened, I think it was yesterday. It took about 5 minutes for it to actually show on the news calendar. But you could see the correlated move across the markets. Just sort of doubling back. One of the kind of, I guess, lies that we hear in trading, and I bought into this, is that you just reach a stage in trading where you're good enough and it's like, oh, cool, okay, now I'm profitable. A profitable trader still has to navigate themselves. A profitable trader still has to get decent sleep. They still have to get decent downtime, rest, a diversified, hobbies, going outside, exercise. Sitting at the computer all day does nothing good for your mental health. And what you often find is those that, and we see it in the trader's journey, and we've got something special coming next month, and I'm quite excited for one aspect of that in general. But we see that those who have a bit more of a balance and give less energy to trading each day are more likely to trade their plan. And if they're more likely to trade their plan, they're more likely to get a positive result if the edge is performing. You should pay me a salary.
I'm answering all of the basic questions. Yeah, we can't interject Rich while he's giving us nuggets of gold, mate. But thanks, Hassan. We appreciate you answering. All of the questions that you've answered in any way are 100% correct. Thank you very much for that. Do you want to be a moderator?
Hey, moderators are an incredible place to the foot in the door, right? Like, I think a lot of us were sort of moderating stuff and that kind of stuff a little while ago.
This what you were just talking about now, Rich, does fall in line with exactly what Unbiased Trader was saying. So he's saying, just be careful when you buy many with different MLLs. I got done in by my own mistake, as I thought I was trading on the 10% one when I was doing on the 6% and got breached. So it's the exact same thing. As if you have so many puzzle pieces that you're trying to juggle in the air, you're going to drop it. You're going to drop something at some point. One of the things, yes, if you have 6 accounts that you're buying with the summer, remember, 2 of them are going to be the one-step program, which has a completely different daily loss as well as full account loss that you have available to you, which is 6%, versus the two-step programs, which has 10%. So yes, you can trade between them, but you're going to have to like dial in and make sure that individually you still pay attention to where you are in terms of your risk parameters, how close are you to stop out, how close are you to daily loss and stuff like that. So it's always something to keep in mind. It's always the idea of there's always something that you're going to have your focus on. So whatever you can do to simplify the process to the point where it doesn't take as much mental battery power to execute a trade, or mental battery power to get you to, formulate a plan and stuff like that. Whatever you can do, do it to help yourself. If it doesn't work, that's fine. You can always move on with how you were doing things. But in my mind, it's always the idea of there's so much already taking place, and there's so many things that you have to, make sure that you are paying attention to. Because remember, this is our livelihood. If you're a full-time trader, you are reliant on this kind of like income from trading. And if you can't give your full attention to it, it can lead you into a downward spiral where you feel like, okay, you're making mistakes, and then now you're financially in trouble and stuff like that. There's obviously levels to it, fair enough, and there's deep caverns that you can go into, and you can dig yourself into a massive hole by having too many things to focus on. So try and keep it as simple as you can do it without compromising on the quality of your trading.
It never gets easier when you add another account. You logistically, as I just said, you have to physically manage that account. I was trading 5 accounts manually before I gave up and said, I can't do this. I have to get some kind of copy trading software. And then I got the copy trading software, and I spent more time in the software looking at the accounts, figuring out, well, why has this done this? And why hasn't this taken the trade? And then you've got like different symbols that you've got to match the symbols. And I found that, I mean, even today, it makes it easier, but you end up juggling things at a different risk, in different phases, in different payout cycles. So for an example, one thing I did that made this easier is every single terminal I have, I download a new MetaTrader 5 instance, and I allocate that instance specifically to that one terminal. The problem is you end up with a lot of terminals, right?
Yeah.
And I found myself one terminal short of a picnic more recently. So I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to use this one terminal instance to share 2 accounts. And then you can log in and save the password. And on the left-hand side under Navigator, you can actually log in to the different accounts. And what happened today? I've gone in, I've immediately executed the trade, and I realized I'm on a 100K account instead of a 10K account. And I believed that I was executing on the 10K, not the 100. Lucky it wasn't the other way around. And I've looked at this and said, why have I got $90 of risk? And then I saw the account balance, and I'm like, okay, this is going to be a long day. And little mistakes like that. And what happened as a result is it ended up negatively affecting the result that I should have got. And as Richard was saying, when you get to a point where maybe you're not trading $50, maybe you're trading $500, and you make a singular mistake, it could be the difference of $500, or you could be trading $5,000. I mean, I think last week I had a 3.1 hour week, and there was just a trade that I didn't recognize. And I just didn't pull the trigger because I didn't recognize. I kind of just, maybe I'd zoned out. It was quite a difficult one to sort of figure out why I didn't take the trade. And it was a difference of like 30% more of my weekly P&L based on that one 10-second lapse of concentration. And back in the past, you would go, well, it's $30. But you kind of get to a bit of a deeper level when you're in your journey and your allocation, and you go, okay, that's a month's rent, or that's a whatever. It could be something. It's very easy to attach meaning to it as well. I have to say, Pedro, that is a cute cat.
Yeah, I'm enthralled. I was listening half with one ear and one eye to what you were saying, and the other eye and the other ear was just waiting for the purr sounds and looking at the cat moving around.
I muted it. I muted the microphone, otherwise you would be listening to it. Yeah, it was doing exactly that.
Yeah, cute cat. Ginger. I also have a ginger cat, but he's fat. He's like a big boy. Yeah.
No, this one's always cute, but he has a personality.
Male.
Yeah, he's a male one. Yeah.
Interesting fact: majority of ginger cats are male.
Okay, I didn't know that.
They tend, if it's a ginger tabby, they tend to drift more towards male than female.
Yeah.
V12 engine activated, yeah.
No, yes, he knows how to play with me. Like anytime I don't pay attention to him, especially before I moved to this house, he was just sitting on my desk, start scratching my monitors. It got my attention immediately. You don't do that. You don't do that. He was looking at me like this. Okay, you're not paying attention.
Yeah.
Okay.
That ginger cat of ours, he comes and asks for food. So he has this cutest little, like, he'll look at you and he'll do this little tongue thing where he goes with his tongue, showing like, I want to eat. But if you're not paying attention to him, he'll reach up and he'll just one claw, just kind of just like softly hit your leg or your knee or something. And it's like, hey, pay attention to me, bro.
Yeah. Richard, Wales in this case. There was a question here. We kind of talked about a little bit about this last week when I brought that topic on Thursday, but maybe you can cover this answer from BX Traveler. So how do you manage your account when you're facing a big drawdown? And I'll add to it just to cover a bit of what I actually talked about last week, because last week someone asked me on the Portuguese live stream, because a trader I think was in a sequence of losses, maybe for a week or so. Basically every day was coming up negative. And he mentioned that he was thinking about having a pause, okay? Kind of pausing, maybe for a few days or for a week or something like that. That was what he wanted to do, kind of maybe to regroup his emotions or whatever it may be. And I was a little bit against it, okay? So I was against his pausing. And he kind of then had a conversation. I already spoke about that last week, I think on Thursday with Richard and LJ as well. And the main reason for me to kind of be against it was because pausing is not going to really solve your problem. You may feel a little bit better in a moment, but you are going to then face that problem again, and maybe then you're going to choose to pause again instead of actually facing your problem. And there's no way that you can progress into the next phase of trading, whatever that phase is for anyone, without actually going through it a little bit. Of course, more details, and of course, do your journey, try to understand exactly what you are doing correct, what you are doing wrong, as many times I've spoken in here. But there you go. So what do you think about this question? How do you answer this one? And would you recommend anyone to pause when they kind of feel it like it or not?
Okay. First of all, I really like what you've done here, because maybe a lot of us won't pick up on this, but Pedro, proper 5-head, sneaky little, link here about the pause. What do cats have? Pause? Come on. I knew this is what you were doing. You're like, do we take pause? And you're both holding cats on stream. Okay, let me stop being silly. So 3 things. First of all, woulda, shoulda trader take a pause? So I would say it's better for a trader to pause than trade horrendously if they're not in a state to follow their plan. So if a trader can follow their plan, absolutely, this is good feedback. It's data on the strategy. But if a trader's just in the wrong headspace where they're like, even if I size down to $5, I'm going to get emotional. I'm going to extend my stop. I'm going to average into the loss. So first of all, I would always encourage a trader, if you're not in the right headspace, sit back, record the stats of your strategy. And if it wins, you're probably going to be even in a worse headspace. So this is something that I would focus on first. If you can trade well, absolutely go ahead and look to execute your plan. If you can't, then that pause is better than trading poorly, right? Because most traders won't have an edge when they trade horrendously. Pause will turn to clause. Yeah. So 2 things when it comes to drawdown. So we'll start with losses. Now, in module 3 of the performance course that we created in the 5ers dashboard, you will see a video that is talking about how to lose well. You'll also see a video that's talking about how to deal with drawdowns. So first of all, we want to normalize the idea that when you lose, it is absolutely normal in trading. The only thing that you can pretty much decide is it a good loss or is it a bad loss? And then what I've done to help me psychologically is frame that into a good loss is when I follow my plan and it just goes to my stop loss. A bad loss is when I do anything outside of that. So I know how I should lose. Sometimes I lose in bad losses, and it tilts me quicker than anything else in trading. So once we understand the idea of how we're aiming to lose, which is through good losses, which are by following our plan, we then know what we're aiming to do. Now, when traders speak to me about being in drawdown, most of the traders are in random upswings and random drawdowns because they're not following their plan. Can't help you. Like, I'm going to hold my hands up and say, genuinely, like, the problem isn't you're winning and losing. The problem is you're not following a plan. It could be you don't have a plan. It could be it's not clear. It could be you're emotionally tilted. Like, the problem isn't the drawdown at that point, because that's bad drawdown. So first of all, what we want to do is understand what a good loss looks like and make sure that our drawdown is made up of naturally good losses. So if a trader's in a 5-hour drawdown or a 5% drawdown because they've taken 5 losing trades in the week, we want to make sure that every single drawdown, every single trade was in line with the plan. If it is, we can go, sweet, our account is exactly where we should be as a trader, like down 5%. And this is where we have to train ourselves to want to get that result. You don't want to get lucky and start skipping losses because it's not sustainable long term. Now, once we've framed what a loss is, then we start looking at like, well, what happens when you follow your plan for weeks and only good trades and there's just more losses than wins and you're in a natural good drawdown? How do you deal with it? Now, this is going to be module 3. There's a video in the course that talks about how to deal with that drawdown. So for me, what I did is, and I come from a career of car mechanics, and so this is something that what I did in this video is put in a relatable idea that a lot of people could get behind. When you drive a car, you have a temperature gauge, unless it's like a really old classic, but we won't go there. And that temperature gauge gets up to normal. You don't stress, you don't panic. That's the normal operating temperature of that car. If it was too cold, you would have a problem. If it was too hot, you would have a problem. And we don't stress about it. Now, when a trader knows what normal drawdown range looks like for their strategy, they can also put a number and it acts as a temperature gauge. Say, for an example, Pedro has a 60% win rate at 1 to 2 risk reward. Pedro is going to hit periods where he just goes down 10% and has 10 losses collectively. It's going to happen. So if Pedro has this idea that, well, I win 60% of the time, I should never lose more than 3 trades, Pedro's got a bad expectation. And that bad expectation means that Pedro's likely to change his strategy, system hop, pause his edge, over risk, get emotional. So our job as a trader is to first of all understand what normal drawdown looks like for your trading strategy. And I'm going to say that 90% of traders have no idea how big your normal drawdown should actually look. And we do this in coaching sessions all the time. We hold polls around it and we get massive feedback that most traders are only willing to go 3 to 5 losses against them. Most strategies will give you in excess of 10 to 15 hour drawdown. Like most strategies. And it doesn't mean the strategy sucks. It means that the strategy is just acting as a probabilities-based model. If you had a 55% win rate or 60% win rate at 1 to 1, you would still go through 15-hour drawdowns. Occasionally you'd bump into a 20-hour drawdown over a big enough sample size. So the trader has got to, first of all, they've got to know their numbers, which you only know through your data. And then you've got to have a realistic expectation. So for an example, all my live accounts, my challenge accounts, my whole portfolio went through a drawdown, and I think it was 12 or 14 hour. So if I'm risking 1% a trade, I just blew out all my accounts. Fortunately, I'm risking less than that. So because I know my number, I'm able to put my risk allocation to that price point. Now, this is the thing that we want to understand. If your normal drawdown range is 15 losing trades, you might win 2, lose 3, win another 1, lose another 3, but collectively be down 15 trades. You might be up 60R on the year. For an example, my drawdown, 90% of traders won't go through that and still execute the edge. They won't, because they believe it will be abnormally big. But what I do is I look at what's my R value or percentage value that I'm up on the year. We'll say we use 1% for argument's sake. If I'm up this year 65%, I couldn't care less about a 10% pullback on that or a 15% pullback because it's completely normal within the range of my system. When a trader says that they have a 60% win rate at 1-to-1, they don't. They have a strategy that just sucks and goes through losing periods and break even. Then they have a period where they just make 70, 80, 90% win rate at 1-to-1. And this is what we've got to accept as traders. You go through these incredibly hot periods and then these cooling off periods. And the cooling off periods is what we know as drawdown. So once you understand that your drawdown was created by the market, they were good losses, they're not man-made, they're not emotionally trading, you then look at that number on that temperature gauge and you go, what does normal look like? For me, normal looks like 15-hour drawdown. I go into my trading session willing to go through a 15-hour drawdown and not sweat. Why? That's normal. So my expectation is when I've lost 5 trades in a row and it happens, I go, oh well, cool. I'm not even a third of the way to what normal looks like. Like, sure, it sucks going through drawdown. So I put a line in the sand and I say, where is that red line where the temperature gauge is overheating? What is that number? And I take my drawdown and I double it. And I say 30-hour drawdown, 30%. If I go through 30 losses, like a 30 trade losing period, not 30 trade losing period, but 30 losses in my losing period, and I'm genuinely down like 30%, I'm going to look at that and say, okay, this engine, this investment vehicle, can't get me to where I want to go. It has physically overheated, and I'm going to rob it for parts. I'm going to, either scrap it, sack it off, and trade something else, or I'm going to take a few components and have a look at it. So how I deal with drawdown is, first of all, I know my normal range, which is 15 losses. And at 15 losses, I pause my trading and I go back to the moment the drawdown started and I look at every single trade I took. In a 6-week period, I could take 120 trades. I go back through the 120 trades and I say, right, I'm down 12 trades. Let me make sure that I did exactly what I was meant to. My spreadsheet has this built into it anyway because I've got the strategy result plus my result. So I always know when I'm deviating from the edge. And if I just say they're good losses, there's nothing left to do but allow time to do its thing. So if a trader really wants to get comfortable with losing, they need to make sure they lose on their own terms, which is following your plan. And then you need to document that for long enough to know that your edge actually continues working in real market conditions. And you want a real big window, because you're talking about, some traders, when they build their edge, they put in 300, 400, 500 hours to build it. If a trader can't sit through 5 losses in a row, what a waste of energy and time to build out that edge. So I say it's simple, but having a realistic expectation that I expect to go through 15 losses, then I just align my accounts with that. And if I trade at 1% risk, I know that what I'm doing is going to be pretty unsustainable. So it's looking at, like, if you did that and you lost an account, does it mean you're a bad trader? No, a bad trader is just one that doesn't follow their plan. So I'm not deliberately over risking on my trades, but I know where that number is that normal looks like. And then I double it, and that's my line in the sand. If I hit that line in the sand and I pull back 30R, I've now got I was up 60R, now I'm down 30, I'm only up 30. Is it worth it? And my benchmark is I want to make double my biggest drawdown within a year. So if I make 50% in a year, I don't want my drawdown to be bigger than 25%. And that keeps me investable in terms of my own standards and also what I know investors would look for as well. So that's dealing with drawdown, is just having an expectation of what normal looks like, and then not getting emotional in the journey. Like, can you and I do this, like, I sit there in my car and I built such a strong connection to this, and I look at the temperature gauge and I just say to myself, Rich, the temperature gauge is now starting to go from cold to normal, and it's sort of like quarter of the way. And I think, can you imagine getting emotional just in that journey of that temperature gauge? Because this is exactly what I'm doing in my trading. If I get emotional because of a win or because of a loss, then I need to let the process play out. And I can only let the process play out if I'm willing to give it a big enough sample size. And the best thing you can do as a trader is make a commitment to yourself. I'm going to follow my edge. perfectly for 50 trades. And I don't care what the drawdown actually looks like. I'm just committing to 50 trades. But the reason why traders freak out is when they go through a drawdown, they think it's never going to end. They're like, oh, Richard, I'm in this losing streak. It's never going to end. Like, how do I get out of this drawdown? When you have a line in the sand, like 30 losses, you know when it ends. So you might be 10 losses into that journey, but you know at what point it ends. If you have a max trade count of 50 trades and then you look at your sample size, you know when that drawdown ends. So you're the driver in the seat of your vehicle, and it's at your discretion when you pull the plug on your vehicle. But most people,
ebbs
they
and
start
flows.
driving. Absolutely. But most people will start driving, they'll get to 20 mile an hour, freak out that the temperature gauge is moving, they're taking a couple of losses and they'll stamp on the brakes. And then they'll go, this car's broken. I need to go and get another car. And then they'll go, yeah, Pedro, what's that thing you trade? And they'll jump in Pedro's investment vehicle and they'll drive that, and that takes 3 losses in a row. That thing sucks. They stamp on the brakes and they're no further forward. And
Jumping from taxi to taxi.
literally that, and this is where we call it strategy hopping. And most of strategy hopping is the trader not accepting what normal drawdown should look like. And so genuinely, I would recommend checking out the performance coaching course that we've created in the 5ers. It's module 3. You got 2 videos: how to deal with losses, and then you've got how to deal with drawdown. And it just explains the whole thing in those 2 videos. And then start thinking long term. We always say, like, traders need to think long term, but that's just like saying don't do that. But when you can actually spell out a way of traders, like how they can look at their accounts and give them the tool that they can apply, it's just down to them whether they choose to apply it. And I sit there and stress out about drawdown when I look at a trade by trade basis. When I zoom out, I look at my data, I look at my numbers, I remind myself of my total number. I'm chilling. I'm like, oh well, I'm in a 5 trade lose streak. Sucks. But it doesn't change anything about my life. And that's the other thing is I'm very risk adverse. So when I trade, I don't want the risk of going broke. So how do I trade in a way that gives me maximum upside?
That was easy.
What was that?
That was easy.
Just he got his TP after 5 hours.
Oh, nice. Okay, it's just wicked up.
I just heard that was easy.
Yeah.
I was like, it has to be Pedro, because even Rich was like, the hell? Okay,
Did you got your TP or not? Yeah, good.
Yeah, it hit TP.
Sorry, carry on, Richard. Sorry.
I'll finish this trail of thought with it. So the idea is that a trader can learn the theory, but they've got to put it into practice. And what you've got to do is find a way. This is why I use the car analogy. You've got to find a way that resonates to you, what normal looks like, double it because that's abnormal, and then just focus on the process and just executing again and again and again and again. And most traders won't get out of that cycle because we're taught that losing is bad. But when you can reframe that losing in accordance to your plan is good, it's way less threatening, which means you're way less likely to be emotionally triggered, which means you're way less likely to revenge on the next trade. And this is, again, coming back full circle. If a trader is still looking at losses as threatening and they take a loss, that trader should take a break. Because if they are revengeful, they're going to carry that into the next trade. If you can train yourself, and it is a heavily trained skill, to take losses and smile as the market slaps you. And it doesn't slap you, it just moves. It doesn't even know you're there. But if you can take losses and just smile and be like, well, price discovery moved against me, let me take my next trade, the trader should continue to execute on their edge. And that's the difference between traders that will scale their funding sustainably, make massive repeatable payouts. It's just the traders that have built that and got to a size where they're trading several $1,000s per trade. But they don't get there by getting emotional over a single loss, and they absolutely know the length and the journey they're willing to go on with their strategy. And it is, you've got to put up with the ugly if you want the good. Sadly,
that's why I like expectancy so much. Why I don't really care all that much about win rate or RR. It's part of the equation, but the important thing is expectancy and the management of expectancy. it's understanding that no trading strategy has a 100% win rate, and it's accepting the losses because it's a part of it. But it's actually coming to that realization and accepting it that is really difficult, and that's why I really love whenever Rich Wells comes onto the stream, because he gives not just the advice, but he gives the actionable steps that can go along with the advice, which you as the viewer can use or discard completely. It's up to you. So every step is not going to work for everybody. Some people need to be a little bit more hands-on. Some people need to be a little bit more passive about it. Some people need to be hyper-aggressive about how they're going to do things. There's no one kind of like a glove that fits everybody's hand, unfortunately, in this case. But if you haven't tried it, don't diss it. You can't just say, oh, there's no way that's not going to work, or there's no way that's going to work. I'm not even going to bother. That might just be exactly what you need. So 2 things. 1, get into the Discord to get yourself into the daily sessions with Rich, with Victor, with LJ and Samir. Not Samir, and Akram, my apologies. Get yourself into the Trader's Journey, which is also in the Discord, and then also get yourself into the hub where you can go through the Performance Coach course, which is Senior Richard Wells's brainchild. So get yourself in there, guys. ASAP.
Yeah, so just to maybe bring into a different, carry on with the conversation, but maybe bring a different perspective or a new question. Because as we know, most of the traders, when they're in a drawdown, they just want to recover quicker the amount of money that they lost, right? So they different ways. Either they start over trading, or they actually end up increasing the position size to recover quicker, right? And instead of actually recovering quicker, they actually just dive into a bigger hole altogether, which makes it even harder for them to come out of the drawdown. And therefore, again, instead of doing that, which is instead of just trying to recover as quick as possible the amount of money that you lost, maybe, and on one of the recommendations that usually I try to actually implement myself is going into better quality instead of quantity of trades. Okay, so if you do have any kind of scale between A+, A, B, whatever it may be, or even if you just have one specific setup that you like to trade, maybe try to trade that setup exactly when it pops up, and don't try to overthink the setup. So when the actual setup is screaming at you, okay, this is actually a good opportunity. I can see all the things that I usually like to see in a trade. I'm going to take this, and not just to try to force something. So that's one of the things. Usually I'll try to look for more quality, because then the quality hopefully can bring into then confidence, which then brings into potentially recovering the account. Because I think one of the main mistakes, as I mentioned now, is that yes, they try to recover quite quickly, and I think most traders, when they're in a period of drawdown, more importantly than actually try to recover their capital, they need to regain their confidence on what they are doing. Right? I think that's one of the most important things. They need to start seeing some kind of wins. Because I remember when I was like in big drawdowns, you go into different cycles. So first of all, I lose 1 trade, it's okay. Lose 2 trades, okay. Lose 3 trades, okay. Lose 4 trades, I start getting emotional. Then start over trading, and then I start thinking, regardless, anything I do, of course, when I start over trading, I'm already making mistakes. So if I was about to separate the trades between following my plan, not following my plan, now these are the trades that I'm not following my plan anymore. Okay, so these are the mistakes that I'm doing, and then eventually I just think about whatever. Even if the perfect setup pops up, I know it's going to be a loss. Like I've already, my negative thoughts are already so negative that everything I touch, it goes bad. Basically, that's my mindset. And all of a sudden, I don't even care anymore. Okay, I go from extremely pain to, you know what, leave it. I don't give a F anymore. Just whatever. I don't even care if this is a win, if this is a loss. I couldn't care less. And then of course, I need to reassess again. Okay, now I'm in a big hole now. I kind of need to take it approach. Usually this is more of an emotion that goes throughout the day when I didn't have any kind of breaks to pause during the day. Then, of course, to reassess to the next morning, I was coming a little bit better in terms of my emotions. But the approach in here, or kind of one of the things, maybe one of the first questions is, do you think that traders should try to think about their P&L in that moment, or kind of just try to gain their confidence. And gain their confidence could mean, for example, maybe reducing the position size that they're taking. Instead of risking $100, maybe just risk $20. Just get used to go back to winning days before you start thinking about recovering your full P&L altogether. That may be one of the first questions. P&L or the ability to to confidence, the ability to regain confidence in your own approach as traders. Because then again, I think that's a full cycle, and eventually then you can start increasing the risk and then coming back again. Especially again, I'm even talking especially in personal accounts, okay? Because again, prop firms, of course, no one likes to lose an account, but you can always do the reset. You can just buy a new one, and that's okay. That's basically where you know that's the line that you cannot cross, but you can always then just purchase a new account and you move on. Now, personal accounts, you do actually need to go through it. Okay, you need actually to go all the way through to eventually come over into the next phase of bringing the account back to positive, and that's actually when drawdowns are even more real. So yes, do you think that traders should focus on trying to recover the money quicker, or do you think that's important really for traders to regain their confidence, and how would they approach to regain their confidence? Is it by reducing risk? Is it by looking just more for quality versus quantity? Is there any other tip that you could make, or that you can share that they could try to implement in their own approach to go back to that to go back to that stage of winning days? And to be confident.
I think the first thing that you need to do is quantify where your confidence is attached. To what is it attached? Is it attached to you winning? Is it attached to you passing a count, getting payouts? Like it really depends on where your confidence and to what it is latched to. If I had to take an approach, I would say I would want to do what Rich is doing in terms of confidence. Did I follow my plan exactly? Or how far did I deviate from my plan? And if I can trade according to my plan, I would try align my confidence with that. If I did not follow my plan, then I would rather say I'm not too confident today because I messed up this morning because I wasn't following my plan. I need to kind of like get back into that. That's why I would try and attach my confidence to. The problem with attaching your confidence to winning is whenever you're losing, by default, you are no longer confident. Your confidence is going to take a knock. You're going to take it as a personal slight against yourself that you are not winning. There's a difference between having a winning attitude and focusing on winning only. And in this case, a winning attitude would be that my confidence is not attached to the outcome of my trades, but the outcome of my process. So in that regard, I would say, first and foremost, figure out where or to what at least is your confidence attached. Emotions is very difficult to control. The idea is not to control them, but to accept them and understand how they impact you when you're trading. And when is it time for you to give attention to your emotions, and when is it time for you to put them aside? Also, very long journey, very difficult thing to do, but that also plays a big role in your confidence itself, because your heightened state of emotion is also going to impact whether or not you feel confident or you feel underwhelming with your approach or something like that. How you slept, how you ate, all of that level of stuff. It's such a wide branching out field of information that it's difficult to say there's one answer, do this, one answer, do that. But in general, I would say, do a self-assessment and see what it is that you attach value to. And if your value is winning and losing, you're going to really struggle to not have your confidence be impacted by your P&L.
Dude, you literally read my mind. You literally... Okay, I'm going to give you my version, which is exactly the same as what Rich has done. But I'm going to split it into two camps. So a lot of what we do around trading, we overly simplify, mostly because the more simple you can keep trading, the more likely it is for a trader to connect with it and actually go and follow through on it. So for an example, we got the trader's journey in the Discord. We got the performance course within the 5ers website, within the 5ers hub. Now, a trader can have all the theory, but we created the trader's journey section for traders to actually apply what they learn. Traders often don't need more information. They just need to use and organize the information that they have. So rather than overwhelm them with a million different possibilities, because what we're talking about here is a very complex subject, let's just simplify it into the exact two camps that Richard spoke about. Camp number one is you're trying to draw confidence through executing your plan, okay, regardless of result. Option two is you're trying to be confident based on results. Now, option two, piece of cake. When you are winning, it's a superficial surface level confidence that will just disappear the moment the results don't play through. Now, one thing every seasoned trader will tell you is you can't control the results. You don't know in which order the wins and losses come in. So if you're trying to build confidence based on short-term results, you are putting your power in the market's control, which means you will be overly emotional when you win, overly emotional when you lose, the confidence will disappear when you lose. Now, the trader absolutely has to get to a state where they feel confidence in their execution. So, and if you think about this, just execute on your next trade confidently. If a trader knew it was going to be a winner, or it was a winner, they would have no problem with it. If the trader didn't know the result, which is the reality of how we have to trade, the trader has to do a lot of deep work to get to a point where they draw genuine confidence. So I would say that a trader who's looking purely for results to be able to draw their confidence from is going to be often caught in a cycle of, I don't feel confident when I'm not winning. And that is a natural part of trading. So when you're not confident, if you're not executing on your edge, that means every time you go for a drawdown, you're not going to follow your plan. So how does a trader draw lasting confidence? So first of all, you've got to recognize that we spoke earlier about losing on your terms, following your plan. You've got to know your strategy well enough, as Pedro said, to know that when you follow it, it's going to work over time because you've got so much data and insights on it that the best thing you can do is to follow the system. So if the trader really wants to build confidence, they've got to focus on the execution, not the P&L. Now that means that the trader has to rep out the mechanical execution of that edge every time it presents and get used to the results being negative and positive, but turning their attention towards their ability to manage themselves, understand their emotions, understand that they're trying to avoid pain a lot of the time when the trade sets up and they won't want to pull the trigger, and just execute. And as Pedro said, this is much easier to do with $10 risk than $100,000 per trade. Like if you're trying to gain confidence and you're weighting your trades very deliberately, good luck with that. Because in the real world, $1,000 win, $1,000 loss, it makes a difference. But most traders, they don't want to practice the execution. They have a strategy and they just want to execute on it and they want to make money and they want to get funded. But most traders aren't able to behave like that. So there comes a time in trading where we have to deliberately step back and say, am I in a chapter where I actually need to practice my execution and gain my confidence around trusting myself that when I see a trade, I will understand my emotions, I will recognize them, and I will respond correctly and follow that plan. And this is why one of my homework assignments was I noticed I wasn't doing this. So a trade would set up and I would see it and I go, this looks like crap. Not going to lie, this trade that's setting up, that looks bloody awful. I don't want to take this. And that's what I was feeling inside. Now, it was so easy for me to go, do you know what? I'm just going to hop on a little account and just put the trade on and ignore taking it on my main portfolio. The problem is I'm not following my rules. And I'm not following my rules because of pain avoidance. It looks rubbish. The amount of times rubbish-looking trades went to TP, I cannot count on all of mine, Richard's and Pedro's fingers and toes. There are so many trades that just look awful, but they meet your trading plan and they go to TP. So unless you've done a study where you've gone through hundreds of your trades candle by candle and physically said, this looks awful, I'm going to skip this, and compare the results, then a trader's best interest is just to follow their plan. And it's easier to do that when you size down. So this is the blueprint. This is how I execute on my plan every time I need to without fail. Market sets up. This looks bloody awful. I can't think of anything. I wouldn't even take this on Richard's account. That's my reaction. That's my emotion. And I say, okay, hang on a minute, mate. So if you skip this trade, not only are you going to put a red box in your spreadsheet, meaning you didn't execute it, that means that you're trying to pick winners. Now, do you remember last time we had this conversation? Rich, you can't pick winners. Your job is to execute on every valid trade. So first of all, let's not worry about trying to be right. Let's just think about, is this a valid trade? And I would pull myself back to a logical point where I'd look at the market and say, yeah, this is a valid trade. Okay. Now, I understand that your emotions right now are telling you you don't want to take this. Why? Because it sucks, right? If it loses, you're down on the day, you've given back your profit, and it's pain avoidance. But that's what an amateur trader does. A good trader is going to execute every single time their edge presents. And you've just told me your edge presents. So do you want to be a good trader? Because one of these has a future in the market. The other one is going to be stuck going round in circles. Which one do you want to be? And I literally spell it out to a point where I want to take the trade because I want to follow my plan. I want to be that good trader. And I take the trade and I say, if this goes to stop loss, it's a good loss. And I execute on the trade. And I remove all idea of being right, all idea of fear, and all idea of P&L, and I just put it solely into a process-based action. Is it valid? Yes. Place 1 unit of risk, record it in your spreadsheet. And I've had months that are ridiculous months in the market, and they're only achievable by following the plan relentlessly. I've had months that are drawdown months. But again, the average is only achievable if I take every single trade that presents. And if you need a little bit more help to encourage yourself to push the button, Richard said he cares about expectancy. Say you got a 0.2 expectancy and you're risking $1,000. Every trade has a $200 value to you. Don't think about the P&L. Just think, I get $200 for executing this trade. Doesn't matter if it wins or loses. Over a big sample, if your edge continues to play out, you get $200 every time you execute a trade. So it's about actually doing that mental work. And if you're struggling with executing when the market presents in real time, get the risk off your back and get down to a very, very small size or go demo. And then once you've done that, open up your terminal and pretend 60 times a week to say, right, this is a valid trade, mark up the trade, put your position size calculator on, put it on trading view, whatever it is you do. But just don't execute the trade. And then get used to the physical process of running through and just repping it out. You wouldn't get good at lifting weights by just thinking about it. You get good by applying what you're thinking about. And it's exactly the same with trading. And this is why a trader can create 50 drills a week where they sit down for an hour and they go, right, this is a valid trade. And they open up their terminal, they chart it up, and they pretend to take the trade. If a trader does that 50 times a week, what are they teaching themselves? Hey, when I see this, I do this. But most of the time, traders will not put in the work, and it's easier to just try and muddle through. And the real issue with that is that if a trader, ask yourself honestly, is what you're doing working? And if it is, don't listen to us. But if it's not, then you need to find a new way of doing it. And all I can do is just share with you what works for me. Mm. But as Richard said earlier, a trader has got to find their own unique way of resignating, how do I take this trade? And it mostly comes down to your inner emotions are just trying to keep you safe or seek immediate pleasure and immediate gratitude. So a lot of the time, it's just understanding, why do I feel this way? Is it logical? Yeah, in the real world, this is designed to keep you out of trouble. But in the markets, if your plan presents, that's not trouble. That's an opportunity to align your analysis with your skill and get paid for it. And that's the kind of mindset I apply when I'm thinking long-term about how to build myself into the trader that just executes relentlessly. And I still go through drawdown periods, and it still sucks, and I still feel it, and my emotions still want to freak out. And in those times, I have processes for it where I step back and say, okay, you know what? Let's double-check these trades and make sure they're good trades. This is why I do a weekly review every week. Run through, look at the trades, say, right, there's 10 trades this week, should be down 2R. Look at my account. Yep, took every one, I'm down 2R. That's a trader I can invest in. And my job is just to be that trader. And I'm not going to be that trader if I inconsistently execute with inconsistent risk, expecting consistent results, and then getting emotional when it doesn't happen.
Yeah,
It's a lot of bloody work,
understanding.
is what it is.
Yeah, it's the understanding that what you've tested can only be replicated if you continue, or can only potentially provide you with what you've. No, wait. Let me rephrase that. The backtesting that you've done, the only way for you to potentially come close to those results is if you execute in exactly the same manner as which you tested. Meaning, if you have a very specific criteria for entry, every time it's there, take it. So that when you are doing your expectancy modules, you will be within a curve of that. You will have your expectancy over here, and I'll draw it. You'll have your expectancy somewhere like that, and you're going to have a margin of error. You're going to either be over it, or you're going to be under it, or sometimes you're going to be crisscrossing where you're underperforming, then you're overperforming and stuff like that. It's all part of the journey. The idea is just that when you start something, you only do that. You only do that one thing. And you continue doing that until you no longer achieve the expectancy as per your tested results. And like Rich said, you find yourself some criteria which you can use as a metric to say, if I reach this point, I am not within my trading results as it's supposed to be, within a margin of error. And then you might have to look at a different asset, or you might have to step away from the market for a while. But there's going to be stuff that you're going to have to do, because you can't just carry on doing the same thing knowing that you're not in the right market regime. So it's adapting and knowing when to adapt, and then also knowing when to keep everything exactly the same. And it's that balance between the two. Because if you're going to be adapting the whole time, you're going to be jumping between trading styles. If you keep everything the same constantly, you're going to end up going into massive long drawdown periods, because the regime is just not the right way that it's supposed to be for your strategy specifically. It's like a tightrope that you have to walk. It's a constant balancing act. But that's why we're here. It's why all of the stuff has been created. It's why we do the technical analysis on the day. It's why we have these sort of discussions, because it all forms part of that balancing act. We can't just have signals. We can't just have talking about psychology. We can't just have everybody bantering the whole time. We need that little tightrope balance. That guy that's walking with that long pole in his hand, trying to prevent himself from falling over. So, yeah, love that. Love all of the stuff that Pedro and Rich has added today. Yo, what's up, Will?
Yo, what's up, guys?
Hey, Will.
Hello there, handsome. Look at that haircut.
Yeah, there was somebody that mentioned it earlier. I think it was it was Novel Navigators.
Look at that, Rich looking fresh.
It nearly took my ears off with it as well. Went really short.
Dude, you're looking younger than I am.
Mate, we were just talking about losing and learning to lose well and dealing with drawdowns. Just kind of building on that. How do you is this something that you have like a process for, or you just keep it all?
Yeah, I do actually. Just don't lose. Yeah, I just choose not to lose. No,
I don't lose. I learn.
I like that. No, dude. Yeah, no, fair. It's what a hell of a topic. Yeah, no. There's a reason that. Is it Tom Hugard's book, The Best Loser Wins? It's a reason why it's one of the best sellers in the trading industry. I've not actually read it. I can probably guess the context of it based on the fact that 90% of the information out there in trading is all repeated anyway, but it's put in a way that he has understood it. So I can probably guess what's in it, and along the lines of, it is about losing in a way that you are happy with, and losing in a way that you understand that it's part of the process.
Good book. Really good book.
Yeah.
Wait,
I think what he does is that he adds to wins and he cuts the losses, basically. That's when everyone is thinking about take profits, he's adding, and when everyone is about covering their loss, kind of maybe adding to losses, is just get out. Common sense in there. Griff, how are you?
All good, thank you. How are you guys?
Griffin.
Gravy.
Hey, Griff.
Hi, guys.
Oh, now that Griff is here, I have an announcement, guys.
Oh my god, yeah.
Almost forgot. I almost forgot. Next week, Tuesday, we are having a 1v1 battle with people in the community coming on stream and battling against the pros. And guess who's round number 1?
This guy?
It's Pedro and Griff.
Oh,
okay.
Bring it on.
Okay, so it says, okay, that's nice. So
Yeah.
But what did you mention? You meant a host and someone from the audience, or just what did you say?
So the 1v1 battle is people in chat are going to come on the stream and battle against the pros. So I have selected. I was going to tell you guys about this this afternoon, but now that you're both here, I may as well just go ahead and say Griff wanted to be on the the 1v1 battle previously. So I was like, okay, let's have Griff be number 1. And I was like, who else do I also want to see people try and beat up?
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. But so it's me and Griff against the other 2 guys, or
Yeah, we're not against each other.
Oh, okay.
No. It's not
we're
the
on
2 of
same
you
team.
bashing heads. It's you guys trying to beat the crap out of the people in chat.
All right. Let's go.
What a
But
way
are we combining accounts? Are we kind of doing separately? How is it like? Is it teamwork?
So obviously, because you guys don't overlap it usually with your time slot, I thought we can have one battle in the morning and then one battle in the afternoon.
Got it. Okay, let's go.
So I'll provide each of you with a 100k account. I will provide the viewers with a 100k account, and then you guys just trade for that hour, and then we see. How does that sound?
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
no good luck to anyone. Right? Just roll your sleeves and let's go.
Yeah, let's just
Get ready.
roll them up and just be like, crack your knuckles and just be like, all right, guys, let's go.
I'm
Put on
ready.
your boxing gloves.
I'm ready. I have my weapon here. That's good.
Nice. Right. Well, I wanted to just say that because I literally just remembered. Oh yeah, it's the 2 of you on here now. Let's do that. Anyway.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Dude, that is actually
Great.
exciting. I can't wait to watch that. That's gonna be sick. I can't wait to Pedro. I love you and all, but I know that I know how you trade, and I know that you're a good intraday trader. I'm more excited for Griff because
That's very nice.
I cannot wait to watch Griff drop down about 4 time frames.
Yeah.
The first thing he's going to have to do is he's going to have to do this, where he's going to have to star time frames lower than the 1 hour. Because his is this, I think, if I can remember correctly. His is something like that. He's oh wait, because I'm on the 5. He just has the 1 hour, so he's going to be like, okay, I'll take the 5, I'll take the 3, I'll take the 1.
I'm gonna go.
Now what?
Griff's gonna go with 5 and 15. I don't think Griff is gonna have the castañas on him to go down to the 1 minute. Surely.
Oh, I'll be on the 1 minute then.
Oh, let's go! I can't wait, dude. I'm gassed. It's gonna be so funny.
Big boy Forex, you a big boy. I bet I can beat y'all. I want the challenge. Well, you're gonna have to be here on Tuesday next week, and
I love that,
and be in chat.
Big
So,
boy.
yeah, big boy better put on his big shorts because he's about to get.
Big boy, what a name! I love that.
Big boy
That's
Forex.
fucking sick. Yeah, that's so good. Tell me that you're compensating without telling me you're compensating. I'm joking. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Tell me you have confidence in your ability to trade without telling
Tell
me
me
you
that
have
you know that
confidence
you're
in
the
your
best.
ability to
Tell me that
trade.
you know that you're the best.
Yes.
Oh,
Anyway.
Yeah, guys. I'm going. Once again, thank you very much for the great conversation. Both rich and rich. Yeah. So yeah, good. We'll have a good stream now, guys. I'll see you on Thursday.
Before you hop off, Pedro, don't you have something to plug?
Yeah, the Portuguese live stream as well. We do have later on with another guest, with Giovanni. Yeah, we have at 5 p.m. UK time, 1 p.m. Brazilian time. We're going to actually do a giveaway there. So if you want to join, if you want to try to gain that account, feel free to join. We just had our first activity event. It was a football event last Saturday. And we do need, guys, we need to talk with the right people within the 5ers to put us all of us on the same city and the same place to do something together, which can be several things, but we just need to persuade who's in charge to put us all of us on the same city. Is it Will in charge? Okay.
Yeah, we'll select a leader. Leader is Will. Will.
Wait, I'm sorry. What? Wait, I'm sorry. What?
We were talking
Organize
about you.
Yeah, meet up to organize something for us to.
Oh yeah, no, dude, yeah, 100%.
And the community.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, definitely. That's 100% happening.
Yeah,
and it's going to be a bowls match where we're going to play bowls.
Love balls.
We can play whatever, anything.
Yeah, that did 100%. Yeah,
but yeah, I think we need. I think we need to do that. I think that would be nice.
Yeah, man. Without
Awesome. Yeah, can't wait. Awesome, Pedro. Thank you very much for joining us
Cheers.
again, and thank you for
Thank you,
staying
guys.
on a little bit longer. As always, thank
Perfect.
you very much.
Cheers, mate. Bye bye.
Peace. See you later,
Thanks,
Pedro.
Pedro. Right, I'm going to take this opportunity to follow Pedro. Not exactly follow Pedro, but just kind of follow Pedro's lead. And
Chase after him.
leave you in the capable hands of you guys. I'll catch up soon. Cheers.
Rightio then. Rightio. Ciao
Myself
for now.
as well. Thank you very much.
Jesus
Richard.
Christ, they're
Really-
dropping like flies.
Well, I need a break, mate. Like I need some lunch. I've been on the stream already for 3 hours, so I want a little break. So and being the
poor
stream
audience.
manager, I can choose to do that whenever. And with the
The
two of you,
audience has had to
legends
look
over
at your
here.
ugly mug for the past 3 hours. Dude,
Yeah, that's
get
true.
off here. Go
Yeah,
have
that's
lunch.
true.
Give them a break.
Share your screen or something, mate, so I can go have lunch.
No. I'm gonna
Oh,
get
damn
there.
it.
Right, I'll be right back.
I'm gonna hop out, and then in half an hour or so, we'll have Buyu also joining as well. So
Oh, sick.
for those
Nice.
of you,
Dude, I'm gassed. Oh. Didn't want to be. I'll jump in. There we go. What is. Right. I don't know what just happened then, but.
no idea. Anyway, guys, see you
A complete malfunction.
See you guys in about an hour or so. I'll see you just now.
Alrighty
You're rich.
then.
And now Will and I will be going as well.
Yeah, so guys, we shall see you all.
We'll leave you with the charts here.
See you all in about half an hour. Right. Someone was fiddling in the background, and I'm assuming it was Remy. Remy, I'm sorry. It took us both off, and as I went to put us back on, it took us off again. I was like, oh shit. Okay.
It's a dance.
It was indeed. I'm joking, guys. We're not actually going anywhere.
No, we're not.
Noble Navigate is what's happening. To be fair, I was fiddling. And I shouldn't have. I'm sorry.
I'll stop you there, Will.
I shall sit on my...
You taking any good trades this week, mate?
Dude, you know what? I am on course for the best month since my 18% month 2-ish years ago.
No way. That's great. And you still
Yeah.
got like a week and a bit left.
Well, that's what I mean. So, providing we can keep up with what's going on, or like providing I can keep up my progress, then yeah, I'm on for a month actually that is going to mitigate all of this year's losses plus significant more. So yeah, I'm on for a fantastic month. The only shame is I did blow an account. When was it? When did I blow that account? A month or two ago, I think.
Was it
Yeah.
challenge account? I assume.
No,
You were
like no, funded. Yeah, 100k funded account. I blew it. So that was a shame, man. It was a real shame. So I
Is this
managed.
the one you'd been bringing out of drawdown for a while?
Yeah,
Sorry
I know.
about that.
Oh, dude, it's
Happens.
heartbreaking. It was hard. But I got it back to break even in January. No, end of December, beginning of Jan.
Yeah.
And in fact, I actually got into a bit of profit as well. I was like $100 in profit, and I thought, oh, sweet, come on, let's get like 1 or 2% up, bag a payout. Then what happens after that. I wanted to get a little bit. I wanted to get paid from that account, man. I deserved it. I'd earned it. But again, it goes to show you can't hold expectations, and you can't hold P&L to an account, because unfortunately Trump, the war in Iran, all that garbage. The market conditions weren't peak for me. So, yeah, I end up blowing the account, hit some drawdown, hit some more drawdown, hit some more drawdown, got some profit back, and then hit some more drawdown, and then just blew the account. So, that sucked, man. It was crap, but so far we're up 16% for this month. So, I mean, dude, 2%.
That's great.
I need a 2% month. Oh, I need a 2% trade for any time within now and within the next few days, and I'll be on par with my my record-breaking month. So if I can get 2.5%, dude, like I'm 0.5% on record for a PB.
Nice.
So,
Are you
yeah, man.
are you taking any challenges at the moment?
I got a couple, none on stream at the moment, which is really annoying. I said that I would last week. I was waiting because I wanted to try and decide, do I wait for the summer deal to come out? So I'm thinking I may just get the summer deal, but then I'm also thinking to myself, I may just get a high stakes account. So guys, let me know in chat. What do you reckon I should do? Should I get a high stakes account, 100k, or should I get this new summer deal and trade that on stream? So I'm not sure. So having said that, I will say I'm up 4% on a 10k account that I do have on stream. I'll actually I'll fire that up now actually, because
So you've managed to pass a phase 1 or a phase 2 of a challenge with this 16% month?
Oh god, oh yeah.
Oh,
Easy.
good.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's fantastic.
Dude. I've secured profits a lot, which is quite nice. Let me just load this up. So I am trading a 10k account on stream. Oh, that's my 100k account that I trade off stream. I don't want that. I do also trade this account on stream, but I predominantly trade it off stream due to the fact that it's just easier to trade on and off stream. So I do have a couple of accounts in my portfolio that I don't trade on stream, just because otherwise it's going to be extremely hard for me to be a profitable trader. Although this stream account, which I'll actually bring up right now, I am just under 4%, which is quite nice. And I've only taken these trades on stream as well, so you can see 3.7% up on a 10k. So it goes to show as well, guys. You don't necessarily need 100k accounts. I'm up $374 at the moment on a 10k account. It goes to show that it's process driven, not necessarily profit driven. Although that would be 4k up if it was a 100k account. So account size does matter just a tiny bit when it comes to enjoying the fruits of your labor. So but no, to be fair, I've had a fantastic month. I've taken some awesome trades. I'll actually bring the trade that I was currently in, which has now gone ahead and hit TP1. So I'm actually going to go back. I'm not in this trade anymore. I've closed out, but I'd love to see if this does hit a TP2. There we go. So this was what we took this morning. I was live in this trade. I banked 1.1% in the end. I did close out. So I was up again, then we pulled back, we consolidated, we broke and actually closed above, and I thought, I'm taking this, I'm taking it off, I'm happy with this. And yeah, so I closed for 1.1% up. So that was on the 100k as well, so that was $1,000. And this is my only trade for the day so far. Looking at Rich's trade on the NASDAQ, I'm not in this, but I was kind of hoping that I could wind him up a little bit. So he's gone now, unfortunately, but he's in a long, and we got the break and close under the consolidation zone. So we broke out of the consolidation. We've also got a break and close. He's still in. I thought he was gone. So I was going to bait him in and wind him up and be like, NASDAQ selling off. But he's actually in the background. He can hear me, so... yeah, there you go, Rich. I did draw this short up. I'm not in it though, because again, this is counter trend trading. If I was going to have this as a live trade, I'd only have a 1-to-1. But even then, it's still heavily bullish. I do like longs on the NASDAQ, so don't worry, Rich. I'm not actually hedging your position. I think this could move higher, but I do think we're going to head a little bit lower first. I think if we can head down to 28. 947, I think we can have some form of reaction off there and move into the upside. But we'll see. Ooh la la! We got a handsome gentleman in the background. Should we bring him on? Should we just leave him there? Let's just leave him. Let's just leave him waiting. Get it. Let's get you on. What's good, Boogie? How you doing?
I've arrived. Hey guys.
Hey mate, welcome. Nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Yeah. Griff, this is Boogie. This is Griff.
How's it going, mate? I join the streams every Tuesday for an hour right here. So if you're joining on Tuesdays around here as well, we'll be seeing each other often.
Yeah, I think we'll be seeing each other very, very often because I am now, hopefully, if the chat loves me, going to be joining daily for an hour or so.
Oh, that's a shame. Fantastic. Then, you're not going to be joining then, isn't it?
Well, I think the crowd do love me. I can see Lewis saying yes for you. So, you know, what's up from Novo Navigators? Hello from, I don't know if that's USAM or USA AM, but either way, I think the love's there for me in the chat. Hello, Abradolf?
Abradolf.
Hey. Hey, everyone.
Absolutely, yeah. Big shout out to everyone in chat as well, by the way, guys. Let's bring some warm welcomes to Boo as well. Absolute legend. Got lucky on a certain competition a couple of weeks
ago. Skill.
Yeah. Oh, okay, you know.
Okay, it was a close one. You got destroyed, but it was close. You did well.
Nah, you weren't that way. No, absolute champion, man. We love you already, man. First time seeing you here, though.
Thank you.
First time seeing Boo here. Give him a big thumbs up and let's have a warm welcome. He will indeed, because I don't care what you guys think, we love him. So we're going to bring him on more often. But it does help if you guys like him as well. So yeah, absolute warm welcome to Boo, who is going to be on a little bit more often.
Yeah, like the stream to show how much you like me. Let's break records just to show, you know, where love is, like the Black Eyed Peas.
Absolutely. Having a bit of a catch up with chat as well. Let's scroll up because I did. I'm biased trader. What? Will Blue an account? I quit. Yeah, dude, I told you, just 100% profitable, isn't it? Abradolf Linkler, will you've gained some aura, not gonna lie. Still not beaten Samir though. Dude, Samir is the aura king. Samir he is aura. He doesn't have aura. But dude, I appreciate that, Abradolf. Thank you.
Yeah, I fully appreciate Samir. He has got like a certain gravel to his voice, like a certain bass that makes you just want to listen to him.
I bet with those headphones, I bet that like
passion for,
you got surround sound.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
Deaf and Griff. Griff's gonna have to now go to the doctors, get his ears checked. Anyway, Griff, tell me though, more interestingly, I want to know if you're in a trade.
No.
Oh, okay.
Of course.
I really don't know why I ask, mate. I don't know why I bother.
I'm barely a trader. I think I'm starting to phase out. I'm disappearing because I literally I take a trade these days like every couple of months. It's nuts.
Have you seen Back to the Future?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
you know when Morty McFly actually starts like fading away.
That's what's happening to me.
You have a place to trade.
I need to take a trade or I'm going to disappear.
When was the last time you traded? Or placed a trade, sorry.
Probably, I think last month I took one. But before that, it was like 2 months before that. Like, it's a funny phase for me right now. Like, my trade plan, I'm trading the same way as I always have. But over the last, like, 8-9 months, I've just been like fewer and fewer setups that are high probability for me have been appearing. So like in the past, I'd be taking like 4 trades a month. And then last year it was like 2 trades a month. And then this year it's like a trade every month or a trade every other month. So it's really, but like it works. Like I've back tested this strategy for like over 10 years and I've traded it live for 5 years. Yeah, so I think it's just an unusual market period.
Yeah.
So like I average 40% per year since I started trading in 2021. But then 2025, 0%. My first ever like break-even year. So
no way,
I'm just
yeah.
like, maybe this is going to be another break-even year. Maybe I'll get some trades towards the end of the year. So I'm just doing everything the same. You know, I'm trying to be disciplined. I know it works, so I'm just sticking with it, you know?
Yeah.
And are you purely technical, or are you also looking at fundamentals as well?
Just technical
Discretionary?
analysis. Yeah. But I've got really, I guess, a really tight trade plan. So like I nearly get trades quite regularly, but never quite get everything that I need. I wouldn't say I'm looking for perfection either. Like I am flexible. I'm willing to tolerate a few warning signs, but then yeah, there aren't even like 9 out of 10 setups that are appearing for me. But yeah, crazy times. I'm looking at another type of like range bound strategy to supplement it, because obviously it's not ideal. Like if I'm not getting any opportunities to enter the market,
Yeah.
I'm not getting any opportunities to make money. So yeah, I am experimenting with like a range bound entry, but yeah, that's where I'm at. That's why Will asks every time I'm on,
Yeah,
"You taking a trade?"
Yeah.
And I'm like,
The reason
nah.
it's got 10 years of data is that's only over the course of 5 trades, mine. So
Yeah.
he does.
5 trades every 10 years. That's pretty good. I mean, get 40% on that. That's
Dude,
not too
you know what?
shabby.
Yeah, fair play. But
I
like, no,
have
I
like,
love what Unbiased Trader says here as well. You know, Will, patience pays off. Griff waits, then has 80% a month, 100%, man. You know, look, at the end of the day, we all troll. We love to wind each other up, but Griff is the pinnacle example of patience. And yeah, he's Griff is, in all fairness, one of the most
cheers,
profitable traders
guys.
I know. So
Yeah,
fair
my
play.
trade plan, I've just like I have this methodology. It's like with programming where it's normally impossible, but like the ultimate like program is you can narrow it all down to one line of code. Like that's the perfect scenario where everything's shrunk down to be as optimized and refined as possible. So like with the way that I kind of optimized my trading strategy was I wanted to make 80% of my profit in 20% of my trades. So like I will sacrifice profit if it means that I'm having to do less work. So like before I was making maybe, say I made 100%, but I took 100 trades. Well, if I can make 80% and take 20 trades, I'm going to choose to do that as well, because it's way more efficient and it's way less energy. So yeah, that's why I take so few trades, but make as much profit as possible, basically.
Dude, I rate that a lot. But tell me more,
Yeah.
I'm sure some of the guys in chat now, especially with the new announcement, are going to be a little bit more interested. What's your plan for next week then?
Yeah, next week. So, Buyu, I don't know if you saw, but next week we're doing a trading competition. Pedro and I on Tuesday are going to be facing off against the viewers in a 1v1. So I'm going first and then Pedro's going second, or the other way around. But yeah, it's difficult because I trade exclusively on the 1 hour time frame, like the higher time frame.
Yeah.
And this, I'm going to have like what? It's probably going to be a 30-minute battle. So I'm going to have to go down to the dreaded 1 minute time frame. Yeah,
Ooh.
I think I'm just gonna. I'm probably gonna try and just like sell highs, buy lows. Like I'll get a bunch of currency pairs, and I'll look at which like before the battle, and I'll look at which ones are approaching like key levels on the higher time frame, and then I'll probably just do like a sell on the 5 minute, and we'll probably get at least like a rejection candle on like the 30-minute time frame, you know what I mean? So I reckon I can just ride that down for the duration of the battle, and I'll just try find a bunch of pairs. I think that's what my strategy is going to be, because like sometimes when you're trading prop firms and you're like, you close all the trades and then you're like $5 away from passing, and you know what I mean? You're like $5 away from the profit target. That's so annoying when that happens, and it's happened to me like 2 or 3 times, and I've had to scalp to get myself over the line. And this is what I normally do in those scenarios. So I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do that. I reckon.
It's not new to you. It's
I mean, relatively, I don't do that a lot, and I hate doing it because sometimes, you're doing the scalps to try and just get that $5 profit to take you over the profit target, and then you just keep going deeper and deeper and deeper, and then you end up like $500 away from the profit target, and then you're like, shit, I'll just wait for a normal trade, which is like 2 months away. Yeah, so I'll probably do that.
Nice.
And risk management wise, without giving too much away to your opponent, what do you reckon you're going to do? You're going to go all in? Or you reckon you're going to be like...
I think I'll
proper risk
start off,
management?
because I think a lot of the times with these battles, like most of the time, you can just stay at break even and win, because most of the time people are scalping and they lose. So I'll probably do really small lot sizes initially, and then because I'm going to be able to see their performance, if I see how well they're doing, I'll probably up my lots. And if I'm at the end and I'm losing, I'll just go all in.
I rate
Okay.
that. I rate that.
Aggressively more aggressive.
That's a valid strategy as well. I rate that a lot.
Yeah, there's my risk management. I'm going to be doing it basically based off of how they're doing.
Dude, that's sick. MGM, we should set Griff's camera up to be 5 to 10% darker each week he comes on without taking a trade, and then just wait until he pitches up a black box. Dude, yeah, that would be. Yeah. Well,
Getting darker each time.
Setting on his camera. But yes, Boogie, what about yourself, man? What's your trading been like over the past couple of days?
So I am getting a little bit annoyed about the GBP price action. It looks like it wants to go up, but then just comes back down, and yeah, it's a bit frustrating just to see it kind of try and feel like this huge FBG that appeared. I forgot what date was that. That was the 15th of July. What was it? There was news. I forgot what news it was. But either way, it's just been annoying just watching it kind of grind down lower as it slowly tries to eat its way towards my stop loss, which is down here. But we'll see. I'm still confident-ish on dollar weakness, which is what I'm going for in general. But yeah, just a bit meh. Yeah, it's not.
I can see you're very zoomed out. Would you say you're a swing trader?
I would say we're in the brotherhood together. We are the swing traders.
Yes, I don't know any others on the stream. That's amazing. Well, I know Will sometimes you're swing trading like half the time.
Yeah, I probably trade like
that's
one
great.
or two swing trades a year.
Yes.
So I've heard like you are quite legendary in terms of swing trading, that you hold trade for months. I haven't actually quite found that level of dedication yet. But I am definitely on a higher time frame. I'll like hold trade for like a week, 2 weeks, easily.
No, mate, the same. I've never held a trade longer than 2 weeks.
We've now found the 5ers swingers. If anyone else wants to join, then
you know where to find us.
Yeah,
1 p.m.
Come on at 12 to 1 o'clock every Tuesday, and you will find the swingers.
Brilliant.
I'm kidding.
I joke. I kid.
Oh man, dude, we do have fun. But yeah, no, dude, I wish you the best of luck in your GU. I'm looking at it now. I like the area that we're at for a rejection on the 4 hour. You know, we've come to that sort of like consolidation zone, that sort of area of interest on the sort of demand zone, should we call it? If we can hold this area, I wouldn't want to see it. Where's your stop? Did you say?
Yeah, so my stop is down here at the 1.336. The next kind of support I'm seeing is around this line here, 1.338. Mm-hmm. So it's looking like it's going to get uncomfortably close for me. But I also am like, I reckon that should hold.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, it's one trade. I risk 0.5% per trade. So it's not the end of the world if I get taken out. It's just mildly annoying just having a trade that you hold for so long, and then it's like,
Dude, I get you, man. I'm just looking at it now. If I was to be placing a lot, if you had to put a gun to my head and say, find a long entry now, it would literally be immediately with an entry. My stop loss would either be 33,403
Okay.
or 33,705. So that little range there would be my stop loss. And I think I'd have a discretionary stop loss at 33,705. So even if I put my stop on the lower, which was around about 33,458, if I was to have my stop around there, I would still probably manually close or look at an exit strategy if we were to break and close below the 33,705 level. So I like that for a stop area.
So I'm just trying to draw the horizontal lines on the screen so everyone can follow. But I am making a right hash of it.
I'll tell you what. Let me bring my screen up. There we go.
Okay.
We'll make it a bit easier. There we go. So I'd be looking at something along the lines of. Oh, look at that. Highs are 1 to 2 as well. That couldn't have been any more textbook. That's beautiful. That's the easiest TP you could find. There we go. So something along the lines of this. This would be the hard stop loss. Entry imminently exactly where I am at now. And then TP at the highs or the previous high on the 4-hour swing. I'd enter immediately because I think this is the nice little entry zone. If we broke and closed below this level here, this is my sort of red zone, should we say? You know, this zone here would be my red zone. Anything in this area would make me a little bit nervous. If we closed below, or if we closed in this area, I'd look then for an exit strategy. That would be if I was forced to take a trade on pound dollar. That's probably what I'd be taking. Let's get rid of it. Otherwise, I'm going to start thinking I'm swing trading on pound dollar. Saw a comment as well just a second ago. There we go from Root X saying, "Will, think you re-entry on gold is possible?" Honestly, I love the idea that... Look, I hated the idea that we were consolidating. It wasn't nice. But now we have broken and closed with a little bit more structure. There is indeed an entry criteria. Or there is indeed a validation, an entry validation here. I wouldn't have my stops up at the previous high like before. I'd have them at the consolidation high, which we actually broke and closed below. So where would I enter... I'd try and find like the sort of mean or the average between this low and this low. So I'd probably go around here somewhere. Could we get a 1 to 2? You know what? I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. I think that's very possible. We're coming a little bit close to that sort of New York crossover, that sort of lunchtime period, that 1 till 2 p.m. sort of lull that I don't like to trade. I'll tell you what, look, I'm not going to take the trade. I'm not convinced on it. If we were half an hour to an hour earlier, this would be a trade that I'd consider taking. But I'm going to draw it up. I'm going to draw it up and just see what happens. Let's actually move my... Because, again, I'm out of this trade now, so I don't need to worry too much about that. Let's move these over here somewhere. There we go.
By the way,
go on.
So I know a lot of us are in the European area, but I've heard that there may be some people from further abroad listening to us.
We have truly got international brothers over here, brothers and sisters. Actually, which is awesome to see. We've actually had a lot more female traders joining as well. So if you are a female trader out there as well, do not be afraid to come say hi. This isn't a male only stream. This isn't a male only industry either. It is awesome to see female traders out there. Some of my good friends in the trading industry are female, and they are freaking awesome. They make me look unprofitable. So yeah, no, but we have got traders from all over the world. So in fact, let us know where you're trading from as well today. So if you haven't already, come say hello and let us know where you're trading from. And if you haven't already, make sure you smash that subscribe button, click the bell notification so you don't miss a future stream, and hit that like button for Booyoo.
Nicely done.
I know,
So the reason I kind of brought that up is
Yeah.
because I know it's nighttime, or at least very early for some people, and I have had some feedback for some people saying, "Hey, maybe your screen's a bit bright or your screen's a bit dark." So I wanted to kind of get some feedback from the chat. Maybe do you prefer the dark background, dark mode, or do you prefer the light mode? Light or
To be
dark?
fair,
For your trading charts.
for me personally, for my trading charts, I love a black background or a dark background. And I had a really grey background before. It was light grey, dark grey. It was 50 shades of grey on my screens. You know, I hate exciting colours. And I thought everyone hated it. Everyone was like, "Will, your charts suck." I was like, "Right, okay, fine," but not gonna lie, don't care because it makes me a profitable trader because I don't get excited. However, I have because my personal brand is black and gold, so I like the black and gold. So I've gone two-tone golds on a black background with grey boxes and drawing tools. And to be fair, I feel like this is a happy medium. I feel like this is the perfect balance between dark mode and like those sorts of greys and boring chart colors, but it's also exciting enough that people can see it. It's nice and vibrant, and it's not too ugly for people to look at. So let us know what you guys are trading with. What colors are your optimal?
I used light charts previously. Gosh.
I like that.
I used white charts previously when I first started trading because I felt that it looked more aesthetic. But it meant that it was so difficult when I was trading in the evening, or say I was having to wake up in the night and I check the charts on my phone, and I'd be like, shit, I can't. It's so hard to trade off your phone, so I turn on my computer and it's just flashbang.
Yeah,
it's so difficult. And I can't remember who I was speaking to, but I was speaking to like a really, really good trader. And they were saying like, nobody uses light mode at the top, basically. So I was like, okay, I'm going to go dark mode charts from now on. And yeah, it's just, I spend so much time on the charts back testing and stuff. It's so much better for my eyes. And also it's way easier in the evening when I'm checking the charts. I still have my light mode as a chart template, so I can right click and switch over really easily, because sometimes it's so bright in here that you can't see what's going on. Or if you're outside, for example, you can't see dark mode very easily. So yeah, I'm using dark mode like 95% of the time these days. Yeah, there's my thought.
Dude, I rate that a lot. Yeah, I think dark charts are a lot more easier on the eyes. I don't like black though. So you've got black, Griff, haven't you?
Yeah, I tried to make it as dark as I could. When he said that the best traders use dark mode, I was like, right, black candles, black background.
What's the name of that black that absorbs 98% of light?
Oh, yeah.
Vanta Black, I think.
Vanta Black, yes.
Vanta Black. Dude, your charts are Vanta Black.
Hell yeah, that's
they
cool.
They're too dark. Like, for me, I get too engrossed in that. So, like, my charts, for example,
a little bit grey.
Black. Yeah, no, they're black, but I think I've
like dark grey.
Where's my?
It's nearly black.
No, it is. It's black, but I've gone with I've lowered the transparency.
Yeah.
So it looks a little bit grey. It looks a little bit more grainy. So a bit like what you say. It's almost like it's gone a little bit more grey, and it just makes life so much easier because it's not. The rest of my charts aren't swallowed up by the background.
It's like staring into the void.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's like being sucked into a wormhole.
Getting enthralled by it. I'm back.
Right, in that case, I have now joined Team Dark Charts.
Hell yeah.
Dark Charts. Booyoo's gone there. There we go. Love it. See,
I've joined the dark side.
look how much more. Look how much more aesthetically pleasing that looks.
I guess that falls down to opinion, and some people's opinions just don't matter, right, Will?
Of course. Exactly that.
I'll stay team light
Opinions only
chart.
matter if you care what they say.
Yeah.
Noble Navigator
Gradient.
Thank you. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Brain
Or
doesn't-
as some might call it, hue.
Ooh, getting all posh on us. Ooh, my wife's an
Ooh.
artist. I'm still waiting on my picture of me.
I sent it to you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Picture?
If you sent it to me, it would have been up on my wall by now, or at least on
You
my
were
computer.
supposed to print it
You haven't sent it. What have you sent it to me on?
on email.
Liar.
Are you getting a cardboard cutout of yourself?
Yeah, he is. Life size. It's about this
Life
high.
sized.
It's a rubber doll of me. Dude, you have not sent it to me. I don't care what. Right, you know what?
No, I haven't. No, dude.
I know you haven't.
I sent one thing ages ago, but then I think we forgot about it. We forgot about the follow-up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, you're lucky. I was about to go hunt through my emails. Like all of my emails that I have, I was gonna hunt through them all.
He's just sitting there going,
Nope.
that stupid grin on his face. That no, you didn't. I was like, of course I didn't, but made you look, haha.
Wanted
Like
to
an asshole.
waste your time.
I just wanted to let everybody know that this trade has eventually hit stop loss. So it was a half an hour loss, unfortunately. TP1 got hit, and then it went to stop loss. So tis what it is.
Tis
There's
indeed.
always
Tis
New
what it
York
is.
session.
Dems do. In fact, actually, speaking of tis what it is and trades, etc. Let me just bring my charts up real quick because I would have been missed on this anyway, but we have got the one and only Evan Bourne in. What is good, dude? I don't care what you call yourself. You're still Ghetto Dragon to me. Evan Bourne coming out. Afternoon, people. Will, I'm actually in the gold trade that you marked up. Been about 10 minutes. Evan, absolute legend, my man. Usam saying the exact same. Usam is also in the exact same gold trade that I've just marked out.
It's either a good or a really bad thing.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a couple other people that said that they were in this as well. So, dude, that's absolutely awesome. Good luck for those of you in that trade. I'm not in it, and even if I was, I would have been missed anyway. So, good luck in the trade, guys. I do wish you the best.
Yeah,
MGM,
because it's going to be the best for you as well. It's like hoping
well, of course,
everybody
it's still my
that joined
analysis.
me.
So yeah, I wish you guys the best because it only proves that I am also the best.
Yes, it only conforms to me winning as well.
Even though I didn't win, my forward testing still brushes my ego. Will needs to print out his unicorn picture and frame it. I may actually do that. How sick would that be? I may actually frame that image of me as a unicorn. So keep catch up with chat. Gold retest the zone for moving up. True that. It did indeed retest, but honestly, it feels like it's in the middle of nowhere a little bit. I really do like this area here for a retest. I think we can come down to this zone. My phone is ringing. Go away.
Stop it.
Stop
ringing, phone.
Go away. Dude, I was on an interview once, and I started the interview, and we pressed record. As I press record, someone starts calling me on WhatsApp, and WhatsApp's also connected to my computer. So it starts ringing out loud. And I was like, hey guys, what is up? For God's sake. It caught me lacking. And I trigger raged at the phone call. And I was like, oh shit, I'm recording. So I had to stop recording and then re-record it. It was so funny. I don't know if we still have that blooper, But if we do, I'll see if I can find it. It's so funny.
It's the swear words that followed that was hilarious.
Well, I said for God's sake. I didn't use the word for God's sake. There was a specific kind of cuss word.
That's why I said
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
the cuss words that were just that made the whole thing hilarious.
Literally. Good fun. All good fun. But
Griff,
I think gold can move down.
Griff, seeing as you and Buyu share a shared love for swing trading.
Swinging. Yes, exactly.
Swinging.
Yes, swinging. Yes, very much the 5ers swing program. Have you guys considered like talking about your own strategies with each other and kind of like seeing how there's an overlap, or if there is an overlap with the way that you approach the market, or if there's some sort of like, I don't know, maybe something that you guys can take away from each other's strategy to make, I don't know, Griff's once per annum trade, maybe twice per annum kind of like thing based on Buyu's, and maybe Buyu's 3 times or bi-weekly. No, because Buyu takes more trades.
I wanted to know if you guys had spoken to see if you'd maybe consider not swing trading.
I mean, look, you guys are in your own little exclusive club. So I just wanted to see if the two of you wanted to like have a little get together, and kind of like exchange phone numbers and like talk about your ideas, because
put your trades in the bowl sort of thing. You get what I mean?
Yeah. Because everybody is like talking over here, and then you two are going to be like, "Hey, do you wanna like step over there, and then we can like continue this conversation in private." Yeah. Let's talk about swing trading.
Well, I've got your WhatsApp for you, so we can talk if you like.
I bet on the stream, you muppet.
like you said, this is a secret club. Like, I don't know if there's any other swing traders in chat. I doubt it, to be honest. So, you know what I'm saying?
We might have a few fans. I reckon we definitely have a few fans.
Yeah, let me do like a 2-minute overview of my strategy, and then because I'm hopping off in 10 mins. Could you switch over to my charts, Will or Richard?
Absolutely, my mom will do it right now. Someone has done it for me. I don't need to.
Yeah. So my strategy
was
pure price action. I'm trading continuations, reversals, and flags. So for this entry, I would just be looking for a trend, a small pullback with no shift in momentum, a continuation of that trend, so like a strong continuation candle, and then I'm looking for a retest of this level and for price to come back down without showing too much of a shift in momentum. And then these are quite similar because I set limit orders for both. In this one, I need a descending channel, preferably a long descending channel, or maybe breaking below a range. And I'm looking for a strong shift in momentum, breaking the previous high, and then I'm looking for a slow trickle back down to this previous level, so retesting here, similar to how we're retesting over here, and again setting a buy limit. And then lastly, I've got the flag, again need a strong impulse, and then I need price to come back, slight counter trend move, and then break this flag low here, and then I'm looking for a nice retrace candle. And for this one, I'm doing a market execution. And then what makes my trading strategy unique is the way that I manage my risk. So if we're trending like this, high highs, high lows, and I enter down here, when we break this high, which we did here, I'm trailing my stop below the previous low. So here we break the high, stop goes here. We break this high, stop goes here, 2 pips below. And then that way, I can get really massive trades on the more corrective pairs like AU, NJ, that all like to move like this without breaking a low in between. Like if this happened, I'm tagged out. And yeah, that's basically it in a nutshell. I also have a kind of combination of the flag and the continuation where we've got this kind of model where I enter with a buy limit like that. But yeah, there's my 1 hour time frame only price action swing trading strategy with the risk management and the entries in a nutshell.
I rate that.
Help, I'm in a nutshell.
How do you do your risk management, Buyu? Do you trail stop loss? Do you set fixed? It looks like you set targets.
Yeah, I have target areas, but I don't use take profits. So I also trail my stop losses underneath significant swing highs and lows. And when it reaches my target area, what I'll then do is I'll go down in the time frame and I'll go down to the 15-minute because that's when I usually counter reversal. So just give you a quick overview of how I trade. I trade equal highs and lows. So for instance, you might be able to spot, this is actually not a great example because that doesn't have many on there. But you see these blue balls and these red balls, they they represent equal highs and lows. So I'm going to take them off for a second. So you can see that that's relatively equal to each other. That high, that wick there. And the blue balls represent relatively equal lows. What I'll do then is once it hits those levels, is I'll go down to the 15-minute chart and I'll look for the last swing, high or low, before it hit that level. And then I'll just go from there. Sometimes I do get in quite late, so I think I got in like quite late on this one on the GBP USD. I think actually this was a re-entry after I closed it early. I forgot why I had to close it early, but originally I would have got in around here, for instance. And then when it reaches the next opposing equal area, I then do the opposite. I wait for it to touch it and then go down to 15-minute. If it goes through that 15-minute, I then will go short. If it doesn't, hey, my stop loss has been moved to just below that 15-minute area, and I keep going, hopefully, until I get taken out. Although, to be said, it has to be said, to be honest, I haven't tested out whether it's better to use take profits or to continue just trading my stop loss or use combination of both. I am planning to do a sort of split test at some point soon, but soon to come, we'll see.
Interesting. Yeah, that's great. So do you said you set targets, but you're using trailing. So like once price reaches your target, then you're trying to exit with the trail stop loss around that price. So you'll keep trailing your stop loss until either you're tagged out or you reach that kind of area.
Yeah, so I keep trailing until I hit a stop and reverse, which is like at my opposite target area, or it'll be me just naturally following the swing lows and continuing like trailing my stop underneath those area, potentially out of FVG if it's available, below a swing low or swing high, and then continue that until I hit a stop and reverse or it takes me out.
That's great. How do you kind of define your swing lows and swing highs? Is it just like a visual thing? Because I know some people, they like to see a candle, say you're looking at a swing high, they like to see a candle and then both candles on either side are lower highs. Is that how you do it?
So I like to, in terms of a swing high, for instance, here, I would classify this as a swing high. What I would usually characterize as like a break in that swing high is if it goes above the wick and it goes above any FVG that it's in, and then I'd say, okay, that is the invalidation of the swing high. And so if I were going short on this position, for example, theoretically, my stop loss would be at the top of this FVG here. For those who don't know, an FVG is an area, it's a 3 candle pattern. Don't know how well it'll show up here. Awesome, it does. Where you have the middle bar. On either side, you'll have the wick on either side of the candle. Won't fill in the middle space of that candle. So what I would do is put it at the. Will you look perplexed?
Yeah.
You okay?
Sure. No, you're all good. I'm sorting something out my side.
Okay. So I would use the FVG swing low combination as kind of my stop or invalidation, as it were.
Got it. That's interesting. May I switch back to my screen for a moment? I've got a slightly different way of doing the swing highs and swing lows. So I have an indicator which does it for me, but like I learned this method of doing it before using the indicator. So like I would be moving these highs and lows manually. I'd have rays on like this, and I'd be moving them manually before. But now I've just got this indicator, so it makes it a lot easier. But yeah, basically I'm kind of like let's take this example. This is clearly a swing high. I trail along the back. I trail back along the top of the candles. So lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, all the way down to here until we have a high, and then I flip to the other side of this candle. I look right. Are there any candles lower than this one? Yes, there's one there, and then this becomes the low. So if I go back trailing the highs and lows, like going back, this would be one, this would be one, this would be one, like this. This is how I do it, and obviously, I'm working backwards, so it's a bit different, but these lines signify high-low breaks. So I can see at a glance where, like I was saying with my stop-loss trailing, I have to have a break, I trail, a break, I trail. I can do that really easily with this, because if we just have consecutive high breaks, like we did over here, you can see high break, high break, high break, high break. Right here is where I would have been tagged out. That's the first low break. So that's how I'm tracking my swing highs and swing lows. So it's interesting. We end up getting the same result in many ways, I think, but with different methodology. It's quite cool. It's so common in trading. People have like 3 different kind of confirmations, and I have another 3 different confirmations, and we're both taking the same entries and both taking the same trades at the same time, same exits and everything. So it's funny that we all have our different ways of reaching similar conclusions quite often. Yeah, I thought thank you for sharing your strategy. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
I hope you found this interesting too.
You got to go soon, which is a shame because then I lose a brother. But I was just going to quickly ask, you mentioned an indicator. Does your indicator come with alerts?
It does, yeah. So it's this one here. It's called GT indicator, and I can go over to the alerts tab and I can create an alert, and I can click GT indicator as the condition, and then I can choose that I want it to trigger at the recent high, the recent low, the bomb and the bullet. The bomb is like a flag. The bullet is from my old trading community, these terms. The bomb's like a flag. The bullet is like the retest level. So I can have alerts set up automatically based on those things, which is good because I don't have to set it manually. You know what I mean? I don't have to set array and right click set an alert. I can do it based off of these automatically moving rays. Because for example, in the middle of the night, if I want to take a trade, like I don't want to be adjusting the alert every time we're breaking high or a low. So this just moves the highs and lows for me, and my alert's moving with it automatically, which is super convenient.
Is that a free to use one, or is it one that you designed?
Yeah, it's free to use.
Is it the one by Bong
Hyun?
Bong Hyun, yeah.
Yeah, he's
interesting.
Yeah.
Is that someone from your community?
Yeah.
He was in the previous trading community that I was in. This one is V2 because the previous one had a lot of bugs and errors, which I worked with him to kind of smooth them out. So this one now, the one which is on there, it's pretty much flawless. Like maybe 1 in 800 times there'll be a bug where the high or low is not correct. But yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's amazing. Anyway, guys, unfortunately, I'm going to have to pop out because I've got an important phone call any second now. So I'm going to have to love you and leave you. Guys, thank you very much. Make sure you do smash that like button. Also, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already because, guys, come on. You've already seen for yourself how awesome this community is with some absolutely awesome people just above me, as well as you fantastic legends in chat as well. So, guys, please make sure you smash that like button. I saw just now I refreshed the page and only 100 likes. That is not good enough, given there's over 200 of you in right now. Let's get to at least 200 likes, and I shall see you in mañana. Anyway, guys, thank you very much. Peace.
Cheers, Will.
Thanks, Will.
Griff, your commitment to no effort trading is admirable.
Love that. Yeah, try to automate as much as possible. If I could make this strategy in EA, I would have. Yeah, I've got to go as well. Thank you guys so much. Like, enjoyed the comments, and I had fun meeting you as well, Boo You. Make sure to leave a like for Boo You, guys.
Griff, have a great day, and remind me by sending me a message about how that thing went that you asked for the other day. I'm curious to hear what was the integration thing.
Oh, yes. Okay, I thought you were going to say about the competition next week. I'll remind you about that as well. The
Oh,
tournament.
no, don't worry. I've got it scheduled, so you'll get a reminder from me, mate.
Okay, sounds good. That sounds good. All right, guys, thank
Right.
you. Have a great day.
Cheers, Griff.
All right, take care.
Bye, guys.
And then
Alright.
there were two.
Then there were two.
It was
Which-
BU and BUT. The butt,
BU and
me below,
Butler.
you above.
Yeah.
BUI and BUT. Anyway, Buyu, you were talking about you were in a Bitcoin trade as well. Do you care
Yes.
going through that one?
Yeah. So rejection. So this indicator that I have on at the moment isn't necessarily perfect, and that's because of how it calculates stuff. So what it does at the moment, and I kind of want to see if I can. I don't know how to code. I'm gonna see what I could do about it. But what
Also
it does, it
this
takes
guy.
a. Yeah, I might do.
He's my brother, literally, and he is a software developer. So
Ah.
yeah, you can reach out to him if you want certain things tested.
Because I was actually reached out to Lux Algo, not necessarily about how to calculate the equal highs and lows, but how to turn this into a NERP. And they basically told me, "Oh, we've got our new quant coming out." So it was a
Yeah,
sales
which you
pitch.
have to pay for. And
Yeah. Yeah, so I was
Okay.
like, oh, okay, I'll get back to you on that. So what this indicator essentially does is it takes the wicks and it will apply a range to it, like a threshold. So if it's within the threshold, then it will pick it up.
A
So
5% range. Yeah.
yeah, so that's a 5%, that's 0.5, that's 0.05. So that would mean a range of 30 would pick up on here. So if it's within 30 of each other, it would pick up as a relative equal high or low. Now, Bitcoin moves a bit more erratically than that, and I would say maybe a range of 100 would be better. And I can manually change this. So for instance, if I put in 0.15, it may pick it up now if it wants to work. Yeah, so you can see a lot more blue dots have appeared around the place because it's now gone from saying, hey, it's an equal low when it's at 30 to now at 90. Unfortunately, I try not to do that too much because I mostly trade on Forex where 0.05% will be 5 pips basically. If you do 1 times 0.05 to 5%, 0.5. So I keep having to do that in my head. That is a 5 pip difference, which I think is fair for equal high and low position. So yeah, I'm still trying to figure out the best way to get around this. So some of the equal highs and lows I do draw on myself. But either way, I hopped in this trade because it went to that equal high and low. Then on the 15-minute, I had my rejection at this swing high. So we had the swing high there and the FVG just above there. Again, this is another one that I had to close. I think I had to close it on the weekend or something. Yeah, so I closed it on Friday and then reopened it over the weekend to avoid triple fees because I am cheap. So what I tend to do sometimes, this is a top level cheat for anyone who likes to swing trade but wants to try and avoid paying swap fees, is I'll close the trade half an hour before rollover and then an hour afterwards I'll reopen the trade because oftentimes that period of time is quite dead, so you can kind of get it back in at the same price. Some doesn't work all the time. Sometimes it does run away from you, so you have to be careful with that. But
Very interesting.
if you
Very
are
interesting.
awake, for me, rollover is at 10 o'clock in the UK, so that would mean closing the trade at 9:30, and to wait an hour after rollover would be 11 o'clock. So close the trade at 9:30, open it back up at 11 o'clock. and then yeah, I've skipped the swap fees and managed to hold my swing trade.
So let's say your trade was hypothetically in drawdown at rollover. Would you still close it?
Yeah, that is the unfortunate part about this strategy as well. It would mean I close it. It's kind of a maths thing I do. I know not many people, this might be a bit niche, but I do use a swap fee to round trip commission ratio. And I don't know if this is
Okay.
necessarily a good time, but we could go over how to calculate swap fees, how to calculate round trip
If you
commissions.
want to, that's maybe something that people don't know how to do, and you can point it out to them, and then you can also talk about your swap free ratio.
Okay. Give me a moment. I do have a cheat sheet up somewhere. Mm-mm-mm. So I'm just going over to my notes list and trying to figure out where. Okay.
Swap fee display in percentage.
Okay. So, and just so people can follow along, I'm actually going to open up CTrader and see if I can do this in such a way as to not reveal any other accounts I'm trading with. But if we switch back to your screen for a minute.
You can, if you want to, switch to my screen, and then you can
Yeah.
go and do the change in the background. Yeah. We can do
Yeah,
that.
yeah. If you do that for a second.
This trade of mine, unfortunately, it's not showing it here properly, but it did wick me out of this trade. So there we go. Hello, Richard Butler and Buyu. Well, not Bayu, Buyu.
Hello, Kawaii. Kawaii Drama. I like that name.
Yeah.
But hello and greetings to you all. A lot of people saying thanks, Griff. Griff is a legend. Officially now, he's part of the Dark Charts
Club.
Swinging Brotherhood.
Oh, I just laughed when you were talking about the blue balls. Oh, my brain. Oh, I giggled
Yeah.
so much. Right now, it seems as though NASDAQ wants to try and push up a little bit. Gold as well had that little bit of a dip down. Bit of a fake push above that little area of consolidation that we had on the 5 minutes. So this little segment here just really struggled. Dropped down a little bit back into consolidation. So gold is still waiting for pre-New York and New York movements, which we're now at pre-New York, which is just after 2 o'clock my time, so just after 12 GMT. We'll see whether or not we're going to start having a reversal from this downward stretch that we had trying to push up. NASDAQ is starting to push up a little bit. We'll see whether or not we're going to have that run up to here. It would be a shame if I get knocked out and then it runs all the way up, unfortunately. But them's the way sometimes it goes. Anyway, have you got your stuff up that you want to?
Yes, I do. Unfortunately, my computer was a bit slow, and me clicking it so many times actually made 4 instances of it appear at the same time.
So are you closing them now individually?
Yeah. So, but I've done that now. So yeah, we can switch back over to my screen.
There we go.
So, where did my notes go? So for those who've never calculated swap fees or commissions before, here is the cheat sheet on what to do. If you're, wonder which one I should start with. Okay, let's start with swap fees. Yeah, start with swap fees. So for instance here, I've got AD CAD up. And what you may notice is I've said if it's in percentage, and I've given a formula, and if it's in pips, there is another formula. So AD CAD, this is in pips, and what basically means when you've got pips, to keep it nice and simple, is for every lot, so 1 lot, this would mean that I would pay 51 pence per day per lot that I have on. So it's basically the size of the contract times the pips. So if it was, for instance, 148.5 pips and one lot, with it being one contract, then it'll be 148.5 pence per day. Actually, sorry.
Well, you're looking
sorry,
at
this-
1 pence is half, let's say half a pound or whatever. So
Yeah.
it would be whatever amounts of pips that you have divided by 2 times 100 then. So it's basically times 50.
100,000 times 0.5.
Because it's what is that, $1 per half, or is that in pips, like 0.51 pips per dollar movement?
Yeah,
Pip-
0.51
is
pips.
it that's in pips, so you should be calculating the pip value as well.
But I have completely messed up this formula.
Okay, let's move on to how to calculate commissions.
Yeah, but the general idea is on the swap long, it would be so currency per 1 unit of volume. Da-da-da-da-dum.
The thing is, swaps is not that expensive if you consider that you're paying 0.51 lot or 0.51 pips, which is 5.1 pipettes, which is the 5th decimal point per lot if you're going long in this case, and then short obviously being a little bit more expensive for that one. I think it was
0.51, yeah.
I can't remember exactly what the other directions one was, but the idea is it's not that much. Obviously, if you're going 10 lots, then you times that by 10, and then you have to then multiply that by the amount of value, dollar value, per pip movement that you have, which would be slightly different between a UJ pair or a Japanese yen pair versus a major pair, as an example. It's not really that difficult. Navigators is saying swap equals fractional pip divided by value divided by time swap divided by rate divided by times number divided of nights and then a number.
Yes.
It's the amount of pips in value times the rate. So Fridays be a 3x, weekly would be a 1x as an example, and then in number of nights that you're holding it times by the pip value. So or the swap rate itself.
Am I allowed to show my cheat? Because I also do cheat sometimes when calculating swaps by using Grok.
Yeah, dude, you're allowed to if you want to show a Grok thing, but generally, like we try and act as if we're the smartest people, the propagators of all of these mathematical stuff.
Yeah. So I also do cheat sometimes and just put it into Grok because I am lazy.
Did you put it per annum on 365? So that's what you're working out per annum.
Per annum. I don't think I included the per annum.
No, I'm
there.
seeing their key formula from Tooltip is daily swap in USD equals
yeah,
swap
this is
divided by 100 divided by they 365.
Yeah, that is from an old one that I did. So for instance, I could just drag and drop here, and I'm going to cheat a little bit because this is what I made earlier, essentially, Art Attack style. I don't know how many people know the Art Attack reference.
He's saying you're calculating per year. So that 148 point something was per year.
Yeah. So for instance, on this one, what we had was 0.98 pips, and that was $9.80 per day, or £8.20 per day.
It's quite simple with the US dominated pairs because it's literally just times 10.
Yeah.
Because it's the dollar value per pip, and you're paying fractionally less than 1 pip in swaps per lot size, obviously. So if you have 2 lots, then it's going to be times 20. If it's 3 lots, times 30, and so on and so forth per day. And then you need a multiplier.
Yeah.
So your cheat sheet is right. You were just calculating over a whole year.
Yeah, sorry, my brain's just gone frazzled now.
I was about to say, it's been a long day, hasn't it, Boo?
Yeah. So, what I tend to do sometimes when I want to calculate whether it's worth me holding stuff overnight, some stuff I won't bother with. What I will do is I'll have a look and see, for one, is the amount I'm paying per day, what percentage of my risk that would be. So if I was risking a whole one lot, if I was risking, for instance, 500 per 500 on my blah 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 blah, as you would say.
It's just stream
right?
stress, mate. Like we all. So what you're doing is you're trying to calculate whether or not holding the trade for the swap is going to be more or equal to than what your commission would be round trip comparatively to the size of the trade that you're taking in general, and whether or not it would be worth it to keep the trade running over or just to have it closed out and open up a new trade, so that the swap fee is going to kind of balance out your commission fee. Because the commission fee in this case, for a short, you can take 2 trades individually and you'll effectively save 20 cents on swap fee by holding it overnight. Where if you were taking a long, you would be saving $1.80 technically, quote unquote, by just by closing and reopening a new trade. Is that what you were trying to explain?
Yes. Yeah. And this is actually the round trip commission. So this is for opening and closing. So you'd actually
$2
save
for an open and $2 for a close.
Yeah, $2 for open, $2 for a close. So you'd save $5.80 by just closing it before rollover and opening afterwards. For most things,
there's a caveat to that, because you've already opened up a trade. So you've already got $4. Let's say you've already got $2 for the open, and then you're going to now decide to close the trade prior to the swing. So you've already got like $4 locked in terms of commission. So if you then decide to close, it's not $5.80 that you're saving. You're saving $1.80, because you're going to reestablish a new trade. So you have to take the original $4 plus the new $4, add them together, and then subtract that from the 9.8. So that's why I said, like, for every 2 trades that you're taking effectively, it's going to be $1.80.
Yeah. So I will have a quick look on that, but also I have to see if it's worth my time, essentially. Yeah, if it's worth my time, basically, to close and reopen. For some, the ratio from swap to commission can be quite high. And for others, like this, it's quite low in terms of what the swap cost itself is and what the round trip commission is. So, for instance, if I had a risk of, let me see if I've got trades open. All of these are like 0.15, and I am risking on this account $50 per position. So if I do 9.8 times 0.15, so I'm paying $1.47 to hold it. And at that point, I go, well, what percent of my risk is that? It's maybe like 3%. 3%. So on these kinds of trades, I would go, okay, if it's not above 10%, then I may not hold it overnight. On the weekends, when the triple swap fees may apply, I might go, I might, just to be safe, close that trade, because then it's really starting to eat into my profit holding this trade for a long period of time. So it half depends on how I'm feeling. So if I'm going to be up at 9:30 and 11 o'clock, might just go, you know what, cheeky, close the trade, reopen it, save that bit of cash. And if brain freeze.
I like it. It's like you're micro optimizing your value per trade. Like you're trying to get the most out of that trade as you can get. And if it means that you can save, let's say, a few cents to a few dollar on swap fees by having to close a trade and opening up another trade, that's micro optimizing the trade itself. So I get exactly where you're going. It's like it's like taking that micro nuances and finding what is the most optimal way for you to make a decision. You're not just like blindly saying, well, I'm going to save on swap fees, let me close this trade out and just open up another one. You've actually gone down and you're doing the maths around it and saying, look, to a lot of people it's fractional. It's like tiny amounts. But the thing is, you saw with your 365 calculation, it was $140 something. So you're doing that over a whole period of a year as a swing trader, as for example, you can potentially reduce whatever drawdown you have by a fraction of that $140 something at the end of the year, which plays a big role. It really does. If you look at somebody that's a scalper and they start saying, oh, I want to have the lowest spreads I can have because every time that I enter a trade, the spread itself is going to cut my trade slightly shorter than my profit, and my stop loss is going to be slightly larger than what I initially envisioned because of spread. So spread can kill scalpers' profits the same way that swaps can kill a swing trader's profits. So I understand exactly where you're going with your kind of like breaking it into smaller pieces and like micro optimizing it.
Yeah, exactly right. So yeah, that was my TED talk. Sorry for choking everyone. A little bit nervous.
You don't have to worry about that, mate.
Yeah.
You don't have to be nervous, mate. Like the idea is you have an idea and you want to put it forward. Don't feel rushed. Just concise, mate. Like, just think about what it is that you want to say and then just say it. And then, dude, people understand. Like, they're not going to be like, oh, boo you. Oh, he's got stressed and he's struggling. Oh. Dude, don't worry about that. You'll see we make idiots of ourselves and our name on stream on a daily. So don't worry about it. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, and ladies in the chat, we will be having Victor and Samir joining us in about 4 minutes or so. So do stick around for that. We do like everybody jumping in. We're not looking at the markets immediately right now. We're all waiting now for the New York session to basically start prepping and opening up, and then we'll start looking at more trades. Kawaii Drama saying market is pumping up. Gold has had a bit of a push up higher. I've seen that the DXY has also started pushing up a little bit higher, and NASDAQ is just basically stuck in this little bit of a range right now. So to me, there isn't much trading to be taking place right now. We're going to be looking for some trades in the New York session. Yeah, gold, I think, is just it. Like, if I bring my chart up, you can just see this. Currently, what we're doing is we reached the high point of the day. We started pushing down. We went into consolidation. We broke lower, went straight into consolidation, wicked up again, and it seems as though we're going to try and retake a little bit of that. But this is all pre-market movements. We're about an hour away from market opening up. So this is that market wake up, pre-market movements that we're seeing right now. So just a bit of patience. Unless you're trading the lower time frames, like the 1 minute or something like that, then you can maybe potentially start looking at another potential short-term push up, trying to sweep these highs. But myself, I would be as patient as I can be right now.
Yeah. So yeah, looking at the trades I in from yesterday as well, I'm actually still. Yeah, you are right about NASDAQ kind of topping out at this level. I was still hoping for it to push a bit higher. We do have like a long wick back from the 10th of June on the 4-hour time frame, which I was hoping it could at least get to in terms of making an equal high there. I am still sort of bullish, but I can see the market is definitely stalling at this level.
Yeah.
And in terms of in terms of gold as well, still quite bullish. Again, I reckon it is looking like it's stalling out at this level, but not quite on reversals yet.
Yeah, it's just market right now is prepping now for the New York session. So it's that lull before the high volatility and the high volume starts jumping in. Yeah. Novel Navigator saying NAS have 3 inside bars. There we go. Yeah. I mean, if you go over to the 15, you're starting. You can see now on the 15 that you're starting to get a little bit more momentum. Where if you compared these candles with these ones over here, many wicks above, small candle bodies, wicks below, not really pushing up. Where now, when we're starting to push down lower, we're getting a little bit more momentum. Bit of a retracement attempt yet again, and strong push lower. So this is that momentum shift where you're getting a little bit more volume in the market. So right now, this was that lull period, not really anything to trying to push it up. This is going to potentially try and push lower. I want to see us get back to this area of consolidation. If I just expand this a little bit, I want us to come back to this zone here. That would be lovely to come and sweep these. Oh, I still have the stop loss there. To sweep these lows that we had here would be nice, but it would be even better if we can continue pushing lower, come and retest this 50, come and retest this consolidation just prior to New York. And then from New York, you have one of two things. You either have price push and sweep these highs, maybe continue, or sweep these highs and then eventually start pushing lower to try and get back to this established zone that we had here, maybe the daily low, to potentially push lower. Yeah, because right now we have effectively had this like weekly high that it's acting as a, because this was Monday's open right here. We have this, or this is Friday. Sorry, this is Friday. My apologies, not Monday. Last week's Friday high, which is acting as a strong area of resistance right now. So I want to see it react there, and then we'll see what happens afterwards.
And I think we've got a request for GBP USD and USD JPY. So I'm still on team dollar weakness, although my trade is definitely taking a battering now on the GBP USD longs.
It's sinking.
Not looking
No,
nice.
that means DXY must be climbing. Yep, DXY is pushing up. Though we are right here. Sorry, I couldn't find my mouse. We are at this order block. We've just wicked above it now. We've closed above at least, which is not bad. We might see it continue.
Yeah, on the DXY, I would definitely say we're at a point of potential reversal now. So it's got equal lows all along there, which is why I'm still like, I reckon it could reverse from here. But it's really at the decision point on my chart. I've switched back to the light chart to match up with you. I'm a bit of a comedian like that.
I'm indecisive. I can't decide if I want to be
I can't
light background or dark background.
I'm so used to the light background that the dark background throws me off, even though it does look more stylish. And for me here, so I would say that whole thing is a swing low. So if it breaks down below here, I would say we're on for dollar bearishness, as mentioned earlier. If it breaks through this, then we've got another resistance area above, but I'd want to see it break through the top of that FEG here before I start switching my bias to kind of dollar bullish, for at least for the temporary term.
It's too close for me to the New York session to say we're definitely going to push immediately through this. I'm always like, let's say, a little bit more cautious around this time because there's overwhelming amount of volatility that picks up this time of the day. So I'll rather be careful.
Oh, great.
See, I told you're going to be hopping between dark and light because someone's going to say, "Oh, your background is blinding me."
That is exactly. I'm a light. You read my mind. I was like, "Oh, okay, I'm going to try and be nice." But literally, when I did that, these lines I just drew just completely disappeared. So I was like, oh, that's no use to man or beast.
I'll tell you what, mate. You choose one and stick with it.
Okay.
Choose
I
one and
think
stick with it.
even
You're not going to
though I've
satisfy
heard,
every customer all day, every day.
yeah,
Just choose one, stick with it. Let it be your thing.
all right. Even though I've heard reliably from a source that black backgrounds are the way to go, I think I'm going to stick with my white for now. It's just simply what I'm used to.
You see,
knows?
like you can't always just give in to what other people are saying. Sometimes you have to be a little bit hard-headed and say, you know what? No, I'm sticking to my guns in this case.
Yeah, and I do realize gray gradient is a happy medium, but for now, I'm just gonna stick to this.
Yeah, if I can give you advice about being on the stream or anything like that, is pick one and let it be your thing. Until you decide it's no longer your thing, you pick something else. But if you're going to be jumping between the two, you're going to be like, is this guy buying or selling, or is he selling or buying? I don't know. He's buying, now he's selling. Now he's buying. He can't make up his mind. So,
Okay.
I'm thinking if I look at gold right now, that initial little attempt at a push that we had does not fill me with conviction that we're going to immediately continue pushing up. So we... Oh, it is the one and only Samir.
Wow,
How are you?
It is Samir indeed. I am Samir. This is my new face. Don't be fooled. I'm still Samir. How is everyone doing at home? What a great surprise seeing you here. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to spending a few minutes with you. You as well, Richard. Don't be jealous. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm great. Yeah. Now
Nice.
for those who don't know, I'm a regular on the Discord calls under a secret alias, and I every day that I can, I joined this gentleman here's streams on Discord. For those
It
who haven't
is
joined Discord, make sure you get in there.
indeed. Well, wrapped in, folded in that little line there. I enjoy. I'm going to enjoy. I already enjoy our sessions when you are with us in the Discord. Very active, indeed, and I'm sure it's going to be even better, even more enjoyable having you here. I want to know all about you because I mean I've seen your streams the yesterday's ones, and you get me excited. You have a very pleasing energy level.
Oh, thank you. You're gonna make me blush.
Infectious.
Infectious, yes.
Infectious.
Hello, guys.
Yes, very infectious. What's up,
Hello.
Samir? The actual Samir. 100% Samir.
Victor came in. Victor, hello, Victor.
It's Banks with
Hello,
Victor
guys.
now, no longer Banks with Sam.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Can you
hear
hear me,
you.
guys?
Samir. How are you doing, Samir?
Oh, I'm good. So, I am Victor for today. So, how are you guys?
I'm
I'm a
Buyu.
quasi
I'm
man.
doing really good.
I'll
mate.
trade
I'm
quasi
doing really
today.
good.
That's
Trade
awesome.
quasis today. Nice.
All right.
All right.
Right. I think I actually have to go, but a pleasure. And I will see you later in the Discord. For those who've enjoyed my presence here, apart from the little flub I had earlier, I apologize for that. Like the stream, make sure to subscribe, and I will see you all in Discord later, or I'll see you on stream tomorrow.
Cheers, Buyu.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one, man.
All right, take care.
Thank you, Bayu.
Take care.
Bye. Bye.
All right.
Perfect. Richard, how
Yes,
have
sir.
you been so far? I mean, it is a beautiful day, as always, to be a trader. There are escalations or continued escalation on the Middle East. How are you? How is your trading so far? I heard when I was in the background, you're trading cautiously because of the time of the day. But what are you looking before you go? What are you looking for on, probably equities. I think NASDAQ. You were. What direction are you looking to trade today?
So,
if any.
Well, initially this morning I had a buy trade, which I took over here. It unfortunately only hit TP1. It took a while, took a few hours to eventually hit TP1. And then from there on, it just drifted down and then eventually hit my stop loss. So TP1 took off a quarter of the initial risk. I was left with 0.75% risk. Came all the way down, hit my stop loss. Then what basically happens is TP1's profit eventually cancels out another 0.25%, leaving me with a 0.5% loss. So I had this little trade. It just, as I entered, it looked as though we were going to continue pushing up. We had this very nice area of consolidation with an attempt to break lower and then a continuation pushing up. Price reached the high of Tokyo, pushed above, retraced back down again, and it looked like it was going to start getting a little bit more momentum, trying to push it back up to roughly this 29,124 to about 29,300 zone on CFD. All momentum just absolutely died off right after I entered the trade, and then it went into just consolidation. Decided, screw it, I'm just going to let this trade go in its intended direction. It took a long time, eventually hit TP1, and then blocked itself out. Anyway, since then, if I go over to the 15-minute, you can clearly see this severe lack of volume to try and push it up higher. It just disappeared on the 15. And now, in the last 2 hours or so, we've started to get these little bit more volumetric candles trying to adjust that upward push that we had. So as of right now, I am looking more towards a bit more of a pullback. How deep of a pullback we can get is really going to depend on what kind of momentum we're going to have with the New York session. I think initially we can potentially come back down to somewhere down here, which is what, 28,740 to 20, let's say 28,700 to 28,740-ish. Just another area where it was struggling a little bit. This is on the 15-minute time frame. So what I think can happen with the New York Open is potentially price can go up higher, sweep this high that we had, maybe even go a little bit higher, maybe come and test these areas over here as an example, and then start drifting its way a little bit lower, much like what we had yesterday as an example. So sweep these highs and then potentially start pushing lower, maybe all the way down to this area down here, and then maybe pick up a bit more buying orders to try and push it up again to try and get to this zone here. So as of right now, I am a little bit more bearish because of how slow this upward descent was. And it does seem to me as though the downward direction is getting a little bit more momentum now. And me being a reversal trader with momentum and then a trend continuation with momentum, this is that reversal slowing of upward momentum. We have this recent swing point, the swing point over here, and the swing point over here that is really going to tell me whether or not we're going to potentially continue downward, maybe pick up some fresh orders here to pick up higher. So that's what I'm looking at right now.
Nice. I can follow that nicely. This is but you're waiting. Is there anything this week that you're timing in terms of news or even the escalation? Do you have like a I don't, not everyone, I don't think you have, but just in case you have, are you counting for the escalation going in one way or the other to time your next entries?
No, not at all. As you know, Victor, I am not a predictive trader. I am a reactive trader. So I trade where the market goes. So I tend to prefer waiting for high impact news to play out, have its impulse, and then after the impulse, have either a bit of a correction or then a continuation before I decide to get in. So I'm not really looking for any specific reaction. What I do want to see is I do want to see previous areas of interest, like for argument's sake, this Friday low, which was the weekly low, see if that gets tested. The previous weekly high, which is all the way up over here, if that is going to be in line. So that's generally what I'm looking for. If I'm close to a previous week low, as an example, I become a little bit more cautious and I look for the potential of a slowing of momentum, a reversal, or even a break, retest, and continuation. But generally, I don't sit and wait only for that segment to happen, and then I'll trade off of that. So yeah, like I said, much more of a reactive trader than I am a predictive. Or yeah, I think that would probably be the best way to divide the two, being more reactive versus more like predictive. So yeah,
Nice. How about you, Samir?
I'm just giving charts a fresh look. But yesterday, the trade that we was talking about on NAS 100, it was shorts, and I remember you was also having the similar kind of setup. So it was this opening range here. So I caught this short here on the 50% retracement, something like this right here.
Okay.
I just entered the wick. Stop loss was here, and target was here. As we was talking about this trade yesterday, as we was signing off, this was amazing trade, but I'm just giving this chart a fresh look. So let's see what NAS 100 can do today. Okay, still we are in the 4-hour leg. If I put it that way, I can put the 4-hour chart. Okay, this was the last resistance, and this is the lowest point where NAS 100 has gone. Yeah, I'll have the similar areas. This is the resistance area which price make and tap today, or this is a fair value gap here. We don't know if it retrace back and then go up, or it got to this area and then I don't know, it can shift the whole trend or continue the momentum which we are having in this particular leg here. I would like to take a look at the daily candle, how daily candle is performing. Okay, let's delete everything. Okay, we are reacting from the support area. We was talking about it yesterday. We have swept this daily low also by just couple of points. Not even couple of points, just 1 or 2 points maybe. But still, that's okay. And we have a fair value gap here. I think we are tapping here. We will see how this area will react in this particular price or time. Let's take a look at the weekly candle also, because it is the start of the week. I do like to look at the weekly candle. Okay, did it took out the last week's high? Yes, it did took out the last week's high by just couple of points. Definitely, it means last week was, bears took over in the market. I think this can also be a continuation move to the downside, but maybe it is pulling back and then maybe it can flip. Once it flips, we can easily expect price to come this at this area. But of course, we cannot trade off of the weekly time frame. We can have a analogy or theory, and then we have to see if lower time frame is also making sense. Yeah. Weekly seems like bearish. Daily is reacting from the support area. So daily is not in favor of weekly. But if we reacted from this fair value gap, and maybe today closing with a huge wick, I think tomorrow can be a sells happening in NAS 100. This is just the bigger outlook of NAS 100. If we reacted from this area and we close with a wick, I think tomorrow can be a selling day. We can even take out these lows. But if we close with a huge, momentum, I think then we can continue more higher till maybe this trend line. Let me make it a little bit darker. Okay, I will draw it like this because it has a little bit more touch points. So if it closed with a huge volume, I think we can continue higher. But if it rejects from this area, tomorrow can be a good selling day. Now we have this information. Let's take a look at the smaller time frame and let's see what price is doing. Let's go straight to the 1 hour time frame.
Before you get too in depth with your analysis, I am going to have to jump off. Unfortunately, I've been on stream a whole day today. I am going to take this moment to take my leave, guys. Tomorrow and on Thursday, I am not going to be in on stream. I have requested a bit of time off. I will see everybody again next week, Monday. But don't worry, you will have all manner of good traders in tomorrow as well as Thursday, to assist you all with some nice chart analysis. If you haven't already, drop us a like and a subscribe, and then get yourself into one of the summer accounts. You will have them available until the end of August. But may as well just get yourself one now. All right, gentlemen, Victor and Samir, I hope you guys have a lovely day trading, and then also the rest of your week be amazing as well. I will see you all next week. Cheers.
Thank you, Richard. Take care. All right.
As always, a pleasure having Richard with us
yes,
in
definitely.
the stream, and he is so generous staying with us, even
Yes.
accompanying us in our slots. Truly appreciate that. All right, so you were talking about the
yes.
opportunities. Please do not reserve that any longer. Please go ahead, Samir, and I'll do mine.
All right.
After
yes.
you. Go ahead.
Okay. So again, thank you to Richard, but let's continue with the analysis. Okay, let's make it a little bit bigger. Okay. So this is the daily fair value gap. We already know that weekly pressure is to the downside. 4 hour from this area to this area, we are still bearish, or you can even take this area because the trend is to the downside. Now this is a very crucial area. The circle that I have, or this rectangle, this one, it will guide us if price wants to go higher or it wants to continue the trend. Now let's go to the 15-minute time frame, which I like to focus on. Okay, so right now, what kind of structure we are printing? So this price took out some kind of liquidity here, and we are seeing higher highs from here. So looking at this market structure, I think if we continue to print higher highs, still we can take a buy. Don't get me wrong. Yes, I told or I mentioned this can be a crucial area for selling, but looking at this momentum, you still can continue to take some buys around this area, at least 50% of this area. So now we have this kind of information on the smaller time frame. Let's put a VWAP here, because you already know, if you see me, I do like to use VWAP. I can erase these green bands because I don't need it. Okay, now it seems very clean. As VWAP is bullish, I think we can go below, at least tap these kind of areas, or even we can liquidate slightly. That's fine. We still can go higher. Okay, but if we gets here and we saw some kind of reaction, maybe shift of structure, VWAP is turning bearish, then definitely the momentum can take over and price can go to the downside. So this is 2 trade ideas I have for today. We will discuss about more things also, don't worry. So again, I will say trade idea number 1 is, if he gets to this area and tap the VWAP and we respect this area, we will go to the 1 minute time frame. We will see how price is reacting, and then I can easily take some longs. This is trade idea number 1. But what if price never comes here? It just shot to the upside right at the NYSE open. Then what we will do as a trader, we can sell also here, but we need some kind of confirmation. What can be the confirmation? So I will wait for price to, retrace a little bit, some kind of consolidation. I will like to take benefit of this consolidation, at least to the VWAP. Then I don't know, maybe VWAP can break, some kind of retest. I don't care about this move. I only care about this move. So this is trade idea number 2 we have here. What if price goes with a huge momentum to the upside? We even break this area. We retrace a little bit. Maybe there is some kind of area, and VWAP is something like this. We can also take buys around this area, because I'm taking information from the market that buyers are strong here. I don't want to fight the momentum or the trend which price is having in that particular session. So this is the trade idea number 3 I have. So the 4th and last trade idea will be, if we just, little bit to the upside and then we completely break this VWAP and the structures, to the left hand side, and we pull back, that can be a selling scenario. So we have, or I have 4 scenarios here. All I have to do is wait patiently and see what price wants to do. So we have our story. I am confident about my story, so I don't mind taking entries, and I'm also open for the opening range breakout. So for an example, this is the candle. The NYSE open candle, wick to the upside, close below. I don't mind taking a sell here also, at least aiming for some kind of fair value gaps. But that scenario needs to happen. Maybe this kind of liquidity is gone, and then I will take advantage of the opening range strategy. So this is the NAS 100. Now let's talk about US 30 also, because these are the two pairs which I like to trade. Okay, US 30, let's go to the 1 hour time frame. This leg is very strong and very clean. Going to the 4 hour. On the 4 hour also, this leg is very strong. So let me put a Fibonacci. Okay, we are already at the 50% area. So now let's go to the 15 minute, straight to the 15 minute. This is two candles. Let's go to the 30 minute, because I want to see how this area is. Okay, this is very decent area. So what if we reject it from this area, because we are already in that 50% region. Let me see if I'm missing anything. Going to the 4 hour. Yeah, this is a fair value gap already. I can erase the VWAP for now. So this is a fair value gap already. Price just tap at the fair value gap, respected this 50% of the Fibonacci. Now, can we continue to the downside? For that, we have to go to the lower time frame, and we have to see if we can make a story out of this price action. Okay, so right now I have this area which price reacted from. Even if I extend to the left hand side, this area holds some kind of rejections. So definitely this area is a good area from where we can look for some trades. Again, it doesn't mean that I will just immediately enter right here. This is just the area or the reference point. Let's come straight to the trade ideas. Trade idea number one. For that, let me put the VWAP. Okay, if price NYSE opens straight up here, and then we see some kind of rejection, breakouts, rejection, whatever it is, I don't mind selling it at least to this area or this small gap we have. Can you see it? This candle is having no wick. Actually, it has a very small wick. So I will not consider it. So there is still a gap, small gap. So definitely I can take advantage of that. So if price rejected from here, I don't mind selling. This is trade idea number one. Let me delete everything. If we break higher and we continue with the momentum, I think we can tap this fair value gap. So I think I have to enter some kind of breakouts, maybe stop loss somewhere around here and aiming for this area. So this will be the trade idea number two. So the third story can be, if price impulse way too much to the upside, liquidity tapping this fair value gap, and price showing some kind of reversal patterns here, definitely I'll be selling here. So, and the last one, if we break this trend line straight up, I think we're gonna go lower. So that way I can play some sells. Actually, this candle is also not having a wick. If this candle, we have 2 minutes left. If the next candle respected this area and printed some kind of bearish candle, I think we're gonna continue the momentum to the downside. So you can see I have a couple of stories here. I'm just waiting, and I'm just waiting for the price to make sense. Right at the NYSE open, I don't want to enter before the NYSE, because you see a very wild momentum, something like this. If he was planning to take trades from maybe this area, you could have taken a stop loss and then price moved in your favor. So that's why we have to wait for the NYSE open, because it brings huge volume, and we have to be very cautious about that. So let's see. Yeah, Noveni, if NASDAQ is going up, obviously US 30 will as well. Not all the time, but yes, it can. Because even if you look at US 30, it moves a little bit, it has different nature than NASDAQ. I have noticed it. So, yeah.
Can you?
I'm sorry.
Can you see me? Can you see and hear me? I think you can.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I need to re-log in, so I'll be back in 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, no problem. In the meanwhile, I'll just talk to our lovely viewers. All right. So Victor will be back, guys. But I am seeing some new names here. Thank you guys for joining this live stream, and it really means a lot to me and to us. So yeah, it just gives us the push to do more. And again, guys, thank you so much. Let me read some comments here. Uh, okay, Abra, our lovely viewer, regular viewer. I'm seeing Primal Light. Long time no see. Gold is moving now. Yes, let's see what gold is doing. I haven't touched gold. Okay, I'm already on the gold. Let's go to the 4-hour time frame. All right, Victor is back now. Okay, I was talking about gold. Seems like we are respecting the support area. We broke out of this trend line. Can we hold this trend line and move higher? For that, let's talk about daily. Actually, daily is still bearish. Even if you look at this trend here, at least till this area, daily is still bearish. So at any given point of area, we still can react. Let's take a look at weekly candle, because maybe weekly can tell us the story. This is the weekly high, this is the weekly low. I think we can, if we can create some kind of liquidity and then reject, that will indicate that price can go more to the downside. So I think as we are printing structure to the upside, we can go at least to this weekly high. Going to the 1 hour straight up. Okay, this momentum is very good. So this weekly is very close. Let's go to the 15-minute. Can we see some kind of structure? I think this is the area I would like to trade off. Yes, because this from where price rejected, and I think we broke out of this area. So this is a very crucial area from where the momentum started. So if price can retest this area, some kind of reaction, I think we can tap this weekly high, and then I don't know, maybe we can sell off. We will monitor here, but I am bullish on gold at least to this weekly high, because market structure is telling me that we are shifting. Maybe we are just pulling back to this to this higher time frame areas, this area, because we are trending lower. So definitely this area can be a crucial area. Let me yes, even if we extend this area, we have a couple of rejections from here. So I'll keep an eye on gold once we tap this area. Yes, it seems good area for me. I can even erase the VWAP, because it might can create some kind of confusion. Let's now we have a clean chart here. If we retrace to this area, I think it will be a very good area for you guys to take some longs, at least to this area. But what if we just impulse right from here? I think in that case, I will just stay out of the market. We do have a consolidation pattern. We can break out, we still can tap this area. So this is the only way I'll be taking buys on gold. If we just impulse to the upside, I can I don't want to get involved in this impulsive like here. What time frame I'm looking at gold? It is on the 15-minute, but the overall scenario that I'm creating, I'm just using weekly time frame, 1 hour time frame, 4 hour. I'm just putting everything together, every time frame. This is making sense. So I'll just wait for a pullback here. So yeah.
Nice, nice. There it is. I'm going to be looking at EU as I typically do. It's quite
All
interesting
right.
in a couple of. Let me see if I can switch my screen. Let me check the chat.
EU
In the
is looking
meanwhile,
very
the same.
interesting today.
Yeah. It is. It is. It actually is. It's. It can be tricky though. But I. Let me see if I can. All right. So this is my screen. Correctly.
All right.
Not. Of course, I'm not sharing because I just
Yeah,
entered.
you have to share.
Let's, yeah.
I think I'll just drop some points on AU. I don't know if you have the similar point of view on
Please
AU.
do. Yeah, please do.
All right, I'll just take 1 minute because on the 4 hour, I have this fair value gap. Price tapped this fair value gap. We took out this high, printed like a bearish engulfing type of candle. We closed below this body. I think we can retrace and can continue this momentum. If you look at the daily candle, yes, daily is also having this was a good candle here. So I don't know if you have the similar point of view, but
Yes, I do.
selling looks good
Not
to me.
using, yeah, not using fair value gaps. But yes, I got to the same conclusion.
Yeah, you can share the points. I'll not say much now.
No problem. No problem at all.
Yeah.
So starting from the higher time frame, just to get the scenery set, we are reacting still. I mean, it's been a couple of months now, but we have reacted, and we're still in that kind of a plan or script, however you want to say it. We created a monthly structure from before, and we had a reaction. That reaction broke some bullish monthly structure, and that all of that indicates to me that there is more downside risk or downside possibility. I'm not sure if it's going to go all the way to the level we have below, or just going lower to get a new structure to go higher. But in any case, things are looking from the very, very high time frame of the monthly are looking weak and continue to do so for the future. On the weekly time frame, you can see the same pattern with some more granularity. What you see is that the market, basically, you can take this one or that one, it doesn't matter, you get to the same conclusion. You had an uptrend. That point here needs to be a little lower. You get the point. That's the left shoulder head neckline. Got broken here and went up to retest a area of supply, and then beautifully, very technically, went all the way to the bottom of that level or that structure, that pattern, and to conclude the reversal pattern. What I meant was this, right? So that's basically the quasi, completing itself. It indicates the market preparing or actually indicating to us that it wants to reverse in the direction it was previously going in. Doesn't mean it's going to go straight away, but a lot of the times it could, right? And that's actually the latter possibility is what I'm looking into. Why I'm doing that? There is a supply zone above on the weekly time frame, but as you can see here, the market is not exactly inspiring or indicating to us that it wants to go up. At least not yet. That can change, but so far, for example, I was going to say yesterday week, but last week, right here, last week we were supposed, that was the moment for us to close as a bullish engulfing, indicating that this consolidation can have. So basically, we have an impulse down, and we are currently in that consolidation that can go on for a couple of bars, and that can still we can keep in that. We don't have to continue right away yet. That consolidation can typically you get a consolidation where it keeps on going up until it hits something that could be that weekly supply zone we have above, or it breaks on its own and starts creating bearish structure and then starts breaking that lower level, lower trend line, comes back sometimes and continues that lower. We don't see that happening yet, but last week was one of the, it had the opportunity to create an order block to come back and retest to continue higher, and it didn't. That's it indicates that the market is lackluster. It's not using its opportunities. It's not showing its hand that it wants to go higher, maybe because it's not going to. I don't know that, right? So the weekly is looking kind of neutral to slightly negative, also considering the upper wicks that seem to be clustering right here, right? It indicates selling pressure that could be materializing this week or coming weeks. That's one thing. So nothing really on the weekly except some slight indication of weakness. On the daily time frame, we reacted, which is completely normal, reacting of the daily order block we had from the left once. And on the second time, being the second retest, it already, I was expecting a bit more upside, a bit more price action going a little bit higher, and it didn't. It did go higher, right? You can see that the wick did create a higher high, so it's still structurally indicating, the open door to go eventually to go higher, to go, printing price higher, perhaps after this drop to continue to make a higher high. However, the fact that we have, if you consider the last two candles, not the current one, but the last one, right? The market tried to go up, right? We had a gap down for the open. We tried to go up and ended up much lower. It's not an outside bar, so it's not a reason to sell from that area necessarily on the daily time frame, but it does tell us that the market is supposedly at the end of this is the impulse, and this is supposed to retrace, supposedly, right? Considering this counter trend, not the bigger trend, the counter trend. Supposedly we're supposed to, we are supposed to be going higher and making that level. We're not seeing buyers coming in yet. Why is that the case? I'm not sure, but it's kind of suspicious, as if we're not going to have a leg up at all. Could be, right? So if we dig deeper, what we see is we do have a fresh order block on the daily below. Maybe that's what we're waiting for, that push to come in and to go and take the level, the higher level, right? So actually touching that daily structure below, which we haven't yet. Maybe that's the case. And the other is, if we go to the lower time frame, to the hourlies, to get a reading, are we building structures, stepping stones to push later on higher or not, right? And that could give us an indication what's going to, what's waiting for us in the future. And if we do that, yes, we do have a demand zone below, right? So that scenario is still valid and holding. We could be, everything could be continuing bearish until we get to the level, we get there and things start to break, and then perhaps we're going to switch and continue that counter trend, that much bigger daily counter trend to go higher. Or if we look at the H4, we already started, actually, see it here, right? We already had one indication. Let me see if I can print it out. This is supposed to be a H4. If you look from the H4 perspective, you can see that we already created that quasi, okay? Now, there are two areas. This is the established downtrend. You can mark it from here. That's fine by me. But we have the minimal requirement met here. We have the established downtrend. We go on to retest, break the neckline, go all the way higher, and basically we have two areas. We have one that is this bigger area. I will show you in a minute which one it is, and then we have the lower area. Based on the H4, these are the two more likely areas for the market to have the continuation higher. One, right, either from the lower level on the H4 or this area. Let me indicate it right here. This is the H4. And as you can already see, I left it on the chart for you guys to see. As you can see, the market did not react to it. It actually invalidated by closing below it. So from the current price action where we are, the market is already indicating that it didn't use the opportunity to use this order block for price to go higher. Did not, right? So to me, that indicates that whatever push we get here is not going to be a sustained push. I mean, not likely, right? We don't know what's going to happen. Things can change and, it can still go up. But the price action, the fact that it didn't hold the demand zone, didn't respect the entry order block on the quasi, tells me that it's likely it needs something else, more likely than not, which is perhaps the level below us, the last H4 entry order block, or it's not going to reverse at all, right? It may have a reaction on the daily, but if the H4 isn't creating any structure, then maybe it's not going to reverse at all, or it will create a new structure somewhere else. So navigating these signals or indication, it tells me that whatever it is going to do, it is trying to do right now, which is the this is the impulse. You have a consolidation, another impulse, and a sort of a pop, could be a consolidation here. I don't know how high this consolidation go up, if it's going to go a little bit higher or not. That's perfectly fine. But it tells me that the expected move is for price to go lower, right? There is something eventually to go lower for the, I'm talking about the bigger reversals here. I'm not talking about little pops that you can get from structures, from local structures. One thing I do want to point out, and I think is very interesting, if we zoom in, what do we see here? Right, the market after. So we have a after we have a order block and fresh order block that was created right there, right? If the market is going to be pushing higher, and that can still happen, it is a possibility, we can still see that happen. But if that's going to happen, if that's going to be the future, why is the market, after retesting it right there, why is it closing as a bearish engulfing? That doesn't make sense, right? It's supposedly it just hit the demand zone that's going to produce the move to go up, and yet it was unable to avoid closing as a bearish engulfing, telling us in the same time frame, it is the same H4, telling us that it's getting ready to go lower. How much lower? I drew the from this point, it's actually looking to go low. How much lower? We don't know, but it's suspiciously looking as if, that's the sign, that's the preamble for price testing the level, the demand zone we have below, deeper, and possibly, likely perhaps, to start breaking it and open the door to the next levels, which are the daily and eventually the H4 below us. That candle just closed 15 minutes ago, so it's very fresh, and the demand zone, this demand zone, wasn't able to avoid that signal or that indication. I think that's very relevant for today's price action. Meaning, yes, we have a fresh order block here, and that can still create some kind of a pop, but eventually this, in the sequence it is after the creation of this level, tells me the creation of the upper level, or the supply zone, after it had already tapped into the demand zone, tells me that more likely than not it's going to retest and quite likely break the level we have, right? So everything considered, I think the price EU is likely to be weaker and continue to go lower into perhaps the daily structure we have below. So let's go to the H1. We do have a level here which has had a beautiful reaction. If you consider this, right? So H4 and H1, they are overlapping. So if you go to the is that the H1? It's actually not the H1, it's the H2. So it's basically wrongly labeled. Let's mark that as an H2, just a fresh H2 it is. And even if this is the area that supposedly is going to have some reaction because it's overlapping of the H4 and H2, which is a valid overlap to be using for your trading, as a tool or as a step for your trading, trading plan. And you can see how the market, after creating it, very, very simply, an outside bar, you can see how the market came back. Let me put it on the 5-minute, came back and has this reaction. Very simple, right? This is the demand zone, which I think eventually will get broken by the fact of the H4 we just talked about. But you can see how it creates, this is the bigger H4, and this is the smaller H2, right? That's the overlap, and as soon as we get to this level, you can see the market pop up. That's very, very typical, and actually that's a acknowledgement of the supply zone, or the demand zone that's actually there. And it's a good thing. You want to see it, even if it's going to be broken later. You want to see the market react to the order block, because that's, it's a confirmation that the area is actually present there. And in this case it was a 5.4 5.4. Actually, I have a trade on that's gonna hit TP and right there. I have a that 5.4 is plenty to catch as a scalp, because that's one way to treat these levels, right? The market will come back to them, will create them, right? And create them and have this kind of a reaction, right? So that's nice. So that's EU telling us that it's retesting the demand zone below, and is my read on it is that eventually it will break it, may or may not have another pop, but eventually break it or just go straight ahead and break it. We'll know about that in about in the next couple of hours today, for sure, which direction it wanted to take. So that's EU. Things are looking, if you zoom out, you have that impulse, right? Impulse, and all of this is to be considered, a retrace, or it's a not even a even a retrace is it's a small retrace basically, and it's already tapping, showing like it wants to turn around and continue with the next leg on its impulse. So we'll see how the daily order block manage that. I think, okay, I thought I had a freeze there, but it's not the case. Okay, so that's EU. Let's check the chat for any new messages from our great fans in our chat. Let's see if we have someone requested gold. For sure, we can take a look at gold. Someone is asking about automation. If we are using automation in our trading, that's a question. Would you like to answer that question? I'll be in the background, Samir, for just half a minute or less.
Yeah, no problem.
Be right back.
No problem. Yeah.
I'll answer it my side as well after I come back.
All right. So Jerg online, automated trading. Actually, I haven't really looked at automated trading that much. So for me, I haven't tested it because I feel it also have its own probability. If you create any system, it will be having its own probability, no matter if it is automation or you're trading manually. So right now I'm trading manually. I don't have any, EA or any kind of automation running for me. I think the strategy that I'm following right now, it can be turned into an EA. That is a really good thing. I have a guy. I think I'll test this thing out as you just asked me. This can be the thing that I can do. But right now, I'm not really into this thing. But let me know, are you doing this, or how your experience has been if you're doing it? Let me know in the chat if you're doing it. I am just curious to know about this thing, because I believe you're doing this, the automation side of trading. All right, we have Victor.
Yes, you're online. I thank you for the question. Actually, it's a great one. Yes, I do use automation. Those are in MetaTrader. Those are called EAs. Yeah, so I do have, and I build my own EAs, and I've had in the past coders code EAs for me. And any trade, anytime you can automate something, especially if it is, if it applies to strategies that are rule based, right? If there are no rules, then there's no way you're going to automate that. It's just completely discretionary. Like you have a feeling, a hunch. There's no way you're going to be able to automate that, because the EA will have no idea what you're feeling on any given day. But if you have, and we should have as much as possible of our strategy be rule-based, right? To be as objective as possible, to be repeatable, to be backtestable. I mean, if it doesn't have rules, how are you going to backtest it? It's going to be, you're going to be all over the place with your performance. So in any case, even if we're not, even without needing to automate a strategy, being rule-based as much as possible is a good thing. You can still keep some discretionary rules or some things that you deviate from depending on how the rest of the market looks to you, but you have to have some kind of, not some kind of, you gotta have as much as possible rule-based system in your trade plan, automated or manual ones. The other thing, once you have a rule-based system, if it is completely rule-based, there is nothing stopping you from automating it, right? If it's a rule, then a machine or a program can follow that rule actually better than you can, right? It doesn't have emotions. It doesn't delay. It's not distracted. It doesn't sleep. It doesn't, as long as the computer is on, and you can even have it when the computer is not on, you know, with VPS and things like that. But so anytime you have a strategy that is completely rule-based, there's nothing stopping you from automating it. And think about it. If you have more than one strategy and they are completely rule-based, instead of you standing and executing it and being, you know, on call 24/7, which is not possible, but I mean, waking hours of your day, you can just, you know, have a computer do it and you just monitor it, which is exactly what everyone should be doing. The only thing is that, you know, a completely mechanical system, meaning a rule-based system, we all have, most of us, not everyone has a completely mechanical system. Most of us has at least a part that is discretionary. So there is a part which you decide in the end before you take the trade. And you can have a hybrid system where you have like an indicator that includes all the rules that you normally use in your trade plan, doesn't place the trade, right? So it's not an EA, it's an indicator. And it only tells you, it gives you an alert when the setup is active, is valid, or is going to be valid. And you as the human actually pull the trigger, right? Adding, testing, and verifying that discretionary part of your trade plan. That's a very, very better way to trade because, you know, you're much more efficient. You don't have to, you know, stay glued to your charts all day. You just wait for the alerts to pop on, and then you start looking for possible, you know, if it is or not an entry for you. That's one thing. And the other is you can, even if you don't automate it completely, you can have things like as not a complete like a alert that tells you here is going to be an entry, you trade it, but you can have you can automate part of your strategies into, let's say, a score, meaning if you know, it's not telling you to take the trade or not, it's just indicating you, all right, so normally you take, for example, I take the overlap of the H4, H1, and I, you know, integrate that with daily and things like that. And I could have, right? I don't have it because I don't need it, but I mean, it's very useful. It could be useful for others as well. I could have it on the chart where some part of my strategy or my breakdown of the chart, the technical analysis is done automatically, right? Having an indicator that indicates not only the order blocks, but also the overlap, and also tells me, you know, if there's something stopping it, where's the next level, the very next level on the hourlies. Very simple things, but there are things that I do constantly, and, you know, that could help you as well into focus into, you know, the parts where you are needed, not the parts that are mechanical, because you know, the EA can take that off your hand, and you can focus your attention to you know, the parts that are not mechanical, which is, you know, a more efficient way of go about with your, you know, to use your attention, your energy, and so on, your focus. And the question at hand was, if I'm using automation, and yes, I'm using automation. I started explaining that I had them coded before, and now I do it myself. Not that I code it, but I mean, I can now do, you know, have it coded without having a coder using AI. Yes, I have a couple of strategies that are live on live accounts, funded account, personal live capital that are automated, and they are they're great, I guess, if you think about the fact that I'm not putting any I don't have to trade them myself, right? It's completely automated. However, it's not just because a strategy is completely automated doesn't make it any special. Okay, so you still have to monitor, not constantly, but regularly. I check them, every day. So it's not like I set and forget and I don't look at it anymore for months on end. That's not the case. I still have to check that everything is working properly. So the terminal is on. There's no error in the logs, and also I need to always check if the edge is still there, right? Because since I'm not trading it, I won't be aware of it, if it starts performing badly, right? So I still have to monitor also the technical part, the operational part, but also the performance, to see if it still is getting the same results it promised me based on the back test and the forward test that I did afterwards. So it still takes some time to trade. And the other thing I wanted to explain was that, like for my main strategy, if you have let's say you have a trade plan that has, I don't know, like 10 steps before you can get the trade that will make a entry valid. It is still moving, yes. If you have if let's say you have a 10 step in your trading plan, and maybe you cannot automate the whole 10 because it's difficult, because it's delicate, or because the rules are not completely defined. You still have data, you need to define certain things, or simply technically it's not very likely or not very easy to do. What you can do is you can have a variant of your strategy, including only those that are mechanical to be traded. Means that, which is the case in my manual strategy. It's completely manual, but I haven't coded it. It's completely discretionary. What am I saying? It's not. It is completely manual, but not discretionary. It's rule-based. My trade plan, my main strategy, but I haven't coded it completely. What I do have is I've coded part of it, and in a later phase I will include the other parts to make it complete. But I'm basically trading a subset or a portion of the trade plan, completely mechanical, and it has its own performance, and it will have a high correlation with the complete plan, but it is still something you can extract more edge from the same strategy without, different, right? Because the performance, the correlation is not one-to-one. I can still get more edge from the same strategy without costing me more energy. It's not perfect because it's not the full plan, but since it's back-tested, validated, and it's profitable, and I've already had many months of profit from it, there's no reason why I shouldn't use it. So yes, I do use it. I'm still constantly trying to develop and incorporate more of the strategies into back-tested version of them, for the above-mentioned reasons. It's the way to go. I mean, ideally, I want to be focusing on only creating edge, right? Creating strategies that have edge, backtest them, and automate that process as well. But I'll be overseeing that, and then code them as much as possible completely into mechanical systems and launch them. And I'll keep myself focusing on creating strategies and monitor existing one, and less so on executing, because I can only be watching so many charts at the same time, and I can only execute so many strategies at the same time, basically just one or two. I cannot be executing at the very same time more than just one or two strategies. I can in this case, I could be going long here because I see the main strategy giving me the indication that we could have a pop, and I could be scalping on this asset, on some other asset, as at the same time. Those would be like two different strategies, But that's it. I have no more room for in my attention span to be doing 3 or 4 times strategies at the same time and keep the quality of the execution high. So the way to go, there's no other way to go, is to automate and deploy these automated strategies in the future and monitoring them adequately, because it's not a set and forget kind of a thing. They still need attention. There's always something that needs your attention, that you need to monitor and make sure that it is doing what it's supposed to do, and it's not incorporating more risks. Automation brings in more risk as well, not human risk, but human error, because it's automated, but some other risk, right? Technical risk, the code having an error you haven't suspected before, or the terminal where it's running has the system might have like a Windows updates halfway through your trade. These things don't affect you as much when you're trading, because you're there and you can, a minute later you can restart. But if it's on a automated system on a terminal and it restarts, you could lose control of that. The code or the EA could lose control of the trade, because simply it's not running anymore. The EA is not running, or it hasn't been reinitiated. You get the point. There are things more to be considered when you're doing automated trading, which you don't have at the automation. But it's a great question. I think more and more as the advent of AI, you will see more of these questions where traders and more traders coming on to our stream and around the world, trading automated. It's already hugely done, but more of that will happen, because it's much more accessible. You don't have to be a coder. I'm not a coder, and I can have my strategies coded with AI, and if I can, anyone can. All right. We have
maybe I should also test this site. I'll try it. It's really insightful that you guys are talking about EAs, and I haven't tried it, so I think I should test that.
Yes. To be fair, if whatever you're doing, Samir, is working, I wouldn't focus too much in new things. And we know your process works. It works. You mentioned not too long ago you have over 150,000 profits payout cumulative already. So I wouldn't focus too strong on changing anything, but just improving. See where, if you have a strategy, if you have a process that can be automated, then yes, definitely try to incorporate automation into it. But I wouldn't be too concerned. If you have a working system, if it's manual, discretionary, and it's working, and you have 150,000 payout so far, don't fix something that's not broken.
Yeah, exactly.
However, but okay, it's a fair point. There's always room for improvement. Sure, take a look at it and see if you can automate some things and improve, but don't let go of what you're doing. If you're having success, not long ago, it was less than a month ago, you had a 16,000 payout you did live on live stream. That's some solid success. So I wouldn't be too concerned about the need for automation just yet. And we can see on EU, this is the level, right? We talked about it. This is the level. Just a few minutes ago, this is the level on the H4 and the H2 that supposedly the market is going to go up. But we had the indication, right? We had the indication before that the market is telling us, right? By these two candles, it was telling us, why is it creating bearish structures after tapping into the H4? The only indication, or what it likely is telling me, is that it's going to retest, it's going to push price lower and likely eventually invalidate it. Maybe not, maybe it's going to push back up But this move now makes a lot of sense after the H4 that they just created. I'm gonna move it back and to show you guys. This is the bearish order block. Why was it created after? See that lower wick there after the demand zone was created? Why wasn't that avoided? To me, that's the market telling us selling pressure is amounting, even though despite the fact that we had a demand zone, and that the only logical conclusion is that we're going to be pushing lower, and that's why I had the TP right there that just got hit while I was talking. Okay, so that's EU, very nice. Here you can see, actually, this is quite interesting. I get the question all the time, how do you know when to use an order block, right? How do you know which ones are the better quality, the better probability ones? And there are things just like this, just I noticed you, because if you only used, a very blank rule, if there is a fresh order block, I'm going to go long with a retest, and that's it, and no other rules applies, then you would be going long here and get stopped out, right? But by identifying when to use that structure and when to stop, when to filter that trade and say, hold on, I'm not going to be going long here because this just happened. I have new information telling me the price is likely to be pushing lower into the level and likely pass through it, then I'm going to skip that trade. And that's the principle of using fresh context that you before you take the entry, not having blank rules all the time, but being nuanced about which structure and when to use the tools and when not to. Okay, we had a question. Kawaii Drama 1 is talking about gold going down, and we had a previous question or request. Actually, we have the New York Open happen 10 minutes ago, so we should be looking at NASDAQ as well. I'm going to be looking very quickly to gold to see what's happening, and then we can go to NASDAQ. I'm not going to do the complete breakdown on the higher time frame because I'm trying to do things as quick as possible since we only have about 20 minutes left on the stream. And we are the two of us. So I got to be fair to Samir, right? I got to be fair to Samir and let him share his gold nuggets as well. All right, so we have a monthly structure above. We're reacting off of it. We don't have anything in its way for the, in the absence of anything else, the fair assumption is that price is going to continue on to the next structure. Yep. There we go, weekly there. That was the monthly. Let's see. So what else do we have? The only structure we have, it's not a fresh one. It's not part of a quasi. So, but it is still a order block. So it's an inferior order block, which will not, in my strategy, will not be able to give me a signal, but it's still there, and it still can create the structure, right? So we did have a reaction of the weekly structure, this one, and that reaction is this new order block that was created. Eventually, I think it's not a huge thing and not very significant. Eventually, I think it's likely to break down with or without a pop before it does so. And when it does that, there's nothing, all this void, all of this level, all of this space, I mean, there's nothing stopping price for going much lower. So it's going to be very interesting when we get a reversal or a shift in market condition or the order flow from, let's say, the daily or the H4, because if it starts getting short, you want to be getting into that move, because if it breaks, that's going to continue to go lower for some time. Okay, so that's on the weekly. If you go to the daily, we did have the weekly order block created just there. That weekly order block also created, or within it, the daily had a structure. That structure has been created and was fresh when it got retested, which is right there. That's 8, so that makes it still fresh. This area here did not leave the order block complete, so that means all of this is to be considered one retest, meaning we can still take it, and the structure here That will be for something for tomorrow. So I'm not going to mark it. So maybe I should just delete it. That's going to be a level you could be looking. On the H4, do we have a level here for a quasi? This would be the head. Going back 4, yes, actually we do. This will be the neckline. And let's mark it. So let's see. So we have the H4 telling us this will be the established downtrend right here into the level on the H4, and you can see how it reacted beautifully. Actually, that's a beautiful, haven't pointed it out yet, but we did have a quasi on the 4 hour as well, right? Right there, price comes back and moves away beautifully and takes out this H4 as well. So there is, even though the weekly is menacing with a move lower, and if that starts, you want to try to catch that on the H4 and day D1, and surf it all the way down, surf that wave all the way down. On the lower time frame, on the daily, from the daily order block here and the quasi we have to the left, we do have indication that price is at least trying to reverse and go in the opposite direction. So which are the levels you want to be trading? If you're trading on the H4, let's see, we do have, this is an H1, but on the H4 we have this level. It's actually one big level. That's not very useful, one big level. So that means you have to refine that further. If it comes back in the same area, that's where you want to be looking for the reversal, maybe a quasi, and then you get in and you can target this high to begin with, but eventually the daily on the other side. And let's see how we can, so the analysis I did was from some time ago, from yesterday actually, because this is the 1 hour, 1 hour is there, and it's actually wide as well. I don't like this. I don't like the fact that it's so wide. It's not useful when it's that wide. So I'll need, that's a reason to, I understand that price is likely to be needing to go to that area, but this is too wide of an area. That's about what, 70, 60, 67, almost $70 in gold as an interest area of interest. That's way too much. Let me check if that statement is true. That is, yes. So indeed, that's way like many times over the maximum range for the area of interest. So what that means is that I need to wait. I cannot consider this to be the area of interest yet. I need to wait for a better area to be had. Actually, what I was just saying was an H2. So I need to correct that. That's the H2. The H2 is not useful. And the H1, let's see how the H1 is going about. It's here. All right, so the H1 I can use. That's something I can use. All right, so that's one. So that means I could be looking for an entry here on the hourly there. Nope, that's not what I wanted. This area there, H1, and this one as well. Actually, it isn't. Let me get that straight back. And I see that TradingView is frozen. Is it on your side as well, Samir?
No, it is working. If I go to the 1 minute, it's still working.
Okay, so it
You are on
probably is something on
gold.
my side.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. Maybe you can switch to other broker or other exchange.
Okay, maybe you should take the turn, since I will be waiting for the TradingView to become responsive again.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. So guys, we are coming to this level, and as I was, I wanted this level to get tapped on gold, and even if we extend this level, it has some kind of rejections. On the 30-minute, it is making the most sense. Why? Because look at this area. From here, it just impulsed to the downside. Look at this area. tapped and again rejection, and now we broke this area. So definitely there is something at this area which is holding the price. As you can see, one, two, these two reactions are good. Even if we extend this area, this is also the play, V-shaped recovery type of thing. So definitely I am looking for longs around this area, as I mentioned. Going to the 15-minute. Okay, I'll just place my risk to reward tool, something like this, because as I am anticipating a long around this area. Going to the 4-hour once again to confirm everything. Let's delete everything. Okay, this is a fair value gap, and that was a weekly high, as I mentioned. Going to the weekly, this is the weekly high, and there is small gap on the weekly also. If we go to the higher time frame, this gap. So this is not covered yet. It is on Oenda. So I don't know if you are using other broker. Charts can be different, but on Oenda, this gap is not recovered yet. So definitely, I'm eyeing on longs around this area. Let's draw it level again. So let's see what we get around this area. Let's talk about. Let's see what EURUSD is also doing, because I was eyeing on shorts on EURUSD. Yeah, it played really well. This fair value gap tapped this liquidity, closing below this body, indicating sellers are taking over from this fair value gap. Going to the 15-minute, where you could have entered when this 4-hour closed. It closed at 2:30 my time zone. Going to the 15-minute, 2:30 is around. Okay, it is around this area. No, I think I'm missing something. No, I think it opened at 2:30 and it closed at 6:30. So 6:30 price action is this candle. Going to the 5-minute, do we have anything? Okay, 6:30 here. Actually, I couldn't have shorted this, to be honest. But yes, the leg was good. Now where I can play some shorts, maybe at this area, because this low is still pending. So I think once price gets to this area, some kind of reaction, and you can expect some shorts around this area. But let's take a look at gold. Still, we have very slight, area left. Okay, very interesting. This candle is having no wick on the 5-minute. So this is an added confluence for me, because I have noticed candles having no wick, they can react, in future.
I'm back.
All right. So yeah.
I'll wait for you to finish, and then I'll continue with what I was explaining.
Yeah, I just wanted this area to get tapped, because it is a very good area, as I explained to our viewers. Couple of rejections. This is having a no wick area. So once we get here, definitely looking good for longs on gold. So yes, I'll be waiting on this NAS. Let's see what NAS is doing. Going to the 15-minute. Okay, 15-minute took out the liquidity. Closed bearish. I think we still have possibility to continue lower, because we are still on that 50% mark. Don't forget that. So going to the 1-minute. Yes, I think if we break this area with volume, one good closure, we can tap to these areas. Let's see how much points we have if we decide to take a sell here. Almost like 70, 60 points. I think you can secure 1-to-1 if we break this area.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to switch to mine. If hopefully
definitely.
TradingView will not be giving us a difficult time, or giving me a difficult time. So on a higher time frame, we were talking that the market, yes, it did create a weekly structure here, and it did create a daily, and we are seemingly reacting to it. And eventually, right, it needs, if it keeps on breaking bearish structures, it has a long way. It potentially has a long way to continue higher into perhaps the daily again, and the next daily, the second daily structure we have, which is would be quite a run of about 250 or 200 and some $250. However, on the higher time frame, things are not looking great, at least not yet. I mean, if it closes on the weekly before above this level by the end of the week, I'll reassess I'll readjust my assessment. But as long as that's not the case, I think the likely thing that's going to happen is that price eventually will be going short, right? Getting the levels to the levels below. So if we do that on the H4, yes, there is a level, there is a structure, a bullish structure. So see how I'm, entertaining two opposing trading ideas at the same is a lower time frame, and my expectation, which isn't lined up with the lower time frame yet. The lower time frame on the H4, the daily included, tells me to start looking for longs from these levels for that probability or that pattern up to this level and eventually to the daily above. That's a valid long trade for gold, and the area exactly to be considered is while I was reassessing, there are two entry order blocks, and it looks like it is one, but it is two. And I'm going to zoom this in a little bit. You can see that they're very, very close to each other, but per the rules, they're not the same level, right? So let me share this with. Let me do it again so you guys can see where I'm going with this. So the level. This is based on the low of this wick, right? So the lower, this is the area from this point, right? From this point to that point, which is the low here, which is slightly higher than the beginning of the next entry order block on that 1 hour. So basically that leaves us with two areas, one here and a bigger one below us. It may seem like all the same because it's so close to each other, but per my rules, I can trade this, and yet at this moment, I cannot trade the one below because it's too wide. So that still gives me one opportunity to take one of them, which is the upper one. So I would be still considering, even though I think on the weekly, it looks like we're going to be continuing lower, there's still that possibility, the pattern is there, the reversal pattern is there telling us, we do have a good probability of price reacting to this level. And if it does, I want to be part of it because I can put my stop below and target this high and eventually target the lower border of that daily order block. So that's one idea, right? Targeting, putting low the level below, the stop below, and targeting at least this high. That's one thing for the future. But on the other, the higher time frame, the bearish idea, right? We already have, as long as the weekly isn't above this level, right? It makes sense to start looking for possible shorts on, expecting higher time frames kicking in anytime soon. So if that happens, you want to be, not if that happens, but, waiting or expecting that move to happen in the future, in the near future, you could start looking for shorts from this level. And that would be looking for H4. There is no reason to get into that H4. That stops the idea in its track. And we will have to wait for this H4 fresh order block to be created. And perhaps when it gets back, we can go to the 1 minute and start looking for possible shorts from this level, right? Shorts from this level, put your stop above and targeting the level of demand below. But if you can hold a portion for longer term, I would, because we do have the higher time frames kicking in and possible moving price much lower. So going short from this level and going long from this tight area right here, those are the two ideas that I would be contemplating for gold. Let's check the EU, how we're faring based on the level. We did come back after that squeeze of that demand zone. Is it enough? Did it change anything? Well, not yet. It didn't invalidate it, but it certainly didn't make it look stronger either. There is a level there. You might ask yourself what level that is. That is the monthly level the swing low that we have, broken before. That's a line you want to be taking, take into account in your analysis. Whenever we are below that level is 1.1411 round. Whenever we're below that level, it indicates that, the probabilities, the market will perceive the asset as weaker, and you will see an acceleration to the downside when we cross that level. And if you go to the lower time frame, you can see that that's that level right here. That's the level, right? See it here, 114.11. So, and then we did go below. So that's we're right there at that at that sand line in the sand, and that line in the sand is right at the last fourth or the last stance of the bulls to recapture the price. And they're not having, yes, there is a pop here, but it looks very weak. I mean, why is it squeezing to the downside? It looks like eventually it's going to continue to go lower. And if that happens, it's going to be below the level that we just discussed, meaning we're going to have an acceleration to the downside into the daily order block if we can't mount to something much bigger here. Let's see if there's a reversal pattern in the lower time frame to help our viewers in the process. Let's see, we have just a couple of minutes, actually just 1 minute left. Now I see it. So we have a reversal here. This is the 3 minute quasi there. I'll have to take it out first. We don't have anything on the 2. We don't have anything. Actually, we do have something on the 1. That would be this one. It's very tiny and it is below the level, so I wouldn't be able to catch anything from that reversal. No, I couldn't. Right, so I'll have to wait for the market to take this out first, and then I'll reassess whether or not I can take a long from a level. But I don't see anything left behind, so that already answers the question. The 3 minute doesn't give me any entry order block, just this one. But that's a difficult one to take, in my opinion. If it takes this long, if it takes this neckline, the area of entry would be way below. But that doesn't make sense to me. So I'll probably not take that because the window, the opportunity for it to touch this level and close above is not very high. Can happen, but depending on that, I'll be taking that trade or not, taking that long. But I'm much more interested in price coming back to the level and taking a short from that level. So that would be this. That would be this area here. If price were to somehow push back and reach it, then I can certainly, it's an H1, yes. That would be the area that I would be more interested in going short into that daily structure, and perhaps even try to hold it for a much longer hold into the H4 below us. All right. Okay. We have plenty of chat responses in the chat. Samir, let us know if you have some trades, if you're printing money there on your side with NAS or maybe US 30 before we close our stream for today.
Today I'm not seeing anything cleaner right now. Maybe later in the session I can get something. But right now, I'll just focus on that gold buys that I was explaining to our viewers. So that is the only play for today, I think, at least for now.